Okay. There it is. There it is. There she goes. Okay, this is the news stream. There we go. Pop out chat. I do think it was the title, if I had to guess. Because I don't recall talking about anything in the first part of the stream. That could have possibly triggered a demonetization. I have no idea. And it actually doesn't even tell you. Oh, it's gone. Wait, hold on. It actually doesn't even tell you. So if I go to monetization, it just says, yeah, it just says age restricted. So I just assumed that was the title. I don't really know. It's good to know. That's good to know. Japan topic? No, there's no way. There's no way discussing the nuclear bombs. Oh, maybe I shouldn't say that. Fuck. Maybe I just did it again. There's no way though. I mean, YouTube is pretty sensitive. YouTube is pretty sensitive about this stuff. Certainly more than Twitch, but Twitch is pretty sensitive too now. Didn't it say unaliving and self-harm topics? Did it? Is that what the warning said? What the fuck? We didn't talk about that. What? I didn't say anything about that. Excuse me? Okay. Interesting. All right, James Tallarico was on Ezra Klein, you guys. Two of my favorite people. James Tallarico is definitely fully into the whole populist brain rot stupid shit that I don't like, but I actually like it in fucking Texas because I think that can win in Texas. I don't think that you can run as like a gung-ho, let's go Democratic Party and win in Texas. I think the anti-Democratic Party bias that normies have right now is so intense. And maybe they'll bring it up in this conversation, but Ezra had a pollster, I think he was a pollster, on his show 2 or 3 months ago. And they brought up something that I thought was so illustrative of the current problems that the Democratic Party faces. And what they did was they addressed, it was a poll that was done either specifically in Nebraska or a nationwide poll, but either which way, they would propose a policy, and I can't remember what policy it was or if it was multiple policies, but they would propose a policy and they would ask the respondents, how do you feel about this policy? And the respondents would, I'll just make it up, okay? I'm making these numbers up. So raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour. And they would ask, like, do you support this policy? And people would respond, and let's say it got 80% approve. Then they would ask a different sample group, do you support a $15 an hour minimum wage put forth by a Democrat? And do you know what happened? Support for that policy went down double digits, which means there are a lot of people who are so incredibly biased against the Democratic Party that they would give a different answer to that question, depending on if the policy was put forth by Democrats. The fact that a Democrat proposed a policy made it less popular due to an anti-democratic partisan bias. That's a problem. That's a problem for Democrats. But that's why I think Tallarico's kind of populism.
Listen up, you bald fraud!
That's not necessary. That's why I think Tallarico's brand of nonpartisanship is a winning strategy in a state like Texas. Scott Adams passed. He had a pretty gnarly kind of cancer, right? Like he had didn't he have pancreatic cancer? Was it pancreatic cancer? Prostate cancer. Well, that's pretty gnarly. Swanee Bird with $5. YouTube is very sensitive to political topics. For example, mentioning the name of H-man from that one Central European country can cause demonetization. Yeah. It's tough. It's tough for a platform like YouTube because the volume of videos that are uploaded every day make it basically impossible to moderate everything. And so they come up with these systems to auto detect out of necessity, but the systems themselves are quite imperfect. And so it's a whole thing. Yeah. Nerd Rage Mode with 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, buddy. Appreciate you. I would not wish cancer on my worst enemy. Obviously, me and Scott Adams did not align, but
somebody who's been,
I will say rip. I will say rest in peace. My listening library. I'm sorry, did I not read your? Are you still in here? You gave me $5. I don't think I read this one. That isn't Andrew's platform, and he never pretended it was. Why are you holding him to this standard? If Soy Pill did it, I would understand. But Andrew, look, listen. I'll think about it. I did actively question my initial judgment this morning. I was like, nah, some people are making some good points here. YouTube is age gated again for me saying inappropriate topics. What is happening? I don't even understand. No, it's not. Negative. I think you're clicking on the old stream is what's happening. I'm not seeing it. Nope, I'm not. Okay. I don't know. It's not on my back end, and YouTube chat is saying they don't see any kind of restriction. YouTube chat, refresh real quick. Test Dono Caramel Cold Brew. Thank you so much for the dono, buddy. Somebody asked about Sitch and Adam, and it is at 11 a.m. So that is in an hour and 20 minutes. Okay. The title of the video is, Can James Tallarico Reclaim Christianity for the Left? I'm pretty
one of my obsessions.
I'm pretty sure, is Ezra Klein not a Christian? Is Ezra Klein not a Christian? I think he is, right? Is he? All the liberal intellectuals are all, oh, Jewish. Well, okay. That makes sense now that I think about it. Listen, it's the same God of Abraham, you know? Same God of Abraham, just minor differences, just slight, you know. Hassan does racist accent while Iranians
like it's so stupid. Like, you like Khomeini tweet when he responsible for killing so many people? Listen, sometimes you can find poetry in the strangest places. Yeah, Persian. I am Persian. I am Persian. I am not Iranian.
I don't know enough about accents to ascertain the level of racism. He does do that though. He does do the accents. Honestly, some of his accents are pretty good. He does do a thing where he like attacks people's accents. Have you guys noticed this? He did it when he was on Piers Morgan. You remember that one time he went on Piers Morgan and went fucking ballistic? There was a English guy that was on the panel that asked him something and Hassan just went fucking nuclear and started doing like a British accent. I've seen him do like Israeli accents. I've seen him. He's like an accent guy, you know. I don't know what the rules are. You know. I generally don't do funny accents because I don't fucking know what the rules are. Some accents it's okay to mock. Other accents not so much. Like it feels worse to do like a mocking Indian accent than a UK accent, but that kind of doesn't make sense when you think about it. So I just don't fucking do it. And I'm bad at accents. That's the other thing too. Yeah. Just feels like some accents like feel bad, you know? Like feel like, ooh, this doesn't feel right. If they're the same color as you, it's safe. That, you know, like, I don't know if you're joking, but that does seem to be the unspoken rule, but it kind of doesn't make sense. It's like a nonsensical rule, you know? Well, I think it's because like racists, like explicit racists, definitely do mocking accents of minority groups. And so you don't want to be, it just, you know, it's just associated with that, you know? I mean, The Simpsons, you know, didn't they stop doing the Apu character altogether? Didn't they just like end that character? That was like a thing for like 2 decades on The Simpsons. Was this white guy doing an Indian accent? Imitation is the highest form of flattery. Ooh, but not always though. They casted actual Indian for it? Oh, I didn't know that. I haven't watched The Simpsons in a really long time. People are so sensitive. It's just, you know, I don't blame people for being kind of sensitive right now because there's just a ton of anti-Indian racism that is like, it seems like there's always been anti-Indian racism, but boy, has it skyrocketed in the last, I'm going to say 2 or 3 years. Groypers seem to talk about Indians even more than Indian Americans or just people with Indian accents or I don't know, people of Indian descent. Groypers seem to be like super fixated on them. I don't know when that really kicked up or why it did, but it definitely kicked up. And so I think people are right to be a little sensitive to that stuff. Because you hear it, you know, you might hear a mocking. I think the issue is like if you hear a mocking accent and you don't know if the person is being like super racist or if they're doing like a harmless kind of joke between friends. Because I guarantee you there's workplaces all over the country where people with Indian accents are working with people who don't have Indian accents, and they're all making jokes with each other about accents. Like, these things happen in a harmless kind of context all the time. But then there's also just a shitload of actual fucking explicit avowed racists. Twitch chatter called it Hassan is a Turkish nationalist. Oh, I don't know if that's true. As an Indian, it's been frustrating getting Indian hate. It's demoralizing at times. I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine. Literally, I can't even imagine. I've been called a racial slur by lefties. Not a lot, but like it's happened probably like 100 total times, which doesn't that's honestly that's not a lot given how many Twitter interactions I've had throughout the years. That's like nothing. That's like a drop in the bucket. But when it happens, I don't like it. I don't like it. Like somebody will try to invalidate something I've said because I'm white, and I'm like, ooh, that didn't feel good. And then I think about it, and I'm like, wait, that's like a tiny, minuscule fraction of the amount of racist vitriol that other groups experience like every day. You know? So like I would find that very upsetting. If I logged on to Twitter and I saw just so many people shitting on my fucking ethnicity. Like it hurt my feelings when somebody hit me with a C word. People hit me with a C word and it fucking hurt my feelings. I'm like, I didn't like this. Hutch discovers empathy at 50. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Slow your roll. I didn't like it. I didn't like it. Didn't feel good to have somebody imply that my opinion should be ignored because I'm a C word. I didn't like that. I was like, what the fuck? But it was also kind of confusing, you know, like because I just generally don't experience racism like directed at me. So that I was just confused. So it's just like, wait a second. Is that what this feels like? Well, that sucks. I mean, I knew, obviously I knew getting called a slur would not feel good, but. Now you know what privilege is like. Hang on a second. I'm familiar with the concept of privilege. I've never shied away from, all right, you guys are trolling me. You guys are trolling me. You're baiting me. If you want to hurt your feelings, look at the comments on the latest Live and Learn. People just don't understand you like we do. No. Hang on. I do see those comments. And those people couldn't possibly hurt my feelings, just to be clear. I would have to place any kind of value on their input. I would have to place any kind of value on their perspective or worldview or opinions, and I just don't. Like, those people, I know those people, like some people in Pisco's audience, they might have more substantive critiques, and I have no issue with that. That's fine. But like, it's fucking stupid. But like, I have a dedicated, like, little squad of Hutch anti-fans. It's kind of adorable. But I do, in my head, I'm like, come on, guys. Like, I can understand being an anti-fan of somebody with like a really massive audience, you know? that kind of makes sense. It's like, set your standards higher, you know, like be a Ezra Klein anti-fan, you know, be a Brian Tyler Cohen anti-fan. If you're going to do like anti-liberal kind of anti-fan stuff, like, come on. Am I really like the top target for you? Like, am I really worthy of this much? You know, I just question it. I'm like, come on, set your standards a bit higher, guys. Come on. Foggy Monkey with $2. Hutch Snark. Boxdropper said you should hold on. What did you say? I know exactly what you're talking about. I remembered that moment so vividly. I was on PKA like 12 years ago or 13 years ago. I think I do remember I was living in the Santa Cruz apartment, so it would have been 2013. So that would have been 13 years ago. And they asked me about white guilt. And I had just listened to an interview of one of the guys from like Kids in the Hall and Wet Hot American Summer. I can't remember his name. He's this comedian. And he went on Mark Maron and they were talking about white guilt. And the comedian said, I think a little white guilt is probably good. And I think he was saying it like a joke. And I was just repeating that guy's, like, that was the first thing that popped into my head when they asked the question about white guilt. I just literally just repeated what I heard. It wasn't meant to be serious, I don't think, but I don't know. That was 13 years ago. I was smoking a lot of weed at that point in my life. And I honestly don't remember much. Okay. That was like, I would wake up, make coffee with cannabis infused honey, which that'll fuck you up. Eating an edible like right when you wake up. Then before my coffee has even like been digested, do you digest liquids? I would dab. You guys know, I'm sure everybody understands what dabbing is at this point. It's like hippie, they call it hippie crack because you look like a fucking crackhead. You get this little glass. I don't know what to describe it as. Like a glass of, what the fuck do you call it? The Derbski. Like this glass instrument that you use. It's just like a pointy glass thing that looks like in the shape of like a pen. And then you scoop some like hash or wax, which is just pure concentrated THC. And then you fucking take a blowtorch, literal blowtorch out, and you fucking and you make this thing like red hot. And then I would just dab all fucking day. I mean, I was smoking so much weed in 2013. It was crazy. We're never going to get to this video, I don't think. We just have to commit to it. Zero Yor with 83 months. What have I come into? I don't know. Today's stream is weird. Foggy with $2. Hutch Snark. I don't know if I have snarkers. Like snarkers are like, I feel like snarkers are like a step above anti-fans. Like snarkers are the ones that will go to extraordinary lengths to harass people, you know? I don't know if I'm big enough to have snarkers. Ogre Boy is still like very much a dedicated anti-fan, but I don't know if I would call him a snarker. He thinks I am just like evil incarnate. And now Vadim does too, man. Vadim's in my replies. He just he defends Hassan a lot. He spends a lot of time defending Hassan. It's like, Come on, man. He's a big boy. He's a grown up. How old is Hassan? He's really wealthy. You know, he's like, Hassan's this multi-millionaire, like 33-year-old. Like, he's a big boy. He does not need a defense force, for Christ's sake. Which, I mean, I guess I've defended Ethan Klein a lot, but I just felt like that whole situation was so crazy. Cheyenne with $6. As an Iranian, I have no issue with the accent. The issue is saying he finds poetry in the strangest places. Do Iranian accents all you want? I don't even understand the reference. He says he finds poetry in the strangest places. What did he even mean by that? That kind of went over my head. Benjamin Good with $5. It's very sad. As a computer science PhD, I know a bunch of Indians. They're some of the best people. I actually keep a Ganesh bust in my apartment. Ganesh is that the elephant god? It is. I knew that shit. Robin Williams was the king of accents. $2 from Nico. He was, but that was a different time then, you know? That was a different time. I'm sure a lot of people, if you watch Robin Williams stand up today, it'd be like, ooh. Ooh. Rory, it's just because Hassan hides his power level so much. We watch his worst bits condensed, but for every bad thing, it's buried under 12 hours of fluff. Like his Fear and podcast drives into his fan base, and that's all just fluff. I think the thing with Hassan is like, I do think he's genuinely radical, and I say that in a kind of neutral sense. Like, I don't think it's necessarily bad or inherently bad to be radical. Sometimes sometimes like radical rhetoric or radical actions are warranted and necessary.
2 hours later.
Hey, come on. You're here for the rants. If you don't want the rants, go get a different stream, for Christ's sakes. I do think that Hassan's politics were genuinely radical. But at this point, I think he's just deluding himself. He's just deluding himself because the way he lives his life is totally incongruent with radical leftist politics. He is very much all about like a culture of consumerism. Socialism does not mean you don't own a home, or socialism does not mean that you don't have nice things or want nice things, but socialism or like radical leftist politics, there's like a threshold. I don't know what that threshold is, but there's a threshold. And if you're taking private, did he take a private jet to Coachella and wore like a $3,000 outfit? At that point, I don't know if there's a mathematical formula, you know, about like what level of wealth you can demonstrate before you lose your your radical bona fides, but he has passed that threshold a long time ago. But I think he still has himself deluded into thinking that like he can still be a like the leader of a vanguard party, like a vanguard movement in the United States. And I just, you know, I think like if Che Guevara was alive, I think he would have a very low opinion of Hassan. I just assume that. 3 Minnesota federal prosecutors resigned over the Justice Department's push to investigate the widow. What? 3 Minnesota federal prosecutors resigned over the Justice Department's push to investigate the widow of a woman killed by an ICE agent and its reluctance to investigate the shooter. according to people with knowledge of their decision. They're investigating the widow? What? I didn't see anything in any of that, in any of the videos that we saw. I didn't see any evidence that the widow was doing any crimes. You can talk shit to ICE agents and you can get out of your car and film ICE agents. There's nothing illegal about that. What are they investigating? Why would they even do that? Legal Eagle did a video about the Minnesota shooting. You know what? Thank you for bringing that up, because I think we should watch that before we have the discussion with Sitch and Adam. I think that would probably be better to watch. I do want to watch this Tallarico Ezra Klein interview, but I have certainly refined sort of like what my position is.
You've probably seen by now
On the shooting. I watched Sitch and Adam last night, or I listened to them rather, discuss the thing. Their discussion was on Sunday, and I agreed with probably like 95% of what they were saying. I do agree that legally speaking, just based on everything we've seen in terms of how juries, how much leeway and deference they give to police officers, I find it extremely difficult to believe that this police officer will be convicted of any crime, let alone be charged with any crime. Like, I do think that he has just as much cover as he needs, like probably like right up to the line. Like, I do think he has just enough to convince a jury that he had a reasonable fear for his life. My issue with the biggest issues that I have with the shooting is that I think it was a series of cascading mistakes that all contributed to the shooting. And like, I think about like different things on different days now, and so there's like a few different angles to what happened that I'm thinking about now. Like, now I'm questioning, because we just sort of accepted, or at least I did, we kind of accepted this idea that she was there to block traffic. You know, certainly her car was parked perpendicular and kind of just made sense superficially. And I feel kind of dumb in retrospect for not questioning that sooner. But when you think about it, guys, like, her car could only block one lane of traffic. If she was trying to block traffic, why didn't she park her car like in the middle of the road? You know? It just doesn't make any sense. Like that narrative. Oh, the Legal Eagle video goes into all of this? Okay, let's do it.
You've probably seen by now. On Wednesday, January 7th, ICE agent Jonathan Ross shot and killed a motorist during an immigration-related operation in Minneapolis. The victim, 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good, a U.S. citizen and mother of 3, became involved or sought to legally observe the proceedings.
Ooh, is that too fast? He speaks pretty fast. I don't know if I have to speed him up.
After dropping off her 6-year-old son at school that morning, she was shot in the head in the front seat of her car. The incident took place shortly after the Trump administration escalated immigration enforcement operations in Minnesota by deploying thousands of agents in the state. Diametrically opposed narratives have emerged over what led to the shooting, with the administration uniformly defending the agent's deadly use of force and seemingly everyone else saying he was 100% guilty of murder. Not surprisingly, it depends. But just hours after the shooting, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security issued a statement blaming Miss Good for the confrontation, characterizing the fatal shooting as an act of lawful self-defense.
Bay Gravy with the primer, Mercenary with 9 months, Foggy Monkey with the tier 1 membership. That Vadim debate was top 10 debates of all time. Ooh, I disagree. I don't know what I would call it, but maybe it was good content, but I was physically uncomfortable during that debate. I was my internal cringe levels reached heights that I didn't know my body was capable of. And I genuinely felt bad. Like, I genuinely felt bad. But the way he's behaved after the fact, I haven't lost all my sympathy, but I've lost a lot of sympathy, because the way he behaved after that, he implied that I called in like backup. I'm not going to pull the tweet on screen because I just want to remind you guys, in case you guys are new to my community, I fucking hate brigading. I hate brigading. I hate it so much. To me, it is so fucking juvenile, and I just hate it. So just don't do that shit. If I catch people brigading stuff, I will time you out. Like, I generally don't like that practice. So if I'm talking about an interaction I have on Twitter, don't see that as like like an invitation to brigade or whatever. But the way that Vadim characterized Mudahar and Lonerbox coming on the stream, he's talking about me when he says he says, true, he might just call in a proven compulsive liar or a genocide denier who's extremely butthurt about being a genocide denier again. Like, the idea, the implication that I called them in is so dishonest. It's so dishonest. Lonerbox hit me up and asked if Vadim would be willing to talk to him. And we're all grown-ups here. We all do political debate pretty regularly. Like, this is kind of normal. Two streamers will be having a conversation about another streamer, and we all kind of know each other, you know? I think Loner and Vadim, I think, were like way more friendly before. And so I think they certainly had a rapport. I had lengthy conversations with Vadim. I didn't know him personally. I didn't know him well, but we were all kind of, and so it's like very standard. I was not trying to ambush him or anything. I asked him, like, hey, you know, I know this I don't remember how I said it, but I was like, you know, Loner wants to come on and actually just talk about this. Are you willing to have that conversation? And then the same thing with Mudahar. But I distinctly remember, guys, tell me if I'm wrong, I distinctly remember saying very clearly, like, hey, if you're not comfortable, we don't have to do this. Like, you can just, we can do it another time or what. Like, I gave him so many fucking outs. I was not pressuring him, like anything, you know, like, it was not my instinct to bring anybody into the call. It was just, I got a DM from Loner and I was just like, I gave him so many outs and he still, like, I don't know if it was hubris on his part to think that he was in a position to navigate those conversations at the time. But so for him to say that I called in people, like implying that I called in people and ambushed him, I just don't like that implication. It's just so dishonest. Whatever.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem told reporters that
when a mob of agitators that were harassing them all day began blocking them in, shouting at them, and impeding law enforcement operations. ICE officers and agents approached the vehicle. She then proceeded to weaponize her vehicle, and she attempted to run a law enforcement officer over. This appears as an attempt to kill or to cause bodily harm to agents, an act of domestic terrorism.
President Trump echoed these conclusions, insisting Ms. Good, quote, viciously ran over the ICE officer, justifying the fatal confrontation. And as Vice President Vance has so eloquently put it, but videos posted online and witness accounts appear to contradict the official narrative. The reason this woman is dead is because she tried to ram somebody with her car.
The reason this woman is dead is because that agent, made a series of cascading mistakes. I don't know enough about the law to say that those mistakes, those series of cascading mistakes, and the mistakes kept getting worse and worse. I don't know the law about this, and so I can't tell you if those mistakes amount to negligence that would result in like a manslaughter charge. I don't know. maybe legally he's just completely covered because of the standards and the laws that we have in place. But his decision to, number one, park his car in front of her, get out of his car, and literally encircle her car, like more than one rotation. You know, he was circling her car for the second time with his phone out. That's just, he's very clearly in that moment escalating the situation. Whether or not he's aware of that, he's escalating the situation. You can say, I mean, I don't have a strong opinion on civil disobedience. You can say that you can have the opinion that she was being cringe and her wife was being cringe. I'm not saying that, but like, if somebody had that opinion, I'm not going to feel a certain way about that. I don't care. That's just a matter of perspective. But that to me is like not even worth considering. I don't care if they were being cringe, even if they were. It doesn't matter. Law enforcement in this country are supposed to be trained to de-escalate when possible. If there's an opportunity to de-escalate a situation before it devolves into something that could end up in violence, they should be, on paper, theoretically, they should be taking every opportunity they can to de-escalate the situation. Him getting out of that car and doing that circling stuff, he's very clearly trying to maybe match her energy, like her confrontational energy. He's trying to intimidate her, maybe. Trying to flex his power a little bit. So that was a bad decision. And then the second bad decision he made was stepping in front of her car the first time. That's a bad decision. Why are you stepping in front of cars? That's insane. Why would you put yourself in front of a 2,000 pound vehicle? Why would you do that? He clearly didn't think she was a threat. He clearly didn't think that she was going to hit the gas. That's like, those are very clearly not the vibes he was getting from her. And then you see the other video of her like dancing and honking on her horn. Like you can pick up on her vibes quite clearly. Like she was like one of these kind of resist libs in the suburbs, you know? She wasn't some terrorist. And then the third mistake he made was stepping in front of her car again. The fourth mistake he makes is he stops in front of her car. Do you see what I mean? Each mistake that he makes just gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. And then, of course, the fifth mistake he makes is shooting her. Clearly, he was able to get out of the way of the car. Clearly, that was an option. He did that. He could have focused all of his energy and attention on getting out of the car in the first place. The only reason why, and I don't know what he's going to say in this video, but the only reason why I think he's going to get away with it is because the juries just in America, the juries tend to give just so much leeway to police officers, and I think there's enough there for him to convince a jury that he had he legit feared for his life, even if he was wrong ultimately in that assessment. That kind of doesn't matter. Like, police officers have been wrong about threats and then used lethal force, and technically they didn't like violate their training or they didn't like violate protocol. But that's 5 really bad decisions that he made. You know, we could get more granular with it. You know, the 5th one would be when she stopped her car, you know, he like put his hand on the hood of her car, and maybe the 6th mistake might be he reached for his gun, and the 7th might be that he shot her. But you can see that like the situation is devolving, and at every step, you know, it's like a 15 to 25 seconds. It's like 25 seconds by the time he gets out of his car with his phone out to record. Like maybe 25 seconds after that, he's firing those bullets. But at every point in those 25 seconds, he's just making worse and worse and worse decisions. And if he hadn't made those bad decisions, she would be alive today. And none of us would be having this conversation. I do put more of the responsibility on him as a trained professional. She is not a trained professional. She is a civilian. That doesn't mean that I think she made good decisions. I think her decision to hit that accelerator was a really bad decision. I think that was really dumb. I think her wife egging her on, just drive, baby, just drive. That was really dumb. That was just a really dumb thing. Like, don't fucking do that. Do not do that. But, and here's like, Cherry, I'm with you. Like, I don't want to spend a lot of time talking about her dumb decisions because that is so clearly not it doesn't even come close to his bad decisions. Okay, I'm sorry. You're right. Let me let this man speak.
We'll talk about in some depth. Analyzed from multiple angles, the video footage seems to show Miss Good's car attempts to back away from officers surrounding her car and trying to force entry, and then lurch forward in an ill-fated attempt to escape confrontation. Mayor Frey has aggressively pushed back on DHS's version of events.
To ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis.
Holy base.
And now, as the country reels in the aftermath of the shooting, Minnesota investigators say that they have to withdraw a probe into the deadly use of force after being denied access to evidence by the FBI.
I'm so sorry. Brilsey with 64 months. Thank you, buddy. Supposedly fun. 5 months. The New York Times compilation is what convinced me he was out of the way when he fired the first shot. The next two are completely unforgivable. I agree. The Trib with $5. No one talks about the agent grabbing the door. That agent is who escalated and gave her a fear response. If he talks to her, I doubt it gets to that point. You're right about that. 100%. 100%. That officer, I don't know. Articulate one reason that makes sense that he felt that he needed to literally run up on her car and start grabbing the door immediately. Why was that necessary in that level of force in that moment is wild. And to me, it reads like these agents were emotionally compromised. There's a word for this. We say triggered. To me, it looks like those ICE officers got triggered because there was a woman there and she was honking her horn and her wife was out of the car, probably talking shit to them. But these officers in a functional society that has standards for our law enforcement officers, those officers should be trained to not get triggered in moments like that. That is the standards that we should have as a society for the people that we entrust with firearms. These people should be trained to deal with a belligerent public, a hostile public. They should be trained for that. They should be trained to stay calm. Do box breathing, do breathing exercises, find a Zen place, do mental exercises, do exposure kind of training where my understanding is that they already do this, but like put police officers in mock situations where there's like 5 civilians screaming at them. And we've seen on this stream, we've seen police officers. I'm sorry, I'm ranting, but we have seen police officers do de-escalation extremely well. We've also seen the opposite. We've also seen cops use force that seems totally unnecessary. But I remember during the college protests, we were watching a lot of those streams. And we saw examples of dozens of police officers, dozens, hundreds maybe, of police officers that were confronted with an extremely aggressive, extremely hostile group of like young college protesters who stayed calm, who did not escalate, who did not lose their temper. When I was at the protest, I'm so sorry, it's a rant, but when I was at the protest in Los Angeles this last time, the No Kings one, and in previous protests as well, by the way, that's all I've ever seen. Just to give you a sense of like anecdotally, I have been at protests where there were particular protesters that were screaming profanity and getting really aggressive and insulting police officers who were standing there doing their jobs and making sure that the protests is like the people there are safe. And I've seen at every protest that I've ever been to, all I've ever seen from police officers is them not getting triggered. So we know that this training exists. We know that there are law enforcement officers in this country that use that training and put it into practice. Actively don't escalate situations. I've seen police officers de-escalate situations with my own two eyes in person. These officers and many others that we've seen on camera, we've seen so many videos of police officers violating this principle of de-escalation. And certainly that's what happened that day, in my opinion.
Now, in a non-dystopian universe, the Justice Department would launch a comprehensive, non-biased investigation into the matter and, depending on the outcome, bring federal charges against the ICE agent who killed Miss Good. But right now, it's safe to assume the Trump-controlled DOJ will take no such legal action. Which raises the question, is Mr. Ross guilty of any crimes? And is there any feasible recourse to hold the agent liable for the death of Miss Good? Now, the fatal incident took place shortly after 9:30 a.m. on Wednesday in a residential neighborhood south of downtown Minneapolis, about a mile from where police killed George Floyd in 2020. A frame-by-frame analysis of bystander video footage raises serious questions about the administration's narrative that Agent Ross was forced to fire defensive shots to protect the life of himself and others. Video taken by a witness shows Miss Good's vehicle, a burgundy Honda Pilot SUV, stopped in the middle of a one-way road, its engine idling. And we're now starting to see more videos from the moments leading up to the shooting. It appears that the SUV was initially parked on the side of the road and was only in the middle of the road for a relatively short amount of time before the incident began. The video taken from Mr. Ross's own cell phone.
That's news to me. I didn't know that. It was mostly on the side of the road.
Shows him filming the vehicle trying to apparently record the license plate of the SUV. Good's wife, Becca, was also using her phone.
You could just take a picture for that, by the way.
To film him. She says,
"That's okay, we don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later."
And eventually Good herself says, "It's okay, dude, I'm not mad at you."
"That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you."
And those were apparently her last words. Although bystanders were yelling,
Destiny had a debate about this yesterday. Was he on Wick's panel? Is that what that was?
the federal agents and blowing whistles, it does not appear that Miss Good
Was it a one-on-one debate?
was engaged in that behavior.
Go home to Texas!
You can see federal vehicles start to approach Miss Good's SUV with lights flashing and sirens blaring. Agent Ross can be seen approaching from behind the SUV and crossing the SUV's right-hand side, all while filming the scene on his cell phone. In the crucial moments before the shooting, Miss Good rolls her SUV slightly forward into the street, then stops and waves at other motorists to go ahead of her. Two agents are seen exiting it.
Prag Pro just raided with 4 douchebags.
Prag Pro. Thank you so much, buddy. Downwind Ducks with 7 months. Appreciate it, buddy.
Silver pickup and approaching the SUV, telling Good to... The SUV backs up, then veers forward to the right. Seconds later, gunfire erupts.
Oh, shit!
Re-examining the scene from a closer vantage point, we see Agent Ross walk around the car while filming on his cell phone, disappearing from view. Other agents pull up and order the driver to get out of the car. But it's not clear who exactly those agents were or whether the driver could hear them. But it's clear one of the agents grabs the car's door handle and reaches inside, but is unsuccessful in forcing the door open. Almost simultaneously, you can see the SUV backing up and turning right in an apparent attempt to leave using a 2-point turn. At the same time, Agent Ross crosses towards the left side of the vehicle and grabs his gun with his right hand. To me, it looks like he unholsters his weapon before the car is moving forward. He opens fire on Miss Good.
Is that true? Hang on.
At the same time, Agent Ross crosses towards the left side of the vehicle and grabs his gun with his right hand. To me, it looks...
I think it is true. I think he made the decision to grab his gun before she started moving forward. Because his hand is like on the gun, like really, quite literally a millisecond before she starts pulling forward.
The SUV backing up and turning right in an apparent attempt to leave using a 2-point turn. At the same time, Agent Ross crosses towards the...
God, it fucking pisses me off, bro. The more I watch this, the angrier I get. He fucking literally put himself into danger. And I don't know if this was a conscious thought process that he did, but he put himself into danger and then pulls his gun out to respond to that danger that he put himself into. Like, it's so infuriating.
The left side of the vehicle and grabs his gun with his right hand. To me, it looks like he unholsters his weapon before the car is moving forward. He opens fire on Miss Good and continues shooting as she drives past him. At no point does Agent Ross appear to drop the cell phone carried in his left hand, and that's bolstered by the footage he took on that cell phone continuously during the shooting, which we'll talk about.
What are the comments like? It's telling how the channel's reviews have turned from what will be done under the law into what would have been done under the law in under a year. I assume his audience is overwhelmingly liberal, right?
In a second. Looking more closely at the moment Agent Ross fires, he appears to be standing to camera left of the SUV while the SUV's tires are pointed all the way to the right away from him. And things are happening fast, and it's not clear if Mr. Ross is in front of or partially in front of the car at the time that the first shot is fired, but it does appear clear that by the time the second and possibly third shots are fired, he is fully to the side of the vehicle. Reports are that the second and third shots were fired through the open driver's side window. It's unknown at this time which of the shots made contact or were fatal. This contradicts the administration's allegations that Miss Good was running him over or attempting to run over Mr. Ross when he fired at her. Although other grainier video footage filmed from a different angle could appear to support this conclusion, but when this footage is synchronized with the closer footage, it's clear that Agent Ross was not run over by the SUV and in fact emerged unscathed. After being shot in the head, Miss Good's SUV then veers into a white car parked further down the road before crashing to a stop. The agents witnessing the scene do not appear to rush to provide emergency medical care to Miss Good. Eventually, Agent Ross approaches the vehicles and instructs his colleagues to call 911. Other agents can be seen blocking several bystanders who attempt to provide medical care, including one who identifies himself as a physician.
I go check a pulse.
No! Back up! Now!
I'm a physician.
I don't care.
Going back to the footage that Mr. Ross took himself, there's a couple of things that we can glean from this. Number one is that Miss Good appears very calm as a driver, arguably snarky.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you.
Which might have been her undoing. There seem to be conflicting orders. Some people are yelling, get out. Some are yelling, get out of the car. You can also see clearly from Mr. Ross's vantage point that Miss Good is looking all the way away from him as she backs up and also turns the wheel all the way to the right. In other words, turning to get out of that situation and not towards any of the agents. You can also tell from the footage that the engine is revving at this time, indicating that the car is going to speed up. But at the same time, this is all taking place at a very low rate of speed, close to zero, as she's doing what is obviously a 2-point turn. At the same time that another agent appears to be lunging into the driver's side door in an effort to apparently turn the wheel to the left towards the agents. You can also see Ross switches his phone from his right hand to his left that frees up his right hand to pull out his firearm. But it's also clear that he never drops the phone and continues recording in his left hand while simultaneously taking his firearm out with his right hand and shoots at least twice. It also seems pretty clear that
That's the other thing too, man. ICE is out here farming like TikTok clips. That's also infuriating and fucking embarrassing. Where the fuck is the professionalism? ASOS, thank you for the link. Thank you for 4 months. Appreciate it, buddy.
the reason he was arguably in front of the car was for video recording purposes, and that at any time he could have gotten out of the way. And I will opine at this time that holding your cell phone in one hand while firing with the other seems pretty reckless, if not depraved indifference to the human life.
You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the car. Get out of the car. Whoa!
Now, given the Trump administration's refusal to participate in the investigation and the fact that this video comes seemingly directly from Mr. Ross's cell phone, it's extremely likely this video was leaked by either Mr. Ross himself or someone in the chain of custody at the Department of Homeland Security. Probably because
This wasn't an official release. This was a leak. Why would you even do that? Why wouldn't you just release it?
as they think seemingly directly from Mr. Ross.
Like I just assumed this footage was officially released to the public from DOJ, but someone leaked it? Is that what happened here?
Given the Trump administration's refusal to participate in the investigation and the fact that this video comes seemingly directly from Mr. Ross's cell phone, it's extremely likely this video was leaked by either Mr. Ross himself or someone in the chain of custody at the Department of Homeland Security. Probably because they think that this video is exculpatory, which seems likely given that it was leaked to a right-wing news source. And as is the case in many instances, evidence can and often does support two diametrically opposed arguments at the same time. But from all angles, the video footage depicts a hostile, clumsy, and unnecessarily violent operation. The Minnesota officials have stated their intent to hold unlawful actors in the shooting incident criminally accountable. And to bring charges against a peace officer for the use of deadly force, the state must be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the officer's use of deadly force was not justified. Section 609.066 of the Minnesota Code governs the authorized use of deadly force by peace officers. Now, assuming for purposes of this analysis that the offending ICE agent would be deemed a peace officer, which is not 100% certain, there's not a lot of case law on this, there is a possibility that a Minnesota jury could convict the ICE agent under the present circumstances. How likely that would be remains to be seen. Now, Minnesota's applicable statute permits the use of deadly force when, quote, an objectively reasonable officer would believe, based on the totality of the circumstances known to the officer at the time and without the benefit of hindsight, that such force is necessary to protect the peace officer or another from death or great bodily harm, provided that the threat can be articulated with specificity, is reasonably likely to occur absent action by the law enforcement officer, and must be addressed through the use of deadly force without unreasonable delay. Now,
Shock doctor with 9 months, not Fed posting ATP. It's the Boston 1770 incident. Ooh. I don't even know how to respond to that. I will say that I am fucking furious this week, and I normally like 99% of the time I endeavor to not be guided by extreme emotions, and that's just like where I've landed in my life. But I find it really difficult this week. That is so difficult this week to think like logically and clearly. I don't know. I don't know if I've gotten kind of numb to the Trump stuff. I get into sometimes arguments with chat about like, I'm just kind of zen with like, well, is there anything I can do about that? No. Would it help the situation if I was more upset? And I think there's a risk of getting too numb doing that. And I think maybe I was kind of falling into that trap a little bit, but this week kind of jolted me a little bit. This week kind of jolted me back to the surface a little bit. Why are we invading Iran? Asked what he meant by help is on the way. Trump replied, "You're going to figure it out soon." I mean, I don't know if that means invasion, or I mean, it could also mean just bombs. Wouldn't be the first time we bombed Iran. I get that the balance is really tough. I mean, you want to preserve some of your anger, because I think if you don't experience any anger during a time like this, for a presidency like this, then that could very quickly just turn into complacence. And so you want some of that anger. And this week it's very easy to access that anger. Like, the whole situation is so infuriating, and then on top of it, the dehumanizing language I find disgusting and disturbing. And you guys know me, you know, like you guys, many of you guys were live were here with me in chat the day that Charlie Cox, oh my God. You know what? We can just stop that rant. You guys know where I'm going, I think. You get the gist of it.
Now, the statute also permits the use of deadly force to, quote, affect the arrest or capture or prevent the escape of a person whom the peace officer knows or has reasonable grounds to believe has committed or attempted to commit a felony, and the officer reasonably believes that person will cause the death or great bodily harm to another person unless immediately apprehended. As stated by the city attorney's office of Hennepin County, where the incident took place, the statute provides a, quote, significant defense to criminal charges brought against an officer accused of the use of deadly force. And under this defendant-friendly statute, it would be difficult, but not necessarily impossible, to prosecute Agent Ross for the unlawful use of deadly force. Turning back to the footage, Agent Ross might have a viable argument in his favor based on his first shot into Miss Good's SUV. At the time of the first shot, Agent Ross appears to be positioned maybe slightly in front of the SUV, which would be consistent with the corresponding bullet hole appearing in the front of the windshield in later footage.
New YouGov Economist poll, 46%. What am I? 46%. Oh, this is going to make some people in chat very happy. 46% of Americans in this YouGov poll. It is a single poll. Toss it in the averages. In this poll, 46% support abolishing ICE versus 43% who oppose abolishing ICE. That's the first poll that I have maybe ever seen, where support for abolishing ICE was higher than opposition. I don't know if I've ever seen a poll that showed that. Can you guys think of any poll? I have never seen that. That is very likely the first poll that's ever shown those numbers. Ivan with $10. Can you ask Adam why he tried rebranding the Sitch and Adam channel to Kingmaker Politics right after Trump won in 2024? Really weird move coming from an alleged centrist. I don't know anything about that. Kingmaker Politics. I have no idea what you're talking about. 7-Eleven Spawn with 14 months. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. That's crazy. To have a plurality support for abolishing ICE is nuts. Somebody is saying moderates support abolishing ICE, 45 to 35. Where are they getting moderate? Lib, moderate, conservative. Oh, there it is right there. Ideology. Lib, moderate, conservative. %45 of moderates. Wait. The math is a little confusing because this says 30% of moderates strongly support abolishing ICE, 14% of moderates somewhat support, but then the total support between those two is 45%. So maybe there's some maybe there are some decimals, some fractions in there that add up to 45% when you do it that way, I guess. Yeah, 45% of moderates in this YouGov poll support abolishing ICE versus 35% who oppose. Wow. Wow. That is crazy, you guys. Not the position of supporting the abolition of ICE. That is not crazy. I'm saying the numbers are that is remarkable. That's remarkable. I don't even know what to think right now.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm having a Joe Rogan moment right now.
It is possible that a jury would believe an objectively reasonable officer would believe.
Check current polls on Venezuela. Actually, yeah, that's a good question because I wanted to check back on that. If you have any polls, show me.
The deadly force was necessary to protect him or herself from death or great bodily harm when they're standing in front of, or at least partially in front of, a moving vehicle. The statute itself says that the decision of the peace officer to use deadly force is evaluated under the totality of the circumstances, which, quote, shall account for occasions when officers.
The first polling out of Venezuela post Maduro shows an incredible optimism in the country. Okay, now hang on. What? YouGov poll, should the U.S. run Venezuela for the next few years? No, 61%. Yes, 15%. So that is a pretty overwhelming opposition to just like imperialism. So that's encouraging. I guess we know how many imperialists live in the country, and that's 15%.
May be forced to make quick judgments about using deadly force. And you could certainly imagine a situation where a driver was driving 100 miles an hour directly towards an officer with the intent to kill that officer. Of course, this doesn't appear to be that situation. The SUV's tires here appear to be pointed away from Agent Ross at the time that the first shot is fired, which would undermine the self-defense claim under the state statutes. Her hands appear to be turning the wheel to the right. Further, at the time that the first shot is fired, the car is not speeding towards Agent Ross, but rather pulling away at an extremely low rate of speed. Thousands of motorists are pulled over every day. Revving the engine doesn't give the highway patrol license to murder the driver. And it's much harder to make the argument that you were acting reasonably and fearing for your life while recording video continuously in one hand and pulling out your gun in the other like akimbo deagles. But certainly nothing is a given when prosecuting law enforcement officers, just ask Rodney King. And section 609.066 is extremely favorable to the officers themselves. But it's also possible that the analysis is different for the subsequent shots or shot fired by Mr. Ross and may not be justified under the Minnesota statute. Unlike the first shot that Mr. Ross arguably took in front of or partially in front of the vehicle, these later shots were taken from the side of the vehicle.
Approve, disapprove for JD Vance. Disapprove 52%, approve 36%. Also keep in mind Kamala's numbers were similar and then she shot up to like, I don't even know what she was at when she lost that election.
Assuming that Ms. Good has committed
support for overthrowing Maduro with the U.S. military. Oppose 45%, support 40%. Pretty split, but more, slightly more opposition. I have a theory, guys, and tell me if you guys think I'm right, but I have a theory that when stuff like the Minnesota shooting happens and it creates just bad press for the administration, that it has kind of like a dragging effect on other stuff too. Like if something really bad happens, some kind of really egregious thing happens, it's almost like a down ballot, like negative drag. Maybe that's just cope for me because I predicted that support would inch up and that more people would support. Maybe I'm just coping, but I think there's probably something to that. Like if there's a bunch of negative press because of the shooting and then the response to the shooting and JD Vance is saying crazy shit, Noam's saying like we all have eyes, like Donald Trump saying like, oh my god, he got run over, he's so lucky to be alive. But normies see that and they're like, hang on a second. Like even if normies thought like, well, I don't know, she shouldn't have been driving her car forward, even if as soon as the president jumps in and was like, man, I watched him get run over, he's and Christy Noam's up there like, he's got to take some time, be with his family because of these injuries, basically. People see that and they're like, what the fuck, there is a threshold for normies. There is a threshold where if you cross it, they're going to be like, what the fuck is going on, you know?
In some sort of felony here, the U.S. Supreme Court has addressed the use of deadly force in the apprehension of a fleeing felon in Tennessee versus Gardner. There, the court explained that, quote, the use of deadly force to prevent the escape of all felony suspects, whatever the circumstances, is constitutionally unreasonable. It is not better that all felony suspects die than that they escape. Where the suspect poses no immediate threat to the officer and no threat to others, the harm resulting from failing to apprehend him does not justify the use of deadly force to do so. Here, interpreting the Minnesota statute under the limitations imposed by Garner, it's difficult to conceive of any reasonable grounds for Agent Ross to believe that Miss Good's attempt to drive away from the ICE agents would cause death or bodily harm to anyone so as to justify her shooting. Now, given that ICE is trying to add everyone's information to their databases, it's probably a good time to wipe all of your personal and private information.
He just always does these segues to ad reads just so flawlessly. Him and Willie Mack. Willie Mack is another one. Screen Rant, they do a pretty good job too.
Fine. Now, again, potential reasonability argument that Mr. Ross was in fear of his life evaporates the second he's to the side of the car. And additionally, use of force experts analyzing the video footage of the incident have also questioned Mr. Ross's decision to shoot at a moving vehicle at all.
I'm going to turn the heat up. Just give me literally like 15 seconds. Have you guys noticed me sucking in my gut when I sit down? I'm at that phase in my life. Where's that one clip of Ricky Gervais in The Office when an attractive woman walks in the room and he like sucks in his gut to like a comical... You guys know what clip I'm talking about? I do that now. I'm at that phase in my life where I sit down in my chair for the stream and I'm sucking in my gut. It's not my fault, and I mean that. It is not my fault. Sometimes I make bad decisions at 11:30 when I decide I'm going to eat like 6 cookies. Or in the case of last week, 10 chocolate balls. Sometimes I make bad decisions. Okay, I get that. All right. But I have pectus excavatum. I have a concave sternum, a concave chest, and it literally pushes my organs down. So if I gain a little bit of weight, like I'm 6'3", 190, you know, that's not an unreasonable weight. That's like a perfectly healthy weight. Go look at pictures of other people who are 6'3", 190, and they don't have like big old guts. Isn't that what Crowder had? Yeah. He had pectus excavatum and he got the surgery to fix it. And I got the surgery to fix it when I was young, but then they did it. It's hard to explain, but like, it's a gnarly procedure. It's a gnarly procedure. They open you up. They open your chest cavity up. And I don't know how they do it, but they cut into, so your ribs are, there's an exoskeleton. It's made from bone or whatever that material is. And then on the inside of your ribs is cartilage. And what they do is they cut into your ribs and they hollow out your ribs. They remove the cartilage. So it's just a hollow exoskeleton. And then they pull your rib cage up, you know, and correct that concave nature. And then they sew you back up and then you're supposed to heal. But what they're supposed to do is they're supposed to put a metal rod in place to keep the bones kind of supported in that posture. And then 6 or 9 months later, they remove the bar after the cartilage has regenerated, and now you have like a fixed kind of sternum situation. But they didn't do that for me. Number one, they didn't do that for me. I got the procedure done when I was, it must have been like 1992 or 1993 or I don't know. So maybe conventional kind of wisdom about that procedure changed. But they also did it when I hadn't gone through puberty yet, which was another kind of questionable decision. Because I got the procedure done and I healed up and my chest was like good to go. And then like a year later, I shot up fucking 2 feet and got really tall. So my body grew like really fast, as it does during puberty, and I grew like very fast. And so like my chest kind of like collapsed again. And so I went in to have the procedure done again when I was like 19. And they opened me up, and the scar tissue was there was so much scar tissue from the first procedure that they just couldn't do it. And so yeah, I'm just kind of, there's nothing I can do for it now. It kind of sucks because it impacts my my ability to breathe. You know, I can breathe obviously, but like it's constricting. It's literally constricting. And it forces my organs down closer to my belly, which gives me an enormous pot belly when I'm not even overweight. It's fucking crazy. And I get chest pains too. Like there's like positions where if I lay down in a position for too long, I get like chest pains. It kind of sucks that I can't like get it fixed. Kind of sucks that the doctors made bad decisions. It's not life-ending, but it's inconvenient sometimes. The federal prosecutor purge has jumped from 3 to 6 after they refused to investigate the murder victim's widow. What is happening? Also, Kyle Cheney is reporting, happening now in federal court in Minnesota, DOJ is struggling to articulate why a person following an ICE vehicle, so long as they are obeying traffic laws, can be stopped for, quote, reasonable suspicion, end quote, of a crime. Judge Menendez sharply questioning that contention. Judge Menendez has not tipped her hand entirely yet, but she seems concerned that DOJ provided no firsthand evidence to counter the specific evidence-based claims by protesters that they were arrested, seized in retaliation for First Amendment speech. Under questioning from Menendez, DOJ is struggling again to articulate why ICE officers can draw guns on drivers who are following them, so long as as those drivers are not breaking traffic laws or posing any other articulable threat. Menendez again frustrated that she doesn't have firsthand accounts from police officers who claim protesters suing them were acting in unruly ways. Quote, why don't I have that officer's declaration before me? End quote. She asks when DOJ lawyers alleges a protester, quote, pushed past an officer. Menendez, the judge, again, quote, I don't have any ability to assess that because I don't have anything but an unknown level of high summary. Update, Judge Menendez makes it clear she intends to rule on the emergency motion by protesters seeking to halt key police tactics by ICE in Minnesota by Thursday afternoon. Update, hearing in Minneapolis is over. Judge Menendez appeared skeptical of Trump administration on a few key points, that ICE can pull over cars that are following them, even if those cars obey all traffic laws, that officers can draw guns on stopped motorists without evidence of a crime. But she also seems skeptical of effort by protesters to apply an injunction statewide, or that in a post-CASA world, I don't know what that is, she could or needed to provisionally certify a class at this stage of the case. She's eyeing a ruling that would cover specifically Operation Metro Surge, or the 7 counties in the Twin Cities metro area. Next step, protesters, DOJ must decide whether the judge can demand video of specific arrests prior to ruling on the preliminary injunction. Ruling on the PI to come Thursday PM or Friday AM. Okay.
Most police departments, including Hennepin counties, discourage shooting at a moving vehicle because deadly force is unlikely to stop a car and could endanger bystanders. Now, it's also not 100% clear that an ICE agent qualifies as a peace officer for purposes of Minnesota's use of deadly force statute. And if so, then Mr. Ross could attempt to defend against a murder charge on the basis of self-defense under Minnesota law. But under this scenario, the state would bear the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Ross was not acting in self-defense at the time he shot Miss Good. But under these circumstances, Mr. Ross would find it difficult, if not impossible, to prevail on a self-defense claim, given that Minnesota's self-defense law applies only where the accused was not the aggressor and imposes a duty to retreat. To defeat a claim of self-defense, the state must disprove beyond a reasonable doubt that at least one of the 4 elements of self-defense, the absence of aggression or provocation in the part of the officer, to the officer's actual and honest belief that he was in imminent danger or death or great bodily harm, and that the action taken was necessary to avert that danger, the existence of reasonable grounds for that belief, and the absence of reasonable possibility of retreat to avoid the danger. And I think a jury would be hard-pressed to find that Mr. Ross did not engage in the aggression or provocation that ultimately resulted in the shooting. Video footage shows Mr. Ross approaching Miss Good's SUV, encircling it on the right side as he takes video with his phone, and re-emerging near the driver's front side of the car. And he first draws his gun as the SUV reverses away from him. And while the aggressor in an incident generally has no right to claim self-defense under Minnesota law, an original aggressor can still claim self-defense if he actually and in good faith withdrew from the conflict and communicated that withdrawal expressly or impliedly to his intended victim. But here, the video footage shows no withdrawal or communication of withdrawal. To the contrary, it shows Mr. Ross originally instigating the incident and then proceeding with the escalation of tactics, nearing the vehicle, drawing his weapon and aiming it at Miss Good. And another hurdle facing Mr. Ross in the self-defense analysis is his failure to retreat. A valid self-defense claim requires the, quote, absence of a reasonable possibility of retreat to avoid the danger. And the Minnesota Supreme Court has explained that a reasonable opportunity to retreat exists if there are, quote, options for escape or avoidance of peril rather than directly confronting someone. And here the video footage shows that Mr. Ross had time to get out of the way of the SUV.
We're going to have the conversation with Sitch and Adam here in just a minute here, guys. Just so you know, we're going to switch things up. We'll finish the rest of this video after that conversation. Flor Iglesias, thank you so much for the Tier 2 membership. Hope everyone is doing well in these weird times. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that.
Because he did. Mr. Ross was not trapped. He was not unfettered in his ability to escape, back away, or otherwise protect himself. And in fact, he had the opportunity to take out his gun and shoot the driver. If I was the prosecutor, I would certainly argue that a reasonable officer would have done everything that they can to get out of the way first, before even thinking of unholstering their firearm. And of course, maybe put the video camera down too. Mr. Ross did neither, and still was seemingly unscathed. This failure to retreat or safely avoid the confrontation before resorting to force likely dooms any claim of self-defense in a non-peace officer scenario. On top of that, the state could argue that Mr. Ross did not have a reasonable basis to believe that he was in imminent danger of death and that the discharge of his firearm was necessary to avert that danger. That's because an objective standard applies to the amount of force used. In other words, the force must be proportionate to the threat and limited to that which would appear to be necessary to a reasonable person under the circumstances. Lastly, it's come to light that Mr. Ross is a 10-year veteran of ICE and was involved in the prior months in a similar situation that did result in his injury. And although Mr. Ross would likely argue that his past experience of being dragged by a car in a previous ICE enforcement operation demonstrates his actual and honest belief that he was in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm, the state might use that same evidence to show that he was still traumatized by that incident and his belief was unreasonable. Now, as if the shooting itself couldn't have gotten any worse, towards the end of the video footage, we see other federal agents impeding a physician's attempt to render aid or to check the pulse of Miss Good as she lay slumped over the steering wheel of her car. Witnesses also report that ICE vehicles blocked an ambulance that arrived on the scene. These obstructions of medical aid could prove further grounds for liability against the agents under Minnesota law. Minnesota statute section 609.662 imposes a duty to render aid to shooting victims. Specifically, the statute provides the quote, a person who discharges a firearm and knows or has reason to know that the discharge has caused bodily harm to another person shall 1, immediately investigate the extent of the person's injuries, and 2, render immediate reasonable assistance to the injured person. If the victim suffers death or great bodily harm as a result of the discharge, the person who discharged the firearm is subject to imprisonment of up to 2 years and or fines up to $4,000. Here, although Mr. Ross does appear to take his time in checking on Miss Good's condition and instructing his colleagues to call 911, his response might be deemed inadequate given that he's whisked away just seconds later. But it's also possible that response does meet the statutory obligations. Now, to the extent that ICE agents might have deterred bystanders and ambulances from reaching Miss Good to administer aid, those agents may also be liable under Minnesota Statute 609.50, which prohibits the obstruction of legal process. That law subjects liability to anyone who, among other things, intentionally interferes with or obstructs a member of an ambulance personnel crew who is providing or attempting to provide emergency care. And the reports are that it took a significant amount of time for the ambulances to
That's interesting. I didn't hear the legal angle to that before.
appear. ICE agents did not allow ambulances to park next to the victim, and as a result, they were forced to walk a significant.
All right, guys, they just sent me the Zoom link. Let me turn off the camera. What the fuck? Why did my computer just download something by clicking on the link? Is that normal? Are they Bitcoining me? Is that what's happening?
Compilation I see of all of the different angles and whatnot for the shooting.
Yeah.
In Minneapolis, Minnesota.
There's a couple I missed, but hey, Hutch, what's up?
Oh, you're here. What's up, man? How's it going?
It's going
now,
good.
Your name, I don't know. Do people know what your real name is?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Because it's just right there at the bottom of the Zoom. I didn't want Adam to like dox you or something.
No. I mean, my last name is my Twitter handle, so yeah.
Oh, okay. That okay. I guess everyone knows who you are. Then.
So so you go by your real name? Okay, baller.
Hutch is an old nickname from grade school that stuck. Yeah.
Okay.
Am I supposed to not see your guys' video, by the way?
Oh, hold on. I didn't send you the watch together link. Okay, let me do that. Because I'm assuming we'll probably go over the footage, see the slow mo, do all that stuff. So
yeah, that would be helpful.
Yeah, I sent it. How you doing, Hutch? Doing good?
Doing good. Yeah, doing good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So find a good fight against the far left that says never vote for the Democrats or left unless they're full commie.
I've been fighting with them for a while, but I think it ramped up a little bit this last, like during the Biden years for sure. Let me click on that and then join the room. Wait.
I see you in there.
Oh, do I click on the bottom here? How does this work?
Just click on, you see the video playing?
I do, yeah. So okay. I'm just saying, like, so I'm not going to see your guys' face during the conversation. Is that right?
No.
Oh, Adam, can you turn your? I don't know if you can turn your camera on. I mean, you're not going to see my face, obviously.
My camera's going into OBS, so.
Oh, that's fine.
If you want to turn your camera off, you can.
No, that's fine. I can leave it on. Is there a way for me to isolate just my video so I have that on the screen? Because right now it's just like your names.
You set it up however you want.
I don't use Zoom, so I don't know. I'll just leave it like this.
I think if you right click your video and hit pin, I think it'll just be you.
Oh, perfect. Okay, yeah, that works. All right, great.
Okay,
I'm good to go when you guys are.
Okay, so what's your general argument or thoughts about the whole situation?
So I actually watched some of your coverage from Sunday night. I watched the first hour, and so I don't know if you guys, how long did you guys end up covering it? That was like a 6-hour stream. Did you move on to a different topic?
The full 6 hours, yeah.
Oh, you talked about the full 6. Okay, so I'm sure you said a lot of stuff that I missed, but actually don't think I disagree with you guys a ton. There's like some disagreements, and I assume we'll just focus on that stuff. But I don't disagree with the assertion right now that I'm skeptical that there's like a legal avenue to pursue like consequences for this police officer. We've seen just.
So you think legally he's not going to get charged, or if he does get charged, he'll be found innocent?
Yeah, I mean, I was just about to finish watching a Legal Eagle video where he was making a different kind of argument there. So I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not familiar with the law. I'm just basing it off of the fact that in America we've seen juries give like really wide leeway to police officers to assert that they felt like a threat to their life. And I think there's like enough in the videos to create just as much kind of wiggle room that he needs to make that argument. But I think that like what I've focused on in the last couple of days is what I described as a cascading series of just really bad decisions that the police officer made. I think she certainly made a very bad decision by hitting the accelerator after they had instructed her to leave the car. I think her wife made a really bad decision in encouraging her to drive off. I think that was pretty nuts. But the way that I view it is that shooting would not have happened had that officer not made about like 5 different mistakes. And so I do put most of the responsibility on him as the one with training in terms of who could have prevented this from happening. Obviously, she could have prevented it by not driving when she did, but I think his decisions, I think our standards for him should be much higher, given that we give these people firearms and trust them to use lethal force when necessary. I think the threshold for that should be extremely high. So I don't know if that's where you guys want to start, or if you guys want to.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, so I watched the Legal Eagle video. It's not very good, so you're not really missing much. I mean, Legal Eagle is very biased, so I don't really trust him in in any situation, because I don't think he can put his biases aside to actually talk about the law correctly or objectively. In terms of like the bad decisions, I would say there's been bad decisions all around in this situation. I think most of these situations where you have a cop shooting that is kind of, whether people argue whether it's justified or not, usually seems to me that you have the person who gets shot is doing something stupid, and then the cop is probably also doing something stupid. And I said this on Sunday, that you should never get in a stupid off with a police officer, because you're almost always going to lose that. Very often you're going to lose it with your life. And then even if you don't, you're probably going to lose it in court, because as you said, courts generally, in the law, generally gives a pretty large amount of leeway for law enforcement to engage with people in this fashion. So the number one thing I think people need to take away from this is don't get into stupid offs with police officers. Don't be stupid. Just comply, do whatever they're saying, fight the police officers in the courts. Do not fight, or any law enforcement, do not fight law enforcement on the street. It's like the worst possible thing you could ever say. I don't know if you saw Hassan arguing with Asman about this, and Asman asked Hassan, what would you have done if you were in Renee Good's situation? And he said, oh, I would have driven away too, which is like, you're telling your chat to just like be in this very dangerous situation.
I mean, I don't think he would have. I really doubt.
No, it's completely, he's lying too. He would have been like, oh yes, officer, let me get out of my expensive sports car and like give you my information, of course.
Yeah, I don't think he would drive away. Adam, what were your thoughts?
What'd you say?
I said, Adam, what were your thoughts? Is Adam there? Am I crazy?
Adam leave.
Wait, did he leave?
I don't know.
Oh,
but
okay.
Well, here, let me finish.
In terms
of like the responsibility angle
go ahead.
Of it. So I think she made a lot of bad decisions. First of all, she shouldn't have been blocking a lane of traffic, which you're not supposed to do. It's illegal. Then once she's doing that, and the guy tells her, to get out of the car, she doesn't do that. So that's a second, huge mistake. And I don't think I don't agree with people who think that her intention was to like run this guy over. No, we're all doing kind of mind reading because we don't really know. I think that she just kind of went into like panic blinders mode and didn't really pay attention to what she was doing and was just like, I'm just going to get out of here. And she was just driving. And that's super dangerous because when you're behind a car, it's your responsibility to make sure you don't hit anyone. And when you have 3 people around your car, including your wife, and it's like, kind of a tense law enforcement situation, you should, be very aware. You should be very cognizant of the people around you. If he was behind her when that happened, I think she would have just backed up right into him because I don't think she looked when she backed up either. So I think she just kind of went in full panic mode and started to drive without really any consideration of the people around her, which is insanely dangerous if you're behind the wheel of a car, and you as a driver always have responsibility to do that. So I think her responsibility and her actions were insanely reckless and very stupid. And then for the officer, he obviously, we're kind of looking at this hindsight. He should have either not have walked in front of the car, or he should have stayed near his car, not walked in front of the car, or he should have kept walking. There's an angle you can see where like if he had walked maybe another couple steps, he would have been out of the way. And then in terms of like the morality, or I guess maybe it's the morality or just like the non-legal way of looking at the shooting, because I think legally he'll be found to be justified, and I think I would agree with that, is the whole point of a law enforcement officer to shoot someone is to stop them from killing them or committing great bodily harm to themselves or another person. In hindsight, we can now see that wasn't necessary. So he shouldn't have, from that angle, from like knowing the future, he obviously should not have shot her. But obviously we have to look at it from the perspective of like, okay, he's making a split second decision when he is in, I would say, in a dangerous situation, in a dangerous position. And it made sense, I think, for him to reasonably think that his life was at danger at that moment, even though we now know that wasn't the case.
Okay, so I'm with you on a lot of that. There's a few things that I want to unpack. So, I don't know which one to start with. I gotta write things down. Sometimes my brain gets a little scatterbrained.
You should. Yes, I have a little notepad. You gotta bring a little notepad up.
I should do that. But to one of your last points there, the idea that so I agree that police officers are expected to make really quick decisions, and sometimes situations, as is plainly evident for this, can escalate really dramatically in a matter of 2 seconds, and the whole situation changes from completely innocuous to potentially really dangerous. And so in those decisions, the hope is that we have rigorous training protocols to prepare them to make those kinds of split decisions. I really question the idea of him pulling his gun out and shooting his gun in this spot, because how can any reasonable person expect that is actually going to make his situation less dangerous? If you shoot someone in the face while their foot is on the accelerator, there's a very decent chance their foot's just going to stiffen up and maybe even hit the accelerator even harder, and that's what happened. We saw her car just made a beeline and made contact with another vehicle going, it looked like, pretty close to full speed. So how would that situation have removed the danger for himself? And so the hope, again, like with law enforcement, is that you train them to, and I also want to touch on your whole, like, maybe it was a bad idea for him to step in front of the car. I don't think there's any maybe about it. That was a horrible decision. Let me walk you through like the 5 bad decisions that I think he made. And like each decision I think got worse and worse. Like the first bad decision I think he made was getting out of that car and circling it with his phone, recording what was happening. I think that was clearly an escalation that was not necessary. If you were trying to get, an image of her face or her license plate, you can just take a picture to do that, right?
I mean, I don't know if I would agree that that's like, I definitely wouldn't say it's an escalation. She's blocking traffic. I assume what he was doing was that he was filming her to do what most people would want him to do, which is to say, okay, I'm filming what she's doing. I'm filming her. I'm getting her license plate. And then I'm going to send that to the local police and tell them that, she's impeding in a federal
No,
an investigation or something.
I very much disagree with you on this one. The fact that he circled her car not once, but he was in the process of circling her car a second time, that to me very clearly indicates that he's antagonizing. Like you can say that she was being cringe. You can have that opinion. You can say that she was being hostile towards the ICE agents. I don't really feel strongly one way or the other about that. Like as long as you're not literally impeding the course of their duties, then that's just at that point just civil disobedience, right? At worst, it's just civil disobedience, and so I just don't really feel very strongly about that. But the fact that he did it not once but twice, like I think he was very clearly, he and the other officers were very clearly escalating that situation. You had the one officer that ran up to her car and just immediately started pulling on the door handle. Like, was that necessary? Was that level of force commensurate with her behavior in that moment based on everything that we've seen so far? Like if she was throwing shit at them, if she was making threats at them, that's one thing, right? I can understand that.
We don't really know. It is kind of weird to me. I think it's a little suspicious to me that we haven't really heard from either side of the situation, of the ICE side or the Renee Good side, like the definitive exact explanation of what she was doing, which is kind of strange to me, because I think if it was like really damning in one way or the other, then one side would kind of champion that, whatever she was specifically doing. So I think it's still kind of unclear what exactly she was doing by blocking traffic. Was she trying to block like the car that was stuck in the snow, or was she just trying to cause a ruckus? It's kind of unclear, I think, at this point.
So you're right in that. I think there's an absence right now of like we don't know what the internal report from ICE, so we don't know what the ICE agents are saying in terms of like the behavior that they observed from her. Obviously the videos that we have are pretty limited, but here's one thing I want to just ask you.
We also haven't heard though from her side, because they'll say things like she was looking out for her neighbors. Like, okay, what does that mean?
Well, I understand. There's the situation is not 100% clear right now, and so the best thing that we can do is just make the most reasonable deductions possible based on what we can observe. And so let me just ask you a question. If her intention, and this is something that I accepted kind of uncritically at first when it first happened, and then when the videos first started going super viral, I just kind of accepted the premise that she was trying to block ICE from moving. Of course, we found out from Kristi Noem a couple of days ago, and that was really new information that to me really changed like a lot of the analysis, because she had said that the convoy was stuck because one of the ICE vehicles got stuck in the ice or got stuck in the snow. And I was like, okay, wait, hang on. This is an entirely new kind of thing now, because before I was in my mind thinking that the convoy was literally blocked by her, which was kind of silly in retrospect to think that, but like that's just what the initial impression was. But if her intention was to block traffic, why would she not park her car literally in the middle of the road? Like if you're trying to block traffic, you're not really doing a good job of doing that by blocking one lane. Like that just doesn't make sense. Her intention was to block traffic. And to me, like the most reasonable deduction that I can come up with is, obviously her wife had exited the vehicle and was filming the ICE agents. We've seen a lot of activists and civilians monitoring ICE operations and filming them. And, that's constitutionally protected. They are allowed to do that. Sometimes I've seen examples of some really cringe people doing that. Other times I've seen examples where I'm like, I'm glad somebody was there to record what happened, because there appears to be a lot of force for that situation. So like, I think the most plausible deduction for what happened was they went there specifically to monitor ICE. Specifically, the wife had gotten out of the car and she had her phone out. She was recording. And then the driver was just parked and just kind of observing what her wife was doing. And that, like, I don't think she was there trying to block traffic. It just doesn't make sense.
Have you seen, I don't think I included in this because I kind of made this hastily before the stream, because it was annoying because all the clips are all over the place.
The one of her dancing? The one of her dancing?
Yeah, because it's like a 3-minute clip. I mean, she's sitting there perpendicular in blocking, very clearly blocking one lane of traffic for 3 minutes. And she's honking the horn, she's dancing. Right. That does not to me seem like, okay, well, she's just observing. Like if you were just observing, there's a bunch of cars and I don't know if they're ICE cars or more for the people that with her group, there's a bunch of cars that are parked on the side of the road, as you would be if you were, going to one of the houses or observing normally. So to me, that doesn't make any sense. If she was just observing, then she would just park normally. She wouldn't be blocking one whole lane of traffic.
But what could she possibly have been trying to accomplish by blocking one lane of traffic? How does that?
That's why I said to me, it's kind of weird and suspicious that neither side has really given a very clear.
Well, could you just give me like?
Well, I'm going to tell you.
Guess. Like,
yeah, I'm going to give you my guess.
Okay.
Because so the fact that like neither side has said something, like to me, this is my guess would be that I think that they were probably trying to block the ICE people in once the guy got his car stuck in the snow, and then they probably got their car out faster than they could actually set up their little blockade, and so they just kind of like gave up on it. And so that's why maybe she's there and you're like, okay, well, why isn't she blocking? Well, maybe someone else was supposed to block the other side and they didn't do it in time or something. So she's just kind of there being like, cringe.
But you think that's more plausible than they clearly observed that the ICE were stuck in the snow. And in that moment, they didn't anticipate that traffic would be moving. And so she posted up perpendicular just so she could have like a direct view of the situation and her wife. Like I agree with what you're saying in that it goes beyond simply just observing if you're honking your horn and that kind of a thing. Like they were obviously antagonizing the ICE officers, but that does not like that you can like blow a whistle over and over. You can do that. I'm not saying that people should do that. I don't even have a strong opinion on that. Like that's not something that I'm really thinking about. But in the situation that you just laid out, that to me does not seem plausible. Like she was blocking one lane of traffic because she anticipated another ICE observer blocking the other lane. Like, where's the any evidence that there was another?
Well, you asked me what my guess is based on what we know so far, because we don't know. As I said, just a guess.
Right, but is that
because I agree with you? It's like, why would you block? She's clearly blocking one lane of traffic. I don't agree with you. It doesn't make any sense to me that you would block a lane of traffic to simply watch ICE with some intention of like, oh, my goal here, like if I'm putting myself in this situation, I'm like, okay, my goal here is to watch ICE, because I know there's people that like tail ICE and they watch ICE and they blow whistles or they honk on the horn. And the goal of this is to try to alert some potential illegal to like hide. And that's like their stated goal. And so if that's my goal, I'm like, okay. And I'm sure these people have been coached. Like, you got to make sure that you don't like physically interfere with them, because if you do that, then they can arrest you and you can get in trouble. So I'm assuming they have this knowledge. So it shouldn't be like some like, out of the bounds weird thing. So if I'm that person, I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to just park my car on the side of the road. I'm going to honk the horn and alert people. I would never think in a million years I'm going to block an entire lane of traffic, which gives them great cause to come and detain me or arrest me. That doesn't make any sense. In terms of like me parking my car perpendicular doesn't give me some kind of visual advantage to observe the situation.
Right, sure it does. Sure it does. What do you mean?
It doesn't. How?
Because you're looking through.
You can turn your head.
Hold on.
She could have just turned her head in the car, or she could have got out of her car.
Let me answer the question.
Okay.
Like her window is rolled down. There's no obstruction. She can just look directly at what is happening versus if she parked her car head on, she's looking through her windshield, that sort of a thing. Like it's literally an unobstructed view if she parks her car perpendicular.
But she's also doing something illegal. So you're saying, okay, so she's doing something illegal to get a better view, which I mean, that's pretty stupid if that's the thought process. That she's
parking perpendicular in the road when a convoy in front of you is stuck. I mean, find me a single.
Yeah, that's
but find me a single really Minneapolis police officer that would be inclined to give someone a ticket for that, bro. That is nothing. Like if a convoy is stuck. Like if you can see that they're stuck.
You don't think that if there was a law enforcement convoy of any type that was stuck in the snow and somebody further causes some problem with traffic by parking perpendicularly to that at some point of the road, blocking an entire lane, you really don't think a police officer would come up and give you a ticket and tell you to get the fuck out?
No, not in this context. No,
I completely disagree. I think 100%
you would have to articulate to me how she reasonably could have felt that she would have been even a tiny bit actually obstructing them by blocking one single lane when they like what is her goal there?
So even if since we're kind of doing the whole mind reading hypothetical, even though obviously this isn't super matter in terms of the court case, but it is kind of interesting. Even if the goal, if we're going to headcanon this, even if the goal wasn't to try to like block Dyson, you could say, well, it's kind of like if a police officer is chasing a suspect and you see the guy running and you kind of like stand in front of the police officer and the police officer has to like juke around you. It's like, okay, well, you added like a couple of seconds of their time to allow the perp to get away.
No, I don't agree with this.
Around you.
I don't agree with
it's
this.
Still,
no,
well, hold on. Let me just lay out the argument.
Okay, sure. All right.
It's the police officer can still go around you, but you're still obstructing the police officer. And so you could say, well, maybe the goal was simply, it's a 2-lane road. You got 2 lanes of an ICE convoy coming. If you block 1 lane, they're going to have to come to a stop and slow down. They're going to have to do a zipper merge. You've now slowed down the entire ICE convoy. Boom.
But there was no indication that we know of on video that convoy had this like urgency of like exiting the area. And I think if you were gonna draw up an analogy,
why does that matter?
Here's one that I think makes more sense. Okay, imagine a cop is like chasing a criminal, right? And they have to go through like a really wide doorway. And then, you see them coming and you're like, okay, I'm going to block them from coming. And then you stand at the widest berth that you could possibly stand. And you're only covering half of the space that needs to be cleared. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like,
so
obviously in that moment, the person does not reasonably think that they're going to be able to like block the cop because there's just so much space right there. So I'm just saying, like, the circumstances that the way that they played out in the video that we have so far, to me, it doesn't make any sense to assert that she was plausibly like trying to block them.
There's 2 lanes of traffic. She's blocking an entire lane of traffic.
They were stuck. They were stuck there. That's the thing. That's pretty crucial. They were stuck there.
Yeah. So, but wait, when they're not stuck, because we don't actually see. I'm assuming there's one clip, there's one angle where you can see like like a bunch of cars, and we don't know which one's an ICE agent vehicle and which one is one of their group.
Yeah.
So we don't know that, but there's an angle and you can see there's a whole bunch of cars like kind of a few feet away from her, kind of behind her that are going to go, and that's why you see people kind of driving around her and all that stuff. There's a 2-lane road. It is a 1-way road, I believe. She's blocking 1 full lane of traffic, which forces 2 lanes to become 1 lane. Now I don't know. I'm assuming you've driven in a situation where there's road construction or some sort of holdup, and whenever there's 2 lanes of traffic and it suddenly becomes 1, everything slows down and comes to a stop because people now have to merge.
But
okay?
but is it not?
So we don't know. We can't read her mind. So unless we find out from her wife or from someone else that she was instructed to do this, we might not ever know the answer to this question. But her actions are creating a slowdown. They are creating obstruction. So either A,
not if the convoy's not moving.
Hold on. She's either doing this for an intentional purpose to slow down ICE to some capacity, or B, she's just really fucking stupid. And either of those are still pretty reckless and still pretty negligent in this moment.
Listen, there's a bit of a fog around this entire situation. So I can't tell you with 100% certainty that her goal was to not obstruct traffic. But to me, it strains credulity to suggest that, given the fact that, number one, there was so much space in front of her. She's not actually blocking anything. The convoy does not appear to have been ready to actually leave by that point. So I don't know.
We don't know that. I don't
it doesn't appear. That's why I say that. I mean, I could be wrong.
They're driving. They're trying to drive around her. They're leaving. There's some people are trying to drive around her.
No, that's not what happened though. The guy drove in front of her so he could get out of the car and start filming her. That's the guy who drove around her. And that's the other.
Yeah, while he's filming up, you see like people are like driving around her. So people are trying to get by her at that time.
But at that point, any car that happens like after that, I mean, I don't know if you noticed, but like the first time that he does 1 full circle around her car and then starts doing a second circle. The first time he steps in front of her car, she actually is reversing her car. I don't know if you saw that. She's moving it backwards the first time he steps in front. That's when she looks over and says, "That's okay, bro. I'm not mad at you." She was moving her car back. So she does appear to be in that moment in the process of starting that 2-point turn. And then
okay, so she was further in the road before that point, doing some sort of further obstruction than she was doing at the time of the shooting.
I mean, to me, I don't understand this argument that she was like literally obstructing these ICE officers.
Well, again, you understand the concept: 2 lanes, 1 lane. You're slowing down traffic, right?
You're slowing down traffic for a convoy of 8 ICE vehicles who had been
Yes.
stationary and stuck in the snow. Is it not reasonable to suggest that it was possible in that moment that she was observing them being stuck
I think that's very unlikely.
and therefore felt like she wasn't actually obstructing anything in that moment because they weren't moving?
I think it's more likely that she had like a lot of people that do this, they have this like resist idea in their mind of like, I'm going to go do some, badass thing. And in that, they could be very cringe. I mean, I think she was kind of cringe, but I could definitely see this kind of cringe idea of like, yeah, I'm going to slow them down. I'm slowing down ICE by blocking traffic one lane. They're going to have to get slower to the next person they deport. That 100%
you're
to me,
slowing
now we're mind rating, that 100% to me makes a lot more sense than she parked perpendicular just so she could see them as opposed to just getting out of her car like all the other people on the side of the road that were looking.
I mean, listen, we're not dealing with certainty. I don't find your suggestion very plausible.
Okay.
That she set out to obstruct them because you've obstructed. Congratulations, you've obstructed them like 2 seconds. Why they have to turn slightly to the left and take the lane that is wide open. Like you're not.
This is a person who did very reckless and not very intelligent behavior of trying to drive away when the ICE was reaching their car. So
listen, there are a lot of stupid people in the world, but that would be the height of stupidity if she thought she would be any kind of actual hindrance on their operation by blocking 1 lane of traffic in a 2-lane road that they could easily use the 2nd lane.
Well, she is hindering to some extent, and as I said, it's why we don't fully know. Was there someone else trying to block the 2nd lane and they just couldn't do it for some reason?
But if they hadn't been moving, like if they hadn't been, so my understanding is that the car was still stuck. The ICE car was still, that convoy was still stuck. And so if they weren't moving, it is entirely possible and super plausible that she didn't actually think that she was hindering anything because they weren't moving.
So first of all, if there's a law enforcement convoy that's existing in one location because one of the law enforcement vehicles is stuck in ice or snow or something else, and a bunch of protesters like go around them and they're like, yelling at them and being very, hostile towards their presence, and you position your car in such a position so you're blocking one way of escape or one way of progress for the officers to get out of here, I think you have to be really fucking stupid to not perceive that that's going to be obviously seen as a hostile action by the law enforcement officers at that point.
You can be hostile to ICE. What is wrong with that?
Hostile in the terms of like they're going to feel like you're trying to block them in for some sort of nefarious purpose.
I mean, I'll wait for more information.
Okay, but you were saying it's reasonable if you're a law enforcement and you see a bunch of angry people, getting like, yelling at you, and then you see a car come in front of you and block a single lane of traffic. It's very reasonable to be like on alert, like, okay, is someone going to try to block the 2nd lane? Are they going to try to box us in for some sort of purpose?
Maybe.
That's not an unreasonable thing to think.
Well, given the other footage that we saw, I mean, because she was positioned there in that 1 lane without any like backup Antifa blocking car, like dancing and honking her horn. Mm-hmm. Like she was very obviously giving like resist lib vibes, not like Antifa
which is not
vibes.
Observing. I'm doing my part. I'm resisting.
Yeah, but if he's on alert, if you're going to suggest that like now ICE is like they're going to take this perpendicular parking with 1 lane fully open in front of her. The other thing too that we haven't even discussed is that she's seen very clearly like waving a car to go in front of her. So if she was really trying to block people, why would she do that?
I don't know, because first of all, was that, I don't know if that was a nice car, one of her cars. I don't know if it's the blockade had failed at that point.
No, that doesn't make sense.
We don't know what I said. No, it does make sense. I said, just slow her down, do the resist lib cringe shit. And then, you go, okay, look at me guys. I block traffic. I'm so cool.
I mean, I have oftentimes negative opinions of protesters that I think are cringe, but I just don't think that even approaches what we should actually be focusing on.
Okay, we're not agreeing on this, but it's fine. We can move on to the next point. I want to show you because you were talking about the like how he circled the car twice.
Yeah.
If you look at the watch together, it's kind of interesting. This is a different. I don't know if you've seen this angle.
Are you playing it from your end here, or how?
Yeah, I can play. You can pause it too, or play it from your end as well.
But if you hit play, I'm going to see what you're seeing.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
I think what was going on here was that I think he got out of the car. He was filming her for evidence purposes to send it to the police or something. And then you see, and you can only really see it from this angle, it looks like he's going back to his car, I assume to leave. And then that's when you see the other ICE officer come up and he starts yelling at her to get out of the car. And that's when he goes back for the second time.
Wait, hold on. Play the video. Can you play it?
Yeah.
So this is him circling the car.
Yeah. See, he's going back to his car. And then you see the other ICE comes back. See, that's when he comes back.
Oh, okay.
So see, I think he only came back because the guy went from like, I'm observing to now we're going into detain arrest mode and I have to like support the other ICE agent.
Well, why do you need to circle the car? If you're going to observe, why don't you back up and like she has a license plate on the front of her car. The license plate's not going to be a different license plate on the back. Why not just step across the street and film from a wide angle? Why are you circling the car? What is the point of that?
I guess just to show that her car's in the middle of the road, show who the person is, get a clear. He wanted to get a clear identification of the driver.
You can do that from a distance. You don't need to walk in front of a fucking car. What was the point?
Well, first of all, you're actually supposed to, I believe, if there's a car that's stopped, you're supposed to walk in front of it, not behind it, so that the driver sees you there. That is true. That is car safety. You're not supposed to walk by. If you can, you're supposed to walk in front of the car so the driver can clearly see you, where they might not see you from behind or in a blind spot.
I looked into this, and you cannot, as far as I am aware, and maybe this could be homework, and if you DM me some set of protocol that shows otherwise, that there's not a single law enforcement agency or police department anywhere across the country that trains police officers to step in front of a vehicle. And in fact, there are many police departments across the country that specifically forbid this practice. Because why would you ever create a situation that could be dangerous for yourself? Why would you do that? What is the operational or tactical benefit of stepping in front of a car? Because now you're in a position where you have literally put yourself in danger by doing that.
I don't think there's any policy anywhere in any police office or any law enforcement agency that says if you think a car is going to move, that you should stand in front of it. I'm assuming every single policy is going to say not to do that. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about if there's a car that's not moving, and you need to cross the path of the car to get to the other side, generally, you're supposed to do it in such a way that the driver sees you. That's generally the way it's supposed to be. And so he has his car there. He's allowed to do exactly what he's doing. He has complete.
What are you basing this off of, Sitch?
Well, hold on. He has complete legal authority to film her, just as they're filming him. So the idea is like that he's somehow in the wrong for filming her obstructing, just so he could potentially send it back to evidence somewhere. That doesn't make sense to me that he should be criticized for doing that.
But you can do that in a way that does not create any danger for yourself. He could have simply gotten out of his car, walked slightly across the street, and then from a distance of like 10 feet. And
he wouldn't really get a good video of her face if that's what he's trying to do.
What? In 2026 with the smartphone?
Yes, when he's supposed to he's supposed to walk across the street from like 20 feet away and then zoom in so he could get a picture of her face.
Hang on. Are you in a space where you have like a 10 feet of space in front of you? Can you just pull out your phone and pinch on something from 10 feet away and tell me? You're telling me that smartphones in 2026 can't get a clear image of her 10 feet in front of him?
We've seen his I mean, look at his fucking thing isn't even that clear when he's as close as he is. This is it's not high quality, phone work right here.
Yes, it is. What are you talking about?
No, it's not. You think that if he's across the street, he's gonna get as good an ID on this lady as if he was right. Okay, I don't agree with this at all. I really don't agree with this.
You are acting unfamiliar with the concept of zooming in on a smartphone.
Hold on. Look at these people here. These are people. He's in the road. There's people across the street. Not even across the street, just at the sidewalk. And you can't even make out their faces.
This is a compressed video on YouTube.
Okay, so it's the compression. You think?
Yes.
Okay.
Literally, yes. Hold on. I'm sure. Wait, hang on. I'm sure we can find like Because there's a point in like I'm glad you stopped on that frame right there, because you can see there's 3 cameras, right? So that's like the newer model of iPhone. You can for sure get a very clear image from 10 feet away with that phone. But that's her phone. Do we have image that she took with, like, where's her footage? I want to see what kind of phone he had. But chances are, Sitch, that is a smartphone that is relatively new, and you know just as well as I do that you can get very clear image by zooming in from 10 feet away. You cannot give me any justification that makes any sense, any kind of advantage, any kind of like benefit to his operations, course of duty in that moment, where it makes sense for him to step in front of the car, not once, but twice, and then stop in front of a car, in front of a moving car. Why would he do that?
If we're, well, before we move on to that, if we're going to look at like moral responsibility for actions here, I'm going to say that a person who decides to obstruct intentionally or unintentionally federal agents by blocking one lane of traffic and honking a horn is already at a point where they're in a more reckless or more irresponsible situation than the ICE agent who she sees and is not, not seeming like she's going to drive over, at least at first, and is just filming her and walking around in a circle. I don't see, you could make an argument and say, yes, now in hindsight with 2020, he should have gotten out of the car and he should have walked 20 feet away and he should have zoomed in and he should have treated her vehicle like it was radioactive. Like, you can make that argument in hindsight, but at the time, I think her actions far more responsible for creating the situation than him simply walking around the car, which he has every right to do, and should expect that she's not going to immediately try to kill him the second he gets close to her car when he's just filming her.
I mean, you bring up a good point. I mean, he clearly did not assess her to be some kind of terroristic threat if he stepped in front of her car, right?
Yeah, not until she started going.
If he thought that she was there to do terrorism and she was, one of those types of people, like an actual like college Antifa idiot or whatever, then he wouldn't have done that, right? So like, but you can't possibly articulate to me why, if the goal was to document what she was doing, potentially gather evidence to pass on to local authorities, if they felt that she was impeding their traffic or whatever, you cannot possibly explain to me why it would not have been better and way more safe for him to simply take several paces of steps backwards and just record from a front angle without circling her car. What was the point of circling the car? What is the point of that?
Okay, again, we're not just going to go in circles.
But no,
so
Sitch, this is not something that you can debate me on, okay? He is going to have a wider view of what is happening from a further distance. He's going to have a much more unobstructed view of everything that's happening in front of him if he's 10 feet back and filming it from that way.
He was obviously trying to get her face on camera.
Okay. Listen, I think
So what you're saying is that he should have stopped the car. He should have got out. He should have walked behind her, gone onto the sidewalk, stood there, zoomed in on her license plate.
No, I didn't say that.
No, this is how you'd have to do it under what you're saying.
No.
Then walked a super wide berth from behind around to where like the other ICE agent pulls in, and then zoom in on her face to try to capture all of this on his phone, as opposed to just simply walking around and just filming her, as he's has every legal justification in the world to do.
This frame that you have on the screen right now, right? I don't know if this is right before the incident or this is the first one. Imagine exactly this position, but he is 7 to 8 steps like further backwards.
Yeah, the more you look at how shitty the quality of the camera here looks.
Now you have not only a clear view of the car, you have an unobstructed view of like everything that's going on around the car.
Okay.
And if you ever want to zoom in, you just pinch on your phone. I'm not saying this in a patronizing way. I think you are an intelligent person. I've found you to be reasonable. I have no animosity towards you, but I think that you are twisting yourself into a pretzel by suggesting that he could have done a better job documenting what was happening by circling her car and then stopping in front of her, in the direct path of her car twice.
So I think the reason that he walked in front of the car and stopped was because he was backing up the ICE agent. I don't think that had anything to do with documenting what was going on.
He's backing
So
up the ICE
I think it's a
agent.
different motivation at that point. So
If he's backing up the ICE agent, why would he not put his fucking phone down and get in a position where he's not in immediate danger? You're gonna back up your squad mate by stepping in front of a 2,000-pound car.
yeah, so I mean, we're gonna have to wait and see what he says about what his motivation was. Now, obviously, if it doesn't align with the way people want to align, they're not going to believe it anyway. And so since we're all doing kind of speculation of here, what everyone's thinking, I think probably what happened was, and I'm sure you've talked about this, is, you know, how he had that situation where he broke into some guy's window. The ICE agent busted someone's window, and he reached in to unlock the door, as he was supposed to, because this guy was some kind of criminal, and the guy drove off. Okay, well, there you go. He's a pedophile, and he's trying to get this pedophile off the streets, and the pedophile then drives his car while he's trying to unlock it so they can pull this guy out of the car, and then he gets dragged, you know, like 30, 40 feet, and he needs all these stitches, and his arm's all, you know, fucked up. So I think if you look at sort of what's going on with the video, from my perspective, it looks like he's going back to his car. He sees the other ICE agent start to approach the vehicle, tells her to get out. He decides to go back that guy up. The ICE agent reaches inside the car just like he did. And that's when he suddenly, you know, gets in front of the car and pulls out his gun, is because he wants to maybe prevent the car from doing the exact same thing that happened to him for his fellow ICE agent to drag him.
How could he
think, well, this person's not going to drive forward if I'm going to, you know, stand in front of them with a gun.
Clearly that did not happen.
It clearly didn't happen, and it clearly was the wrong decision to make. Yeah.
So then you necessarily agree that he created the condition of danger by positioning himself. No. The responsibility is way more on him, bro.
That is 100% not true.
For somebody that receives training, extensive training for these exact situations, you don't think that he has a higher burden of standard in this spot?
I don't know about you, but when I, you know, took driver's ed a million years ago, when I took my driver's test a million years ago, they drilled in your head, when you get behind the wheel of a car and you're going in a direction, it is always your responsibility to make sure no one is going to possibly get hit by you. That's always the driver's responsibility.
It is also a law enforcement officer's responsibility to not knowingly put himself in a position where something like that is even possible. I have no idea where you got the idea that this is standard for cops to walk in front of cars.
I never said it was.
I think you made that argument before.
No, I said it's standard for if you need to cross. This is for anyone. At least this is what I was told. If you need to cross a vehicle, it's always safer to cross from the front so that the driver sees you.
We're talking about law enforcement protocol. You will not find a single protocol anywhere in this country.
Don't stand in front of a vehicle you think is going to take off. Sure,
yes, because why? And why would they do that? It's obvious why you would not step in front of it.
Because they don't want to get hit. Obviously,
exactly.
Yes,
so he literally created the dangerous situation that he will use as a justification to use that weapon. If he hadn't made that,
do you think he created it intentionally?
I don't think he anticipated her driving that way. No.
Okay.
I think that I think he and his fellow ICE officers escalated that situation unnecessarily. I think he was very clearly antagonized by her because she had been antagonizing them, and circled her car in an attempt to sort of flex a bit and to maybe intimidate her a little bit. There was no operational value to circling that car. If you want to take video, step back and take a more clear video.
I disagree on that, but as I said, I think.
Wait,
he's going to say.
Real quick. Let me just say something real quick, because I watched your coverage, and at various times you specifically said the same thing that a lot of us were saying, which is that it was kind of frustrating because we didn't really have there is no very clear angle of what happened. Okay. If he had stepped back 7 feet and taken video from where I suggested, we would have clear video of all of that. And she would have been filmed fleeing a scene. He would not have been in her direct path. They would have found her 20 minutes later, charged her with felonies. She'd be in jail today, and none of us would be talking about this. But because he made a horrible decision that violated his own training protocol, a woman is dead.
Okay.
That does not happen if he makes better decisions.
I understand. And as I said Sunday, as I say today, obviously he made a lot of bad decisions. I'm not going to say that it was smart for him to do what he did. Obviously it wasn't smart for him to do what he did because someone is dead. And I don't think they needed to be shot and needed to die. What I'm arguing here is it seems like that you're placing like 90% of the responsibility entirely on him and only 10% of the responsibility on her for creating this incredibly dangerous situation, ignoring an order to get out of the vehicle, and then very recklessly driving away without clearly seeing that it was safe for her to do so when she knows that there's at least 3 different people walking around her car at the exact moment she's driving.
I don't know if it's 90-10, but I do put more of the responsibility on him to make better decisions because he is trained to not do certain things, to do certain things.
Especially when
I just want to be. Hold on.
Look at this video. Okay, let's just say. Let me finish. Let's just say hypothetically.
Let me just say real quick. Okay, I agree with you that this woman was reckless and that she made a bad decision. I agree with you that her instinct in that moment to try to flee and her wife suggesting that she flee was wildly reckless and irresponsible.
Insane.
It was insane. I would never do that. I would never suggest that my loved ones do that. If anyone in my audience has any confusion about this, don't ever fucking do that. That is a really bad decision. But his training puts him in a position where he can make much better decisions that reduce or eliminate the risk of the kind of danger that he found himself in.
So let's imagine that from this guy's perspective. Okay. He's like, okay, I've filmed her. I'm going to leave. Then he sees, oh, this other ICE agent starts to come forward and he's decided that he's going to detain her, right? So now this ICE agent, now Jonathan Ross realizes, okay, we've moved from film mode to detain arrest mode. I need to go assist the ICE agent who's getting there. So he has to, or at least he feels he has to cross the path of this vehicle to some capacity to get to the other side to assist the other ICE agent at this moment.
But how does him doing that help the situation?
Because he's going to have to, he thinks he has to help pull her out of the vehicle. So he's made this decision. He feels that he has to cross the path of this vehicle. Now, if he crossed from behind, I think it's very likely she would have backed up into him. So that probably wouldn't have been a good idea either. So he makes a decision to cross in front. Okay. So that's why I'm saying, like,
somebody's dead.
The idea that it would be irresponsible.
Somebody's dead because of that decision.
He might have been dead if he might have been dead if he tried to cross from the back.
He would not have been dead or been any danger.
Yes, if he just sat there and did nothing, he would not have been dead. She would not have been dead.
I'm not saying do nothing, but if he would have made better decisions that did not violate any kind of protocol, he could have put himself in a position to observe what was happening or back up his partner in a way that didn't create any danger for himself. He did that. He stepped in front of her vehicle, and then I don't know if you've seen it, but like he's the second time he steps in front of her car, she's still moving backwards, and then he stops and plants his feet when she stops reversing. Mm-hmm. He stops in front of her car. How does that help the situation? Because if she guns it right, and she doesn't turn her wheels, and he's like, oh fuck, and he shoots her and then gets out of the way. How do you know that car's not going to plow into the fucking house that's behind him and kill like a civilian that's in the living room? How is he making that?
You don't know.
That's why they train them to not do that. That's specifically why, because it's hella dangerous to shoot someone when they're driving and you're in a residential neighborhood.
So I agree that obviously he should have handled the situation differently. And it could have been handled a situation where she would have just gone to jail or got fined for, resisting and obstructing and all this other stuff. And she would still be alive. That if he did things differently. I don't disagree with that at all. But the same is true of her. If she had just got out of the fucking car instead of trying to very dangerously flee in a moving vehicle, they would have just given her a fucking fine and she would be alive. And that would be the end of the situation. And when I'm trying to look at the culpability here, and I'm looking, okay, you have a law enforcement officer who is completely within their legal right to help detain a citizen who is doing something that appears to be illegal. And that citizen, for whatever reason, decides to try to resist arrest and flee in a very dangerous manner. that's 100% on that person for acting in that way. And they shouldn't have acted in that way whatsoever.
You think
so I say it's a tragedy that she got shot. She didn't have to get shot. But if she had just complied and not been stupid, then this wouldn't have happened either.
Let me put it in a, let me try to frame it in a different context, because I want to focus on like the training versus the lack of training. So like if there was a person who was an experienced like construction worker, they know about all the safety protocols, and they brought on they were giving a tour of some construction site to somebody who has no training. And then due to that, the construction workers like negligence, or the foreman, we can just say he's a foreman or whatever, due to their negligence in that moment, due to their bad decisions, dangerous conditions arose, and then that person got hurt or killed by doing something dumb. Let's say the person that he brought on picked up a hammer and just started hitting stuff randomly, and then something fell on his head. Like, who do you think is more culpable in that moment? The person who did the stupid thing, or the foreman who's supposed to have the training to know the safety protocols?
If it is a person of sound mind and is an adult, and they pick up a hammer and they just decide to start slamming at random things, then obviously it's on their head. What reasonable person would decide to do something like that?
That foreman would be fired. They would be sued, and they might be charged with.
They probably would be for, because they probably be fired or get in trouble, because obviously the family's going to sue. But that's not reasonable. It is not reasonable for a person to walk into a construction site and be like, I'm just going to start randomly hitting shit with a hammer. Like, that's an insane reaction.
No. It is reasonable to hold that hypothetical foreman accountable for negligence if they violated safety protocol.
Yeah, they're going to make an argument. Well, he should not have been able to get, they do this. I mean, usually this is about kids. It's not adults. Usually with kids, they talk about, I forget it's called, like attractive nuisances or something, where you have to have fencing up because kids are going to go play in the construction equipment and stuff. Usually that's when these cases come up, because they're kids. I don't know if that's true with an adult. I think if an adult just wanders into a construction site and starts doing like crazy dangerous shit that a reasonable person would know is dangerous, I think it's almost entirely on their head.
I mean, listen, I don't have like an intense anti-cop bias. It creates conflict with my chat sometimes, because there's a lot of like really intense and anti-cop bias. Like my dad is a retired police officer, my sister's a cop, my brother-in-law. I have like my whole I've been raised around law enforcement my entire life. I tend to give them the benefit of the doubt. I think most cops are good. My first instinct when I saw the first video was to place the responsibility entirely on her for making bad decisions. And with each video that came out, and each day that passed, and each new piece of relevant information came out, it just became clear to me more and more that this cop made some really, really bad decisions. And the whole, like the broader context is also infuriating as well, because why was there a surge of ICE officers in Minneapolis in the first place? Why did that happen?
I assume because of the Nick Shirley video, probably.
The fuck does that have to do with ICE?
You got the Nick Shirley domino meme into this shooting situation.
I don't mean to get spicy with you, but I'm just pissed because it's like, what the fuck does like daycare fraud have to do with ICE? How does that make sense? Is ICE there to enforce like white collar like, are they there to investigate fraud? No, the administration used this opportunity to try to throw meat at their base, because they're seen as like epic and owning the libs when they send thousands of ICE agents into states like Minneapolis that have a lower percentage of non-residents and illegal aliens than many red states. Why are we not seeing a surge of ICE in Texas, where there are way more undocumented migrants and these kinds of things? Why did he choose that? So there's like, the whole thing is just infuriating. And I just like the fact that she was a bonehead, and I do think that she was a bonehead. I think she made a really dumb decision. I would never, ever advise that anybody make the decision that she made. That's such an afterthought to me in the broader context. Like, she did not have to die. Like, that didn't have to happen. There were so many steps along the way that could have prevented this from happening. And yes, I think she does have some responsibility for what happened. But like, I think people should be upset that a woman is dead when this did not need to happen. I don't care if you think she's cringe. I don't care if you don't like her politics. I probably don't like her politics too, given the profile. But that's not the point. Like, this was a political stunt, and now this woman is dead, and I don't understand how people are not really pissed about this. Or put a lot.
Well, I mean, everyone's going to look at it. 99% of people looking at this are going to look at it purely through red team, blue team, and that's how they're going to perceive this. If the politics of the situation were reversed, if this was people, trying to protest against, some MAGA people protesting against some Somali daycare or something, and they're doing the exact same situation, and you only, instead of ICE, it was local law enforcement, the politics would just be completely reversed. Everyone had the exact opposite opinion of it. So, I mean, yeah, I know that it's just, it's very political at the moment, especially with Trump, sending people in, surging the area because of the Nick Shirley video and all this other stuff. Even doesn't really make sense because most of the people that are Somali that are there legally anyway.
Fucking ridiculous.
Like it does anything. And I agree that her death is a tragedy. And I said this on Sunday at some point, which is that, I don't like that there are some people that are cheering this on and saying, oh, well, it's good that she died because she's probably going to like trans her child or, just making these kind of like crazy claims because, she has 3 kids. I believe 2 of them were with another man who's still alive, but the father of the 3rd child passed 2 years ago, and now his mom is dead. So now he has no parents. So yeah, it's a horrible fucking situation. It's a terrible tragedy. And I think not only, which I agree, like the ICE agent, you should have definitely acted differently, 100%. And he did, even if he acted exactly the same way he did in terms of his positioning, if he had 2020 hindsight or he had hesitated for, a couple seconds, he would have not shot her and she, he didn't really need to. And that would have been, she would have been alive and that would have been better. But at the same token, it's like, you have a child to take care of. Why are you placing yourself in this kind of situation in the first place? It's just, everyone here is just so fucking politically brained on the whole situation. So I agree it's a tragedy, but like in terms of the culpability, especially the legal responsibility here, if you're, as I said, if you're going to play stupid games with a cop and they're going to do stupid things too, you're going to lose both legally and probably your life. So just don't fucking do it.
Well, I think that's a problem. Like that to me is a problem. Like there should be no stupid games with cops. We shouldn't have law enforcement officers that are making stupid decisions. Like
people shouldn't be stupid with police officers either.
But what do you think?
Why are people fucking resisting? This is the stupidest thing on the planet. Don't ever resist.
But what do you think is the bigger problem? And I don't mean to do like, are you familiar with like relative privation fallacy? You know what that is?
I have no clue what that is.
It's like, why are you complaining about this when there's starving kids in Africa? It's like a bullshit kind of thing that a lot of people do. I don't mean to be doing this. Maybe I am. You tell me. But like, what do you think is the bigger issue in this situation? The fact that this woman made bad decisions, a civilian made bad decisions in a high stress situation, or the fact that there's this structural thing going on from the top down where we're having thousands of ICE agents patrolling. They outnumber the cops. I don't know if you saw the video. They're like stopping people they're stopping Uber drivers at the airport who are black and speak with a funny accent. That's what they're doing. That's what do you think like the people that supported Trump in terms of like immigration policy, do you think that they had this in mind when they meant like making our country safer and enforcing our like immigration laws?
Well, I haven't seen polling. I mean, I see some people say yes, some people say no. I don't know what the polling is in terms of people supporting various things or not regarding, what the ICE is doing at the moment.
The polling consistently show that Americans want the federal government to prioritize criminals. Like whenever you get granular, it shows like a third of the country, they want everybody deported and everybody else wants them to focus on like criminals, gang members and
right. Yeah. I know there was like, those crazy videos of the people who are like, oh yes, our parents are here illegally, our family members are here illegally, but I still voted for Trump because they're not criminals, right? Yeah, and then their family member gets support. I know it's people have very weird conceptions about what's going on here politically, especially when they were in the voting season. In terms of that, what was the phrase you used? The
relative privation fallacy. It's
I think it's a little bit that if you're going to bring it into the broader context of like, well, look at what like ICE is doing overall. Look at what the Trump administration's policies overall, which I don't agree with really with a lot of what Trump is doing and ICE is doing at the moment, and especially not with like CCOT and all that other shit. I think it wouldn't be that fallacy if the question is like, do we side, what kind of responsibility or latitude do we give people interacting with police versus with the police? And I understand that we do have to put a lot of responsibility on the police because they have the monopoly on violence as actors of the state, and thus they do have a high responsibility to, since they can, take away your rights if they have probable cause to do so, and they can, physically do things to your body without your consent if they have reasonable reason to do so.
Yeah.
I do understand there's a lot of responsibility on them to not abuse that power, and I think that's good. That's the way it should be. But the same token, and I think this is why the law does give a lot of, as you even said in the beginning, gives a wide latitude for police officers to do this kind of stuff, is because they kind of have to have a wide latitude to engage in a lot of situations like this and not be afraid, okay, I can't like detain a person because I'm going to go to jail myself. And so, I mean, this was my thoughts, years ago, especially during a lot of the BLM stuff, which is almost all these situations, even if I think the person shouldn't have been shot, it almost always starts with the person doing something wrong. They're resisting, they're not complying. There's no reason to ever, unless it's like a movie and it's like the evil corrupt cop that's going to like kill you because he's killed your family or some nonsense, which is not what's going on in like 99.999% of these situations. There's no reason to not just listen to the cop. The second you don't listen to the law enforcement officer, you are putting yourself in an insanely dangerous situation. And at that point, in that moment for me, I'm like, okay, you're gambling with your life for almost no reason.
Okay, so generally I agree with you, but I think that's kind of the problem that I'm touching on. Because when I look at this issue, first of all, I just want to say that in terms of the way that the public interacts with police, I actually agree that there's a lot of really bad, stupid behavior that is incentivized, especially with like social media. Like the best example I can think of for this, well, two examples. One would be like January 6th, like people who supported that, and like encourage them to, like stand up to tyranny and stand up for the stolen election. But then also like the college campus protests that happened, was it 2 years ago, a year and a half ago? I saw so many examples of college protesters that were initiating violence against cops, like unambiguously, they were the ones that were initiating violence. And yet there's this culture when these kind of protest movements happen, like anytime any video of a police officer using force circulates, people just assume that the cop is in the wrong. And I saw so many examples of college protesters like hitting cops in the head with like empty, those giant water bottle jugs and just doing all kinds of stupid shit. And I generally agree that something needs to happen in terms of an effort to educate the public about like, we should be educating the public about like, what is the police training? Like, what are they trained to do? So you can be more prepared in a situation, even if you're going to do stuff like monitoring ICE, like you need to know what your rights are, but you also need to know like a safe distance, these kinds of things. Like, I agree with you on that. I think you were kind of touching on that a little bit, but the bigger issue for me that I see when I watch this whole thing unfold, it to me just betrays a embarrassing lack of training and standard enforcement within ICE right now. Like specifically within ICE right now, I see a population of law enforcement agents that seem so emboldened, and of course they are. They have a mandate from the President of the United States. They have the backing of the federal government. Vance got up there and just said total immunity before an investigation had even happened. And now we're seeing footage of ICE agents like approaching cars that are following them, which those people are allowed to follow ICE agents. This is fucking America, okay? You can think it's cringe, but they can do that. They have that legal right to follow them, to film them, and to do all kinds of disruptive shit up to a certain point. And yet, how many videos have you seen of ICE agents running up to these people and threatening them with arrest when they clearly don't think they have a pretense to arrest them? Otherwise, they would have. But have you seen these videos? Dozens of videos of ICE agents running up to these
videos. Yeah,
fucking arrest you. Like, where is our standards of professionalism? I know, like, again, I told you, I know cops. Like, I know that cops are trained to not to de-escalate. Cops are trained to not take the bait. I have a brother-in-law, he's black, he's a cop, and he gets called like literally like racial slurs, Uncle Tom, stuff like that. And his training, like he talks about it, like his job in that moment is to stand there and literally make sure that the people that are calling him these slurs are safe. That's his job in that moment. And to me right now, there's a embarrassing lack of professionalism within the culture of ICE. It's shocking to me. There are no standards. They cut the days of training to 47 days as an homage to Trump. Should we really be doing 47 days? Like, what? Like, shouldn't it be based on some kind of evaluation to determine like the optimal level and not some fucking arbitrary homage to the president? It's laughable, right? Would you agree with that?
Oh yeah. I mean, I said this a lot during like a lot of the BLM stuff. I think the biggest lack of training for all law enforcement is that I don't think most law enforcement or any, they don't generally do specific, I don't know, there's like a term for it, I forget what it's called, like specific adrenaline training, where they try to intentionally induce people into high stress, high adrenalized states of mind to get you used to it so that you can like control yourself and kind of try to be more cognizant in that state of mind, where obviously it's very difficult to control yourself in that state of mind. And I do think things like that should be mandatory for all law enforcement across the country, and something that should be regularly done, because that seems to be usually what happens is people get into that kind of state, and then that's when the bad stuff goes down. So yeah, I mean, I'm always in favor of more training for those purposes, but I don't think it's an issue of education in terms of like the public not being educated on how to interact with the police. I mean, there's like a classic, was that classic Chris Rock routine from like the 90s or something, where he's, talking about, how he's got to tell his kids how to interact with the police. This was something we heard a lot, a few years ago too, during the BLM stuff, where, the black fathers would come out and be like, well, of course I give my kid the talk about how to interact with the police. I think people understand like that. It's that a lot of people, and like kind of the example you're talking about with the college kids, I think it's a couple things. I think it's people that are LARPing, a lot of these revolutionary LARPer types or political LARPer types who they just, to them, it's like an act. It's like a role play that they're doing, and they just don't perceive the danger that they're in these situations. Or they're just, people just get, just as, cops can get into sort of bad emotional states. A lot of people do too. They're just angry, or they just feel fed up with maybe something else in their life, or maybe with the police, and they just act completely dangerous and completely irrational. So yeah, people shouldn't do that. And I don't think it's an education thing. I think it's just sort of a like, don't fuck around and find out, don't play stupid games thing that kind of needs to be drilled into people, but it's not going to be, because you have so many people like Hassan, so many people who have this attitude of like, oh, well, if a cop tells you to get on the ground or to get out of your car or whatever, then you're a cuck if you listen to them. And as long as that attitude is prevalent, you're going to keep having situations like this happen.
See, it's not even that I disagree with what you're saying, because like a lot of the things that I would like advise people to not do around cops is because of what I'm saying, is that there's this for a lot of cops, I don't even think it's most, by the way, but for a lot of cops, there's a lack of any kind of standards here. Like the standard shouldn't be like, oh, don't do something stupid that would give these cops a reason to, use excessive force. The standard should be that it is completely unacceptable for any kind of law enforcement agents to escalate situations the way that I think these officers did in this moment. Like, for example, like, can you give me a good reason why the other agent walked up to the car and immediately started yanking on the door handle? Why was that necessary in that moment? What had she demonstrated thus far to necessitate that level of force?
Well, listen to what I said. I wish we knew more about what exactly was going on, or what exactly was going on before at that moment. He told her to get out of the car. She wasn't getting out of the car. She immediately starts to back up the second he reaches the car. So
why not?
He's trying to get her out of the car, which I believe he has a lawful right to do at that moment.
But look what happened. I mean, but look what happened though. I mean, like, why not let her drive away and arrest her? I mean, how long do you think it would have taken them to find her and arrest her and charge her with felonies if she's going to flee? Like what?
Yeah, obviously, in hindsight, that's what they should have done. No,
I agree with you that maybe there's some context that would make what I'm saying different, but would you agree that we saw nothing in any of those videos to suggest that this woman would be credibly perceived as like dangerous or like, yeah.
Well, it was interesting that when Jonathan Ross was filming the car doing the walk around, that the wife says, we don't change our license plates, which is weird because that implies that there are a bunch of people that do change their license plates or something. So I don't know. Maybe that was part of the thought process of why they're like, okay, we want to try to, maybe that was the guy's thought process of why he wants to detain her then and there. He's not so confident that the local police department is going to work with them to arrest these people.
I don't know.
It is weird that she said that.
I guess, but to me, that's not like a strong indication. Like, oh, well, we have to yank her out of the car now. Like that to me is a bit. That doesn't seem super plausible to me.
Again, we're looking at this from now that we know the future. You don't know the future. You see there's a car there. You tell the woman to get out of the car, and you open it to try to detain her. I mean, you don't know at that moment. Like, okay, obviously, my partner is going to cross in front of the vehicle, and then he's going to shoot her because she's not going to comply and drive it. Like, you don't know anything's going to happen at the time when you start walking towards her.
I understand.
You think, oh, she's going to get out of the car and I'm going to arrest her.
I understand the concept of, so for example, there have been cops that have made second decisions that was completely in line with their training and used lethal force. And then it turned out the guy had reached for a flashlight or something like that. And in these kinds of situations, that's obviously a tragedy, but there are examples of cops using lethal force when it turns out in hindsight it wasn't necessary, and the cop didn't technically do anything wrong, and they had a good reason to do that thing. Like I understand that. I'm not. I don't think I have unreasonable standards for police officers.
You're saying you think it's unreasonable for him to have asked her to get out of the car, which I don't agree with that.
No. I don't think it's unreasonable to like in itself for them to ask her to get out of the car. But if she's moving her car and you're running up and grabbing on the door handle, like maybe if she had demonstrated that she was holding a firearm, or like if there was some other thing that I'm lacking here, some other thing to suggest that she was so dangerous that they needed to like run up and immediately start yanking on the door handle, you would agree that that's an escalation, right? And then for the officer that was filming to make the decision to step in front of the car like that, like for me, I lose a lot of that sympathy that I have for cops who are forced to make split-second decisions, like really difficult decisions. That kind of evaporates once you're on mistake like 4 and 5, because you have now, again, I'll just circle back and say the cop that was taken that took that shot at every step of the way just made one worse decision after the other and literally created the conditions of danger for himself. And it was totally unnecessary.
Hey, let's watch the 10 seconds here. The walk up occurs.
Mm-hmm.
So we can just see. No! Okay. So I feel like
just back away here. Just back away.
So, okay. If you're, hold on.
Fuck out of the way of the car.
Wait, hold on. I feel like very often these conversations, this concept of like escalation and de-escalation are misunderstood. The whole thing is cops are not, or law enforcement in general is not supposed to escalate needlessly. Okay. If a law enforcement officer gives you what they believe is a lawful order and you do not comply with that lawful order, they can completely escalate to try to make you comply with that lawful order.
But did they?
So he's approaching the car. He says several times, "Get out of the car." She's not getting out of the car. So he starts to open the door. She's not listening. She's not complying. So he starts to open the door. It's at that moment that she chooses to escalate dramatically herself by trying to flee the situation in a very dangerous and reckless way.
No, but those officers have a responsibility to choose the least escalatory course of actions possible. Like, so you would have to articulate to me, like, you don't have to sell me on her.
No, I don't think that's not accurate.
100,000%.
We can say in hindsight, yes, the guy should have calmly walked up and said, "Ma'am, you need to get out of the vehicle right this moment." And then if she doesn't comply, then he just says, "Okay, everyone, clear a path. Make sure that there's no one in front of her car. I'm going to attempt to open the door in case she drives away." Right? Like, obviously, in hindsight, maybe that's what they should have done.
Let her drive away. Arrest her and then arrest her for felonies.
You could decide to do that, or you could decide, no, I'm going to try to pull out of the car.
You should decide to do that.
Why?
Is what I'm saying. Because you have now created, obviously, as it played out, you have made the situation so much more dangerous by doing what they did. I already brought it up to you. The fact that he shot her and obviously I think her foot like slammed on the accelerator as her body tensed up, you know, because her car does appear to be speeding up. What if there was a civilian in the way? What if what if a baby was right there and they got run over? That cop would have been held responsible for that baby. I promise you that cop would have experienced consequences if a baby fucking died because of their decision to shoot.
I don't think so.
100,000%.
No, it would have still been on her responsibility. Well, actually, it would depend on whether, if the courts found that he acted lawfully, it would have been on her responsibility. If they found he didn't act lawfully, then yeah, it would have been the cop's responsibility.
No.
That point.
They are
depend entirely on that.
They are told in terms of like there's specific protocol when it comes to shooting people that are driving a car, and they specifically caution extreme
I understand
care in those situations because something like this could happen. Like,
I understand. Listen, I understand the concept. I brought this up on Sunday. It is dangerous to shoot someone driving because you don't know that they could dead weight on the gas, or they could stop. I understand that. I've seen videos of both. This is a video of the person. You know, they obviously crash. There's the video of the court case that people keep bringing up to relate to this. I don't think it's really that related to this. Was the Barnes versus Felix? I don't know if you saw the dash cam for that. It's the opposite. The cop is getting dragged by someone in the car. They shoot them, and the car stops. So in that case, it actually works. So I don't know if I don't think it's like a definitive thing one way or the other. I agree. It's very risky, but it's not definitive. In terms of like what the cops should do, again, I think it's very easy now that we in the future land to say, yes, he should have not tried to pull her out of the car. But in that moment, the ICE agent has every legal right to, and is completely justified to tell her to get out of the car. And then when she doesn't, try to pull her out of the car. And I don't think it's fair to use 2020 hindsight to say, well, now that we know this situation happened, they should have just given her a lawful order. And then when she tries to flee a scene, they should just put their hands up and said, well, I hope that my friend over there has her license plate and her face, and that the local law enforcement will properly engage with us to track this person down and arrest her. I don't think that's like a reasonable thing to have at that moment.
Wait, you don't think that what you just described there would have been way more preferable to what happened?
Well, obviously, now that we know the outcome, it would have been preferable. But before you know the outcome, I don't think that's reasonable to assume that that's the exact course of action that they should take.
No, but Sitch, this is why they train them to not escalate in this kind of way. They train them to avoid these kinds of situations. That turned into an extremely dangerous situation. And I agree she contributed to that, obviously, but they are trained specifically to avoid these kinds of things. And it's almost like if she drives off, like they are going to find her within 20 minutes. They will find her and she will be charged and thrown in jail, probably for felonies, for fleeing law enforcement. She would have been fucked. Okay. So it's not like you're describing it like, oh, you're just throwing your hands up and letting her get away with it. They would have found her so fast. And I don't understand how that was not 1,000 times more preferable to what happened. And
I keep saying everyone I think who's having a conversation about this honestly would agree that in hindsight is preferable. Okay. When they're engaging in the action, they don't know the future. They don't know the outcome.
No, I'm repeating myself though.
Okay. I know, but I'm saying you keep saying that it would be preferable. Yeah, it's preferable now. At the time, because we could have had an alternate scenario where this woman wasn't dumb and she just got out of the car, and then that would have been the end of the situation.
But I feel like
that would have been preferable than trying to rely on the local law enforcement, which I don't even know if they're working in conjunction with ICE. They might be telling ICE to fuck off. They might not give a shit about any of this stuff.
I mean, maybe, but I don't understand how that. So like, you keep saying they didn't know the future, but I'm saying that they are trained specifically to not do these kinds of, at least I don't know about ICE, but I know that cops are trained specifically to take every step that they can possibly take to de-escalate when possible. That's what the training calls for.
Yeah. But I don't believe it's accurate that either ICE or local police are trained to, if they see someone who's doing something illegal and they want to arrest or detain them and they tell the person to get out of the vehicle, I don't believe it's policy or training that person refuses to get out of the vehicle. You're just supposed to throw your hands up and say, well, hopefully we'll get them somewhere else. I don't think that's the policy whatsoever. Because then everyone can just hide in a car forever and they can never get arrested if that's the policy.
I don't think that is something that I would be willing to entertain, because at some point you got to get out to like eat, go to the bathroom. Like I
Wait, but,
I'll
you
tell
understand
what,
that seems kind of like silly. It's like, okay, the police are now going to surveil people 24/7. Like, well, we got to wait for the exact moment they leave the car to arrest them because we can't possibly do it when they're in a car. Like we see police pull people out of cars like all the fucking time. There's traffic stops. It's like you can't all the time they do a traffic stop and people try to act crazy.
If the person demonstrates, if there's like a significant threat, or like let's say there's like, you know, a child that's been kidnapped in the car, like there's certain things that would create a kind of urgency where that level of escalation would be appropriate. Do you think it's plausible that these ICE officers were a bit triggered and emotionally compromised in that moment?
I would assume.
Okay,
but I don't know.
That's a fucking problem. To me, that is a problem. The standard that we should have for officers, and I'm not saying it's an easy job, because I do think they get a lot of unnecessary, inflammatory, crazy shit. And I think it goes way overboard. I've never been ACAB, but the standard that we should have is that these guys these officers, these guys and gals, need to be like Zen monks. They do need to be trained to not take the bait, not let their ego get involved, and they need to go in there with the mindset that they are there to serve and protect the people who are like insulting them. Maybe they don't need to they don't need to not ever get their feelings hurt or not ever experience emotions, but we should be training these officers to be guided entirely by their training protocols and their mandate, not ego, not this person pissed me off because they were honking on their horn. That's not a justification to escalate the situation the way that they did.
So I agree in theory that it would be fantastic if cops were all Zen monks. All law enforcement were Zen monks. That'd be fantastic. I'm in favor of that. Give them all meditation classes. Okay.
Seriously.
I'm totally, 100%. I have like 100% totally in favor of doing actions like that. That's totally fine. Now, obviously, that's not the way it is at the moment. And even with sorts of training situations, it's still going to be times where that's not the case. So judging it based on this situation, I do agree that I don't think the ICE agents acted the best way that they could have acted. And I do think that they were acted stupidly, as I said. But I think if you're resisting arrest and this woman is driving a vehicle in a very reckless manner, she's acting far more irresponsibly. I understand that these guys have policies and all this other stuff, but that guy's completely within his 100% legal right to do exactly what he did, to walk up, tell her to get out of the car and try to open up the door. I do believe that in a lot of situations, law enforcement is completely taught and is justified to try to pull people out of cars if they refuse to comply.
Yeah, but not
and
in
it's 100%.
Not in this case.
I don't know if that's I don't think that's true at all. I think if an officer has gives you a lawful command to leave your vehicle and you do not for any reason, they can pull you out of the car. And actually, I mean, I'm sure you've seen tons of footage of, people trying to be sovereign citizens or whatever.
Yeah.
They get pulled over for some lawful reason and the officer tells them to get out of the car because they think that they're drunk or they, whatever reason, they give them some lawful command and the person refuses and they're not driving away. And the officer says, if you don't give me your license, if you don't get out of the car, I'm going to break the window. And then they break the window and they pull the guy out of the car and they can completely do that. That's completely justified.
Well, in that situation, the engine might be off, for example. But I do know that there are law enforcement protocols across in various police departments across the country that specifically train cops to not do what they did for this reason. For this very reason, that car becomes a fucking unguided missile. And unless they do carve out exceptions. Like it's not that they never say, don't shoot someone who's driving a car.
Hold on. I would assume that there's policies about you should try to avoid shooting a driver in most scenarios. I don't know. I would be surprised if there's a policy of if you give a driver a lawful command and they refuse to comply and get out of the car, that you just sit there twiddling your thumbs and you're not allowed to try to remove from the vehicle. I don't think that's a policy anywhere.
So, I mean, I would have to look into this because I did look into it a little bit a few days ago and I found some policies that very specifically laid out this potential situation where if you escalate and you try to do that. So I don't know about pulling out of the car, but the point is it's the escalation itself that turned the situation into a dangerous one. And it didn't have to be. I think I already asked this question, but based on all the videos that we have so far, and maybe a new video comes out tomorrow, and it shows her doing something much more serious or dangerous or whatever. But based on all the videos that we've seen so far, would you agree that his level of urgency to get her out of that car, so much so that he was trying to pull on that door handle while the car was moving backwards? Have you seen anything in those videos that would give you a sense that that level of force was necessary in that moment?
Yeah, I don't think it's unreasonable for if a police officer or an ICE officer, law enforcement says to
No,
get
that's
out
not
of
my
the car,
question. Though. That's not my question.
I'm answering a question. If
No,
a
no,
law
no. I
enforcement
didn't ask if
officer-
it was reasonable. I said, is it necessary?
Is it necessary? Yeah,
Yes.
it could be. Yeah, 100%. It could be
How?
100% necessary. Yeah.
How?
A person who you witness doing a crime and you're trying to get them to leave their vehicle so you can arrest them or detain them refuses to do so.
That
So you
makes
have to open the car to try to pull them out of the vehicle to arrest or detain them. Yes, that is
Okay,
completely
so-
makes sense.
What I ask when I say necessary, I mean like I'm imagining the guy has like a kid in the car and is threatening to kill the kid, or the person who's driving the car is doing something that obviously in that moment poses a threat to the people in that area or otherwise. That's what I mean by necessary. I don't know how you could possibly.
I think the standard of necessary you're making is too unreasonably high. Because
no. You don't have any standards, bro. The reason why that standard exists is because this situation shouldn't happen.
No, because hypothetically, if you got pulled over for a speeding ticket, okay, that's all you're doing. You're speeding. You're going 10 miles over the speed limit. So the guy, police pulls you over, and they say, well, "Give me your license and registration," and you say, "No." And they say, "Well, you need to give me your license and registration." And you say, "No." And they say, "Okay, get out of the vehicle." And you say, "No." The cops just say, "Well, it was only for speeding. This person doesn't have a hostage in the car. I guess I just leave."
No,
and
no,
that's
no.
it.
No,
Like,
no,
and
no.
everyone gets away with any sort of minor infraction forever now at this point. Like,
No.
I don't think that's the way you can have the police or law enforcement operate.
But that's not what they do. What the cops are trained to do in that situation, I know this for a fact, is they're not going to try to like jump in they're not trained to like, as soon as the car starts moving forward, try to like stick their hands in there and like turn the wheel, or like what could you reasonably possibly expect to do in that moment? Are you going to stop her from driving away by sticking your hands? No, they're trained to run to their cruiser and then pursue that person.
If
And
she's
even-
driving away and the guy's like trying to like dive in the car or something, then
That's
obviously
crazy.
that's
They are
stupid.
not
Right,
trained to do
that's
that.
That's a dumb thing to happen. I mean, people are kind of arguing that's what happened with the Barnes Felix situation. I don't think that's exactly what happened in the Barnes Felix situation, but the Barnes Felix situation was kind of unofficial dash cam. It's like, the car is stopped and the door is opened and he kind of puts his foot on the, inside the car, and maybe he's trying to like, prevent the guy from leaving at that point. And you could say it's, it's reckless, and stupid in hindsight, but I don't think that's what happened in this situation. I mean, you can watch it again. He's approaching. No! He's trying to open the car door and then she starts backing up. So
Yeah, as soon as that happens, and especially as soon as the car starts moving forward, there's nothing that you could say to me that could explain the benefit of him trying to stick his hand and like grab the wheel. What are you stopping by doing that?
Yeah, I would agree that once the car is going, you probably shouldn't reach inside. I do agree with that. Yeah, that's fine.
All right, then I think you agree with me. All right.
But that's not what we were arguing. We were arguing, you were saying it was an escalation to simply try to open the door in the first place. And I'm saying that's not the case. That's completely justified to try to open the door and get her to remove the vehicle.
I think you contradicted yourself a little bit there.
No, I said it. No, hold on. I said once the car is in motion, okay, yeah, it's not smart and it's stupid to reach inside the car because you're putting yourself in danger when you're reaching inside the car. We were arguing, you said it was an escalation for him to try to open the door from the outside at all in the first place. And that's what caused the situation.
To run up.
That's what we were arguing about. I wasn't arguing about whether it's smart to reach inside the car once it starts moving. That's a completely different argument.
So imagine, if you will, an alternative universe where instead of walking up and immediately grabbing on the handle, he stood like a foot away and said, "Ma'am, out of the car," and didn't even touch the car yet. We don't
know. She could have done the exact same thing. We have no
Then
clue.
she drives away and you pursue her and you charge her with felonies, dude.
Okay. or she starts to do exactly what she's doing. There's a guy standing near the front of her car, and he shoots her because the exact same situation plays out.
But what you're doing, I don't know if it's intentional or unintentional, but you are laying out the reason for why we should train officers to not do what they did.
I agreed from the beginning that I think that as I said, I think the ICE and what they were doing in the situation was stupid. I think what she was doing was stupider, and you don't do a stupid off with police officers because you're going to die and you're going to lose the legal battle.
All right. Listen, I feel like we're circling the drain a little bit here.
Okay.
How do you feel about just like the state of like Trump and MAGA and US politics just broadly right now?
I mean, it's horrible, I would say. It's pretty terrible.
Yeah.
It's not very great. So everything is just super hyper tribalized at the moment.
What, I didn't catch your thoughts on like Venezuela. How do you feel about all that?
I don't have a problem with getting Maduro at all. I think it's kind of awesome. I don't know if it's going to lead to any sort of positive outcome. I'm not really confident that the Trump administration has some sort of well thought out plan on how to deal with the situation or the aftermath of it. There's some, anonymous reporting, but there's some anonymous reporting that the oil companies didn't really have any sort of communication with the Trump administration about taking over the oil fields or doing anything in that capacity. I don't really, we talked about this extensively in the show. I really think Trump's messaging after the fact was really retarded in making it sound like, well, we're just going to take their oil, as opposed to actually helping the people there. That being said, I do think it is weird that I saw not a lot of people, but I did see some people, including Brianna Joy Gray and even Crystal Ball to an extent, were like defending the Maduro regime and defending the situation in Venezuela and making it seem like it's entirely America's fault that Venezuela is the way it is, which is completely insane and not remotely factually true. When it's been the governance of Venezuela has been so fucking horrific and has led to all the horrible situation that's going on in the country at the moment.
Yeah, I saw a Kyle Kulinski tweet where he said basically it's not appropriate to even discuss that Maduro was bad because the real problem is the U.S. policy, and don't understand that perspective. Like I don't think you really need to shed. Yeah, I don't think you need to shed any tears for Maduro. You can still say that it's bad policy and going to blow up in our faces and blah blah blah, but he was very clearly a pretty horrible leader for that country that caused a lot of suffering, and so yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how do you feel about like generally about like state of the left right now in this coming up on this going into the second year of Trump?
I'm kind of on I don't know. I think we're really going to have to see 2028 what kind of candidates come up in the presidency. Is AOC going to be the front contender in the primary, or is it going to be Shapiro or someone else more moderate? It's weird because it seems like there is a lot of pushback on the left to be more moderate, which I appreciate, and to kind of move away from the more socialist leanings of things, or the more woke leanings of things.
Yeah,
but to me, it's kind of still vague and unclear what the future is that going to be. What is that going to look like? I mean, part of the thing I am worried about, though, it's kind of fallen out of the news, was you had the whole thing with Fuentes and Tucker Carlson and kind of the rise of groypers and white nationalists and all this other shit.
Mm-hmm.
And I do think if that becomes more popular on the right, if that becomes some sort of dominant political force, I'm not sure it will or not, because it's kind of weird. It kind of moved out of the news cycle now, so I don't know what that means. Or maybe we're just focusing on other things. I do think that's going to kind of lead back to a pendulum swing back into the sort of the hyper woke sphere of like, see, we were right. We were correct. Everyone on the right is racist again. So to me, it's all just still, it's very fog of war, very unclear what direction the country's going to go at the moment.
What's your optimistic take for both sides? So like, if you imagine a situation where the Republicans somehow manage to, turn the momentum around, because you would agree that momentum is pretty clearly moving away from them right now.
The Republicans?
Yeah.
It seems like a lot of people are not happy with a lot of the ICE stuff. So in that regard, I would say yes. A lot of it's going to depend on whether everyone's kind of predicting some kind of massive economic collapse, which will that might be the biggest issue. Well, the biggest issues could be if there's an economic collapse, Trump's going to get blamed for it 100%. If we actually do put boots on the ground in Venezuela, or we do invade Greenland or something crazy like that, that's going to have a huge impact. But if we don't do either of those actions and the economy continues to plod along, I'm not sure there really is going to be that big momentum swing against Trump unless some other unknown thing, creeps up.
Well, I'm just looking at election results. And so like throughout all the special elections in 2025, and then on election night in November, the margins are just insane in terms of the overperformance relative to 2024, which when there's a consistent trend of overperformance, it is predictive of like midterm performance and sort of like the short-term future. And so, for example, like the Democrats were overperforming relative to 2016 by a margin of like 5 to 7 points before the blue wave happened in 2018. And that number in the second Trump term is actually closer to like 12 to 13 points. It's like double. And they really got blown the fuck out in the elections in November. And so I don't really care about like opinion polls so much as like election results. And right now, I don't know if you guys saw there were polls that came out about ICE. There was a 17-point swing towards abolishing ICE in the aftermath of this shooting. There have been 2 polls that I've seen come out in the last 24 hours showing roughly similar results, which is like around half the country thinking that the shooting was not justified versus around 30% who say that it was, and then the rest are unsure. So there's, I think, a lot of momentum away from not just Trump, but like the whole administration, certainly the agencies, and the election results are just like really brutal for Republicans right now. People bring up like the fact that the Democratic Party, like technically their approval rating is lower than the Republican parties. And a lot of that is fueled by discontent within the Democratic voter base, who seem to be clamoring for like a fighter, and they just perceive the current leadership structure as being ineffective when they're out of power. But that doesn't seem to be translating to electoral liabilities for Democrats, because they're just, Spanberger and Mikey, what's her name? Cheryl and Mamdani performed a little bit worse, but they had crazy overperformances. Mikey Cheryl, that race was predicted to be within like 2 or 3 points, and she won by 15 points or something ridiculous. And so there's also something going on where the polling seems to be massively underestimating Democrats right now. That's just what happened back in November, like by pretty big margin. And so I think they're headed towards like a collapse. I think their coalition is just straight up collapsing right now. I'm biased. I want that to happen. So maybe that's coloring my perspective, but that does appear to be happening right now in terms of actual numbers and results.
Well, I hope that if it does happen, I really hope the Democrats don't fuck it up by electing a bunch of crazy fucking people.
Well, who would you want? Who would you want the nominee to be in 2028 of all the...
Well, so far, I like Shapiro the most from last time.
What about Kelly? So, he's pretty moderate, right?
I don't think I've really read or heard too much from Kelly personally. So I'll have to see as we get closer to the election.
Do you have a preference? Do you think, would you like to see the Democrats, excuse me, would you like to see the Democrats take the House majority or take the Senate?
Yeah, I think I would, just because, first of all, Congress is really just, massive derelict of duty at the moment, letting the executive just do whatever. So I would like a Congress that actually provides some level of pushback and actually wants to do its job of passing legislation. That would be nice. So everything's not just executive order, and then the courts, have to argue a year or two later whether it's even legal or not. Because I don't know if you saw, Trump had his tweet today about how horrible it would be if the Supreme Court says his tariffs were illegal, and then all of a sudden the country has to pay back all this money. And I do think the tariffs were probably illegal for him to do, but it is also true that then all of a sudden the government and our tax money is going to be in the hook for all this. And this is why, this is supposed to be done the correct way through Congress and not just the president, the flights of fancy of the president.
Do you have a preference for 2028? In terms of, would you like to see the Democrats take control of government? Would you like?
Depends as I said, it depends who the nominees are.
If it's Shapiro versus Vance,
I'd be more in favor of Shapiro, I assume. I really don't like JD Vance, so.
Adam, you've been really quiet. You have thoughts? Did he walk away? Does he?
I saw him in the chat.
On the midterms, I have not really dove into it. I'm curious about it, though, obviously. It looks like you've looked into some polls.
Well, the polls, like I think show like on the generic ballot, we're seeing like a kind of consensus in the aggregate around like plus like 6 to 8 for Democrats. But again, the polls seem to be like, I don't know if you guys agree, but the pollsters seem to have figured out how to weight things better, because in 2024 the polls were actually pretty fucking good. I think they were the closest to the actual results since maybe 2012. And for whatever reason, maybe it's just people stop using landlines, plus Trump just being a pretty chaotic force. But the polls were having trouble like figuring out how to weight to account for him, but they figured it out. And I don't know, I'm just speculating, but it seems like those kinds of models that they're using when Trump is on the ballot don't work all that well when it's an off presidential cycle. He's not on the ballot, because they are just demonstrably like massively underestimating Democratic strength. Democrats just keep blowing out the projected margins. And so, yeah, it's not great. It's not great. I mean, like, and now you have a lot of Republicans that are talking about retiring. There's some reporting that up to 24 Republicans could announce that they're retiring in the next couple of months. We'll see if that plays out. But certainly I think a lot of Republicans feel that they're headed in a pretty bad direction.
This is what I hope. Okay. I'm tired of the memes. I'm tired of we exist in a political environment where everyone gets to say like, it's just a meme. It's not happening. I'm just trying to trigger the other side.
Yeah. I
want Donald Trump to try to force our military to invade Greenland so that we can all everything will be out in the open and we can all take our stance. Okay, that's what I want. I'm tired of us all existing in the realm of the memes. Okay, let's just all put our cards on the table and see where everyone's standing at the moment.
You want like
hopefully that will be the future.
You want like a reverse rally around the flag kind of thing. Like
yes, that'd be nice. Here, let me ask you something.
I would take an executive order against lip injections. That's what I want.
There you go. Oh,
that's bold.
I gotta figure out for taxes this year. Is Super Chats going to be tax free?
No,
because they're not.
They're not considered tips the way that we get them.
Oh my god! Did you already try to do this?
Yeah, I have to claim my tips on a Schedule C. I don't know how you guys do it, but the way, because there's an intermediary like the YouTube Super Chats, that I looked into this and that prevents it from meeting the legal sort of classification as tips, even though they are tips.
I'm gonna ask my tax guy. Okay, I'm gonna say, hey, try to get me to not pay taxes, please.
Well, he did help. I mean, Trump did help YouTubers and streamers out a lot with the tax cuts in 2017. Well, depending on, I mean, for like most content creators, because they allow small businesses basically to deduct like $20,000. That wasn't possible before. So that covers like most content creators by far.
I did say I promised that my little avatar has to wear a MAGA hat if Super Chats become tax free. So we'll find out.
I don't think it's when I looked into it, I think I asked my accountant and he said it doesn't.
Okay. So let's see. Let me read you some questions and comments for our conversation.
All right.
If you're up for that. Okay. Yeah. Joshua for $20 says, Hutch saw the She Thick as Hell clip you were talking about on Sunday on PKA. They showed the clip at 1 hour and 28 minutes on that episode. You saw someone was talking about an ICE agent thick as hell.
Yeah. I don't know if somebody added that line in posts, but yeah, there was a pretty funny clip of somebody talking about a ICE agent with a fat ass.
Okay. Lieutenant Sasquatch, thanks so much for being free. Was here for 15 months. Says the video shows the entitlement main character syndrome of the left. They think they can just do things with zero repercussions, no matter how dangerous.
I don't think that there should be no repercussions for like fleeing. If she would have fled, and I would have obviously supported charging her with fleeing arrests. Like I don't understand how your viewer walked away with that impression.
Well, I would think I guess the idea would be if you thought there'd be repercussions, worse repercussions for disregarding law enforcement, then you wouldn't do it, right? You would just get out of the car.
Like a rational person would, but I don't think she acted rationally in that moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's what they mean when they say they have like main character syndrome.
Oh, like the woman had.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't speculate. Maybe, but like, or maybe she just. I don't know. Her wife telling her to drive off was, I thought, really, really bad.
That's crazy. Was she?
Yeah.
And I mean, she's to me like that's so damning. Like she's not even the driver's in such a state. Her wife can't even get in the fucking car. She's like, just leave me. Like, what do you mean to leave you? Like, that's a crazy thing to do.
Yeah, that was bad.
Ace for $7. Thank you, Ace. It says, good episode. Hutch should be on the show more often. And the issue, first and foremost, was Trump not allowing an investigation and trial to occur. Worse, ICE shouldn't have been there in the first place. I don't think that's first and foremost. I mean, I agree. I don't agree at all with the Trump administration's handling of this, where they're basically, I mean, I don't think they're going to try to pursue charges. And I think if the state does, they're going to try to knock it up to the federal jurisdiction to kind of softball the whole thing, which I don't agree with. So I don't know. It's kind of a weird situation. And I'm curious how you, well, I don't know, maybe you wouldn't agree. It's a weird situation because I feel like this, I don't think that I think there should be an investigation, but I don't think there's enough evidence here to really, convict him or to even, depending on investigation, maybe to even bring charges. But I don't really trust, you heard the mayor of the city was so, get the fuck out of here, ICE, and all this other stuff, and kind of this cringe shit. Like, I don't trust either organization, the local government or the federal government, to do any sort of objective investigation into this situation, because both of them seem so biased in opposite directions to either nail this guy or let him go free. Well,
I don't know how you feel about our judicial system, but my opinion has changed over time. I actually think our judicial system is pretty fucking good. So it's kind of difficult to drum up charges and secure a conviction, like Rittenhouse, Comey, Letitia James. It's not as simple. Maybe you're right. Maybe the local authorities in Minnesota are going to be, biased, and that would influence their prosecutorial decisions or the way they handle the case. But
well, you agree? You agree that even though Rittenhouse was let go, that bringing that to trial seemed ridiculous and very politically motivated.
Yes.
So
yeah.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. I could very well. That's why I don't really have a lot of. I agree that I might have faith in juries, but I don't have. Well, sometimes I don't know. I do have faith overall in the judicial system, but I don't have faith in situations like this for it to not be very the investigations and the charges to be very politically motivated on both sides.
Anytime there's something like this with a ton of national attention, unfortunately, it's the case that oftentimes politics does influence these kinds of decisions, and I think that that's bad. But I generally have faith that it's not a simple thing to just say, we're going to come up with some pretense to throw this person in jail. We actually have pretty robust protections here, and kind of difficult to do that willy-nilly. But to your point about the investigation, I don't know if you read the reporting, but there are now 6 attorneys that have resigned in protest at DOJ, because reportedly DOJ is they're saying reluctant.
Federal attorneys?
Yeah.
Or DOJ attorneys?
Yeah. They're saying that DOJ is reluctant to investigate the actual shooter, and they're trying to focus on the widow. They're focusing on
to bring charges against her because she said the drive. Yeah. That makes sense. They would do that. Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of crazy though.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Optically, I don't think that's going to go well for them at all.
Optically, I don't know. It's hard to tell. Well, it's hard to tell because obviously the internet's pundit class will probably cheer it on. I don't know if the actual half of the country that votes red would cheer it on. Yeah, that's why I mean when I say it would be optic L for them to charge a widow, even if you think she committed a crime by encouraging her wife to leave, I think discretion, most attorneys would not in that moment take that course of action. It's hard to tell, and it's kind of blackpilling when I think about the political optics, because it seems a lot of people, I think most people in the country are moderate, and they are not in favor of actions kind of like what you're describing. They're not in favor of hyper partisan actions. but they're not really the ones that move the conversation or control the conversation, even if they're majority. I think it's really the pundit class on both sides. And I think this is very often why you see politicians will just throw out these, the red meat for their base to get them, all frothed up, to get them on board. And then they're going to pull the party, they're going to pull the conversation that direction. Because, like in 2 years from now, 3 years from now, is a modern person going to remember if that the Trump DOJ brought charges against Renee Good's wife? I doubt it.
It's hard to tell like what stories are going to stick and what aren't going to stick. But yeah, there's just a deluge of news now. And so it's just, the Charlie Kirk news cycle was like 2 weeks. I was convinced that was going to be like 6 months. And it was just barely a blip.
Well, a lot of, I don't know if it's barely, but I think a lot of stuff has been going on like nonstop. So it just changes the story in people's mind.
Yeah, I had another thought about the investigation, but I forgot, honestly. So,
okay. Well, Mr. Graham for $10 says in a little green arrow text, collecting evidence is unnecessary. So I think it's aimed at you.
I disagree.
Okay.
I don't know what that's. I don't know what that's in reference to. What?
It's in reference to him saying that he's interpreting your viewing of how the guy was filming her as ISO was collecting evidence. He's like mocking your take on that.
No. Hey, so there's like a couple angles to this. I'm glad you brought this up because I wanted to get into it, but we didn't. The fact that he felt, for whatever reason, let's just assume the most charitable good faith interpretation that he was honestly just trying to be as comprehensive as possible in gathering evidence. I find that a bit unbelievable, given that he could have done a better job and captured more of the event by positioning himself further back. If you're trying to collect evidence, that would make sense. But let's just assume, he was acting in good faith. Okay, congratulations. Like, you've just laid out the justification for fucking body cameras, which, by the way, 90% of the country support every law enforcement officer wearing body cameras. Joe Biden implemented a policy when he was president that mandated that all federal law enforcement officers wear body cameras. This influenced the broader policing effort in this country, because now I think most cops in the country wear body cameras. But Donald Trump, in his infinite wisdom, decided to end that policy. And I think there's a good chance that if this guy hadn't been distracted by trying to film with his phone, if he had an operational body camera, maybe he would have made better decisions. Maybe he would have been better focused in that moment and remembered his training and not been as careless as I perceived him to be. So that's a whole other angle to this. I don't know how you feel about it. Do you agree? Would you like to see all law enforcement officers wear?
All law enforcement everywhere for any level of law enforcement should always have a body camera. Yeah, that's crazy to not have that. I think it's hard. I haven't really seen anyone publicly argue against that. That seems like, what is the argument against that? That seems crazy.
If you ask cops, I think a lot of cops would say it has like a chilling effect and it makes them second guess their instincts. And
I feel like a lot of them say that at first, but then it seemed like once they all kind of got used to body cameras, like, actually, this is super useful for us. There's so many times you'll see people like lie about the interaction. And it's like, well, you're on camera. So
there's been a ton of exculpatory body camera footage just in the last year of people like running at cops with knives. Like, I've seen hella justified shootings because of body cameras. So yeah.
Brian for $5 says, so is Hutch saying law enforcement shouldn't shoot someone driving into them? That has always been lawful under that scenario.
I don't know about lawful, but like, how does it make any sense to do that? Does that, like, what would create more safety for the officer in that moment? Trying to make an effort to, like, all of their attention and focus, making an effort to get out of the way, or shooting the person and the car's just going to keep going forward. So like, it's just a practical question. Like, how does that make the cop safer by shooting someone who's like 2 feet in front of them, who's driving towards you in a car? Like, it's safety. If it's all about safety and protecting the cop's life, seems to be a really bad decision that you would make.
Well, obviously it would depend on a lot of factors too. Like, how much distance do you have to move to clear out of the way of the vehicle? Because obviously if you already have your gun drawn, the time it takes for you to squeeze your finger is going to be substantially less than to move your legs in one direction to try to dive out of the way of a moving vehicle.
But even squeezing that trigger, like, how does that help you? The the car's
because often people do, as you said, sometimes people dead weight on the gas, but very often they don't. So even if you do get hit, the car could be slowing down or could stop. So you're not gonna get hit as bad.
That's kind of hard for me to believe, because if you shoot, especially if you shoot someone in the head, there's no way their foot is going to transfer from the accelerator to the brake.
We've seen, as I said, I've seen videos. We've seen videos of cops being dragged by people in cars, and they shoot the driver, and the car stops.
I would have to see the videos that you're looking at. I'm just my understanding.
Well, you could look up the Barnes Felix video. You could look up. There's another one. I'm trying to remember what it was. I don't remember the name of it. Someone in chat probably remembers. That's kind of related to this, where there was like a woman in a car, and she had been shoplifting, and one officer's in front of the car, one's at the side.
Yeah. And he was acquitted.
Yeah,
I
he's
think.
like actually gets on the. He's like on the hood of the car. And he shoots her. I mean, and that makes her stop driving. So.
I mean, a jury acquitted him, but I think that was a really bad decision that he made.
No, it was for a bad decision being in the front of the car, but I'm just saying he shoots her and it makes her stop driving. So definitely, it's not outside the realm of plausibility at all that you shooting someone is going to make them stop driving.
I think generally speaking, just the danger of that happening tells you right away that the policy is in many places and should be everywhere to get out of the way, focus on getting out of the way instead of shooting the driver. Because
I'm assuming that is the policy. And I would agree with that. That does make sense, but sometimes you're not in that situation for whatever reason.
Yeah, I mean, I get like, is if the car's like 50 feet in front and this person has like a nuclear bomb that like you could, then there are like, so
I like has to get that.
But I'm just saying that there would be some exceptions. And when I looked at a few different policies over the week, and like all of them basically said the same thing, where it's like it has to be an extreme situation, basically. Like there has to be like a uniquely high level of danger that would justify shooting a driver. Otherwise, it's not.
Well, let me ask you a question, because so that story where the police officer is standing directly in front of the vehicle, and they're talking to this woman for like a good amount of time too. So I think that's like way more justified than even this. They're talking to this woman for a long time. He's standing in front of the vehicle, and she starts driving, fully knowing that he's in front of her and that she's going to hit him. I agree. Like, yeah, he shouldn't be standing in front of her because she could flee. But I don't think you could make a legal or moral argument that like an officer doing something that's putting them in a risky situation means they forfeit their life.
No, that's
to such an extent they can't shoot the person who's driving.
That's actually not what I'm saying. So like you can have a cop like violate their training and still be within their legal right in terms of like a jury trial or whatever to use lethal force, but you're still
legal and moral, right?
I mean, I think cops have a moral decision I think our law enforcement structure in the country, just in general, there should be a moral obligation to train these officers to use the least amount of force that is required of every situation, and to de-escalate the situation in every opportunity that they can. And I think the ICE under Donald Trump right now is displaying an astonishing lack of professionalism, and it's pretty disgusting to me.
Okay, but I'm just saying in that situation, I don't know if you saw the video or not, but in that situation where they're standing in front of a car and the woman is very clearly driving through the officer she's a completely stopped position to driving through the officer.
Is that the one with the black woman and it's like a shopping market, like parking lot? So I saw that video, and I know nothing about that case, so I'm not dodging you, but I just don't know anything about that case. I know he got acquitted, and I know he also violated protocol when he stepped in front of the car.
But I guess I could just, laying out, because there could be, so we'll say hypothetically, you have a situation where there's a woman in a car, police officers think she's stealing. One is at the passenger window trying to get her to open the car. One's standing in front of the car. And then she makes a decision to go from park to drive, and to drive through the officer, so much so that he's like actually pushed onto the roof of the car. Do you think it's wrong for him, or illegal for him to shoot her and kill her to get her to stop, or attempt to get her to stop?
So I don't want to co-sign anything you're saying about this particular case.
Yeah, not about this case, just this hypothetical scenario.
No, but what I will say is that the protocols don't say that it's never okay to shoot a driver. So you can conceive of some situations where maybe it makes sense. Like if there's a brick wall behind you or whatever, and you don't think there's any, like, maybe that, and this person is, has the nuclear codes going to go off in like 5 minutes.
Well, no, it's just, it's someone that's accused of shoplifting and they're driving into you. You've made the decision to stand in front of the car, which is not the right decision, but you're in that situation. Do you have a legal or moral right then to pull out your gun and shoot them when they're driving into you?
I don't know about the morality of the situation, but just in terms of the practicality of the situation, you would not, it's difficult to imagine that being like what we would train cops to do, or that being like the right decision, given the risk that the car could be an unguided missile that now, drives straight into the target that's like 20 feet behind you or whatever.
So you think that, so let's say you're in a situation, you momentarily had a lapse of judgment and you made the wrong decision to stand in front of the car. Okay. Even though your policy said not to, you're getting hit by this car. You're now on the roof. You make the decision, well, I'm not going to shoot the driver because maybe that will cause a worse situation. So I'm going to just take my chances and roll off the hood of the car, try to dive off, and that's it.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. I wouldn't take that. I think I would shoot the driver in the face. And I think it's totally right to do so.
All right. I mean, you're coming up with your own protocols.
Okay.
I'm just telling you what I read.
Okay, that's fair.
What I read and the reasoning why. And the reason why they give not to do that is because the car can become an unguided missile. And yeah.
Right. Okay. One fat pup for $10 says, if you circle me twice, it's a threat.
I think he was very obviously taunting her, trying to intimidate her. There's no...
You didn't say anything.
Hang on. You don't have to say things. You understand, you can intimidate people with your body language, with your presence, with your motions, with your positioning. You don't have to use words to threaten someone, right?
What does it matter if he's intimidating her? What does that mean?
It's unprofessional. What are you doing? Why are you doing that?
Okay.
Just do your job. Why is it his job to intimidate people, or is it his job?
Well, no, I think again, we just disagree. You've interpreted that he's trying to do some sort of intimidation tactic. I'm interpreting that he's trying to get a picture of her face and her license plate.
Yeah, but your interpretation doesn't make any sense, respectfully.
It makes perfect sense.
No, it doesn't, because if you're trying to do that, you would back up and fucking zoom in with your 4K, 2026 iPhone.
I don't think so.
50x. Come on, bro.
I don't think that's the case.
Pull out your phone.
I think if you're going to make the argument that like
10 feet away.
he wants the full scope of the situation, assuming that the video of that doesn't exist, then I agree. Yeah, you need a wider frame. But I think it's very reasonable to think that all those cars have dash cams and they'll have video, a wide video that shows her blocking traffic, shows the entire situation and lead up to it. So what he's doing is he's filling in the gaps, which is I want her face and I want the license plate, something that wouldn't be available from the dash cams. And maybe, in fact, I just thought of it, maybe that is why she was parked perpendicularly, to make it more difficult for them to see her license plate. Because if she had just parked and blocked traffic in the correct way that the car is supposed to be, they all see her license plate.
Sitch, you're being a bit ridiculous here.
How's that ridiculous?
I'm going to park my car perpendicular in an open space with the hopes that they can't see my license plate when they can just walk up and just look at it and take a picture.
Well, someone has to leave the vehicle to go do that. They can't just drive by and be like, oh, we got our license plate.
All right, you lost me a bit on that one, but we don't need to linger on it.
Do you think that you should not lock your door because someone could still break the door down?
I don't understand the analogy here.
There's lots of things people do that add an element of friction to make it more difficult for someone to do something.
That's a comically low level of friction to park perpendicular, because now the cop has to walk 2 steps that way to see your license plate. I
don't think it's unreasonable to envision that at one of these resist lib meetings, they're like, okay, guys, you should block the lane, one lane perpendicularly, so that they, you slow them down. They'll have to merge. You're stopping the convoy, and if you're perpendicular, they can't easily see your license plate without actually having to get out of the car and waste an agent's time. I could 100% see some resist libs saying this exact thing.
I mean, if you can find me like some evidence that they're training resist lib Antifa wine moms to do this, to like hamper ICE agents for approximately 2 to 3 seconds at most, then I'd be persuaded, but I'm not aware of it.
We'll have to get
I'm mad because I feel like I should be invited to resist lib meetings, and I'm not getting invitations, but I'm like the fucking king resist lib over here.
Okay. I think we need what's the guy's name that does all the undercover video? He needs to get
James O'Keefe.
You need to get James O'Keefe, yeah, to send in some hot guy or girl to sneak into the meetings here to find out what their tactics are. That's what we need.
Get him on the case, man. If you can, if you can crack the case, then sure.
Renoro Zoro was here for $10. Says, how do we know is that the officer did think she would have stopped when he had his gun pointed at her? Is it not an officer's prerogative to detain her once they decide to arrest her? I believe it is.
Of course, a cop or any kind of officer can decide to detain someone. But when he said, what did he say about stop the car and then grabbing the gun? What did he say? He
said, how do we know is that the officer did think she would stop when he had his gun pointed at her? Is it not an officer's prerogative to detain her once they decide to arrest her?
I mean, we all saw how it played out. I mean, did that work out in terms of detaining her?
No, but the question is, because you were making the argument that once he tells her to get out of the car and she doesn't, they just put their hands up and they don't do anything. I believe it is an officer's prerogative to, once they give you lawful command, to try to make sure you follow that command, including pulling you out of your car
within their training protocols. And if they're trained to not do something because of a potentially dangerous externality or whatever, then they generally should not do those things. This is one of those situations. Like, can anyone explain to me, anyone in your audience or either of you two, explain to me what was the value of him not once but twice stopping in front of her car? How did that add? You're trying to say it's because he wanted to get a better view. I find that a bit ridiculous. Step back and you get an even better view, because now you can see 5 feet to the right and left of the car and everything. But
he wants to look inside the car for weapons, children, pets, anything. When they go into arrest mode, they want to know what's going on with the situation.
So why
he's the following officer. He's there to assist the arresting officers.
But why stop in front of the car? Why stop in front of the car?
Well, I mean, that was obviously an inconvenient placement, but he's got to cross the car to witness the arrest.
I mean, I could buy that. Like, that seems reasonable. If he's looking in there to see if there's a weapon or whatever, okay, great. But he'd, stop in front of the car. I don't know. To me, and again, I'm a bit biased here, but we've seen enough footage from ICE now we already know how this administration operates. I think it's very plausible. I think it's likely that it was more about like intimidation. They didn't like that she was fucking with them and they wanted to get super aggro with her.
Yeah, but I think that's kind of the problem, is there's a lot of priors here in assuming the behavior.
I could be wrong. I'm not assuming, like, I'm not going to tell you 100% certainty that that's what happened.
They were going to detain her. You agree with that, right?
Yeah, of course. That was
okay.
Obviously that was their intention, was to detain her.
A survey of the scene before they detain her would probably be useful.
Sure, but
what if there's a kid in the back seat? He can't see that with his wide angle lens, right?
Sure, I buy that, but like he had already done the lap at that point, and now you're backing up your fellow officer by stepping in front of a 2,000-pound vehicle and literally creating a dangerous situation.
Well, he's got to get to the other side of the vehicle where the arresting officers.
Why? He already had
confronting.
He had the officer that walked up to her had somebody right behind him.
He did one lap around the vehicle.
But then he got back, Sitch pointed out that it looked like he was getting back into his car, but then when he saw his buddy approaching the car, his instinct in that moment was to back up his officer by stepping in front of the car when the guy already had somebody backing him up right behind him. How is that helping the situation?
Well, I think we don't know, because we'll have to hear what he says. I think because he's walking in front of the car, it looks like he's get to their side, and then he stops and draws. It seems like right when she shifts from reverse to drive. So we don't know if his intention was to stop in front of the car like that, and also, as people had pointed out, the way that she's backing up, she is also angling herself more towards him anyway, even if he wasn't walking. But so we don't know if his intention was to stop in front of the car, or it's just once the car started to go into drive, he just stopped because his brain was like, okay, now I draw.
So we did the Zapruder film like analysis, and you can pull up actually you have the video here.
Yeah.
If you want to watch it in slow motion, my judgment when I watched this video like 20 times was he actually stopped when she stopped going in reverse. And then at that moment, and we know this now because of his footage, she is seen, and I find it difficult to believe that he didn't see this, but she is seen very quickly turning that wheel to the right. And I think I heard you both agree that she was not intending to murder an ICE officer. She was intending to flee.
He didn't perceive her as a threat either until she stomped on the gas.
But I don't know, Sitch, if you can play it, but like he stops and plants his feet when she stops going in reverse. Why the?
Are you talking about the first angle here? Or his body cam? I don't know which.
No, this angle is
Okay.
fine. Yeah. If you want to slow it down, so I don't know, but
there's this. I think there's a slow version at the end.
So I don't know. I think you just kind of missed it.
There's a slower one here.
Oh, here, yeah, I'll do that.
So it seems like he draws right as she starts to go forward.
Yeah. Well, he's getting ready to draw before that. And as soon as she starts moving forward is when he draws. But but when he stops in front of her car and plants his feet momentarily, he did that when she stopped going in reverse. That seems kind of suicidal and insane. I
don't know if I'd say, I don't think suicidal is insane, but it was obviously not the right decision to make.
Well, I mean, I'm being hyperbolic. I don't think he was literally suicidal, but like that seems to me someone who made if the decision in that moment is to for your own safety, like obviously like he's going to say that he felt like his life was in danger. I feel like stopping in front of that vehicle probably contributed to that danger.
Of course it did.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, if he had kept walking, he would have been out of the line of sight or out of the line of the car. Sure.
There you go.
Yeah. But as I said, that doesn't forfeit her responsibility not to hit someone. It doesn't forfeit his right to try to defend himself.
I mean, I agree with you in principle.
There's also something, because I think I did hear some of your coverage about whether he was hit or not. And I think there was something that you missed, which is if you watch their feet, I'm pretty sure both of them slip on the icy road.
Sure. Well, click. Yeah, press play here because this is
slow watch their feet. Because it looks like, they're both slipping.
Right. Yeah. So yeah. When the contact was made, you used a word, Sitch, a couple days ago that I've been using, which is like it looks like he got clipped. Like when I hear someone say you hit them with their car, and I don't think this is my own bias, but when I hear that, I think like a direct like head-on hit. If somebody gets hit, if somebody makes contact with or gets hit from the side of the car, then I say clipped.
Confers a different meaning. Yes. Right. Yeah, I think he got clipped.
Well, there's no question the car made contact, but like,
right.
So like another thing that you can't quite see from this angle, and you can ironically see it better in the grainiest worst video, is he actually, when she stops, his instinct is to put his hand down on her hood. He like leans into her car, which is another like really insane decision. You can't really quite see it from this angle because his left arm is blocked by the other officer. It's that one grainy video. You guys know the one I'm talking about.
I don't know which one you're talking about. You're talking about
the one that's really grainy. It's the one that Tim Pool was posting to suggest that
this one. I mean, can't really. Is this the one you're talking?
I think so. Yeah. So you see his hand on the hood there, right?
I think it looks to me like he's already slipping because of the ice.
Well, he's leaning forward and using the front right part of her car as like leverage to keep him upright. But that's like,
well, yeah, because I think it's very possible he was falling and he just reaches out.
Well,
there's a car coming at him.
Well, rewind it a little bit. I don't think that's what happened.
I don't know if it has how long it has in the beginning of this clip.
The screen went black for me.
Yeah, no, it's.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So like
even hard to tell. Like,
it is. I mean, it is, but like it looks to me like he put his hand on, like he put his hand on her car, like even just like very briefly, like momentarily before she even started moving forward, as if to say like, "I'm here, don't go forward." Like, see his hand right there? Like she's not even moving yet. Then she starts moving. His hand's already on her car.
Okay. As I said, it's kind of hard to did he make the decision like, I'm going to harm the car, which I agree would be stupid? Is he slipping because it's icy, as we saw him do a couple of seconds later? Or is it just a weird angle and that's not exactly what was happening?
I mean, my
don't know.
headcanon was that he thought that she would not drive if he postured himself as if to say like, I'm here, don't drive.
That's very
Yeah,
possible.
totally.
But I'm
That he thought,
speculating.
yeah.
But I'm
100% agree.
But I'm speculating there. I have no idea. Maybe he anticipated that she was going to drive and was protecting himself or whatever.
Well,
but-
it's definitely very possible. I think that he stopped and stood in front of the car and drew because he's like, okay, I want to try to prevent her from driving, either because I want her to not escape or I want her to not drag my partner down the road the way I was dragged. That's very possible. It was not the right decision to make, but again, it wouldn't forfeit his right to shoot her or to defend himself and forfeit her responsibility not to drive so recklessly.
If she escapes, will local law enforcement help apprehend her? I don't think they will, because I think in this situation, ICE is not getting aid from local law enforcement. So all the rules around letting the person go basically are for situations where you control local law enforcement. You got a helicopter, you got multiple units, you can do a lot of different things, right?
Well, I mean, so I don't know much about Minneapolis PD. I don't know much about the politics of like law enforcement in that city. But sanctuary policies don't extend to citizens. So like the sanctuary policies just mean that the cops are not going to spend resources and time and manpower assisting the federal government in their exercising of immigration law. But if there's like a local,
then yes, if she escapes, they aren't going to help her apprehend him.
No. I said she's a citizen, so like the sanctuary policy would not apply to her, right? So, but I don't know.
Right.
Maybe the local PD wouldn't cooperate with ICE in that spot.
Well, no, I agree with you that he got in front of the car so that she wouldn't escape. Because if she escapes, it's a problem. They don't necessarily have local law enforcement to help them out. So they're in a situation where they have to detain her immediately.
I mean, do they have
think
to,
this
though?
is just well, they're in arrest mode. They're going to detain her.
Do they need to be in arrest mode over this?
I don't know the situation throughout the day, so I don't know what kind of nuisance this person was previously. So
I mean, even if she was,
I can't really answer that. Like, if this is their first interaction, maybe not. But I'm under the impression it's not their first interaction.
I was under the impression that she had very shortly before this dropped her kid off at school. This was at 9:30 a.m. So I heard some people claiming she was harassing them all day. That doesn't really make sense. If the shooting was at 9:30 a.m. and she dropped her kid off at school.
Have you seen the interview with the woman who was evidently another one of the ICE watchers that said that she was the lead car? That led me to believe there's multiple cars involved.
I have not seen that.
Oh,
No.
okay.
I mean, maybe there's something there, but I haven't seen anything to indicate that there was like a coordinated thing to block those lanes of traffic, to actually like block them. Maybe something comes out, and I don't know.
I don't know how this guy's car got in front of her like this. Like, if she's in the road and he pulled around her and pulled up.
He pulled around her.
She waved him forward.
Right, yeah.
She waved him forward.
No, you're talking about
The guy behind him, the following officer. Usually what happens is there is an officer that's going to make the arrest, and then there are other officers who assist.
Yeah.
And they're basically there just to be an extra pair of eyes. It looks like what he does, he walks around the car twice. Well, no, he walks around the front of the car twice, but really he just does one lap. And that lap ends with him in front of the car, where he's saying, don't come, I'm here. Like, these guys are going to detain you.
Yeah.
But he doesn't know that she's going to freak out and like plow into him.
But that's exactly why they train them not to step in front of vehicles, because you don't know.
In situations where you've got all the assets of the local law enforcement at your disposal.
No. In all situations. Like this right here. Basically all situations. Like, you don't know if they're going to hit the gas.
It's not a law. It's not a law. It's like a policy, but it's not like you're forbidden to ever step in front of a vehicle. That's ridiculous.
I do think there are laws on the books governing how peace officers can interact with communities. I don't know if there's a law in the books about this specific policy, but they have like principles I think
I agree for
codified.
safety reasons. Yeah, if cops are constantly making traffic stops, they're interacting with cars 12 hours a day, right? It's good to have a policy that they don't get in front of the cars unless absolutely positively necessary.
Yeah, and I can't possibly understand why this was absolutely positively necessary. If she
to detain her, keep her in the location she is.
No, I understand, but like, was that absolutely necessary?
To detain her, yes.
Why?
Look, she immediately tries to flee.
Well, I'm not talking about like, did she commit a crime? Did she not commit a crime? I'm saying like, was the nature of her, based on everything we know so far, was the nature of her crime such that, or so intense that it required this level of urgency?
I see that. I don't know. It's based on what we know. If this is the first interaction, no. But obviously, if it's like, cops often have this switch that flips, right? They're like, I'm going to play nice. I'm going to play nice. We're just having a conversation here. And then they go into arrest mode, right? Like, you fucked up, time to go to jail. These guys are already in arrest mode. Like, they probably were talking about making this arrest on the radio before any of them showed up.
Yeah.
We're going to do the arrest. You be the follow officer. Come into the situation. He comes in. He gets there first. He scans the vehicle once. They show up. And their ultimate goal as law enforcement, because it's safer, is to get the person under control as soon as possible. Get them in the handcuffs, then you can slow things down and then talk. If you want to make this a long, drawn-out procedure, it's going to be more dangerous for the public, more dangerous for them. So that's what they're doing.
No, I understand. I agree that the process of the decision-making process, like, a lot of it is instinctual. Like, the cops will just kind of instinctually form a perimeter to support their partner. I think that's what the shooting guy did. Sitch pointed out that initially he actually had gone back to his car. And then
he might have just been putting something in there, though, or grabbing something.
Maybe, but it looked like he saw his fellow officers approaching to do an arrest, and that's when his instinct was to like support them.
They have radios; they can talk to one another in the car.
Yeah, but these things happen very quickly, and they don't always communicate. They don't always get on the radio and say, "I'm going to do an arrest." Like, there is kind of like a natural formation that happens. They are trained to sort of form a perimeter around like these officers, and so it's just as likely that he saw them approaching and his instinct kicked in.
We're speculating, but I would speculate. Yeah. I would say 90% speculation here, or my belief is 90% that they were in arrest mode, that they had communicated with this before this interaction. They had decided who was going to make the arrest and who was going to be assisting, who was going to do the paperwork, and who was going to go about their day.
Maybe, but I don't think it normally happens like that, to be honest. I think one of them makes a decision and they don't like, well, I'm just telling you what I'm not, listen, my dad being a cop doesn't make me an expert in fucking.
You should talk to your dad about this. He could inform you about the situation.
I think I would talk to my sister before I talk to my dad.
Oh, you don't talk to your dad?
No, we talk, but he's very, political in the other direction, so it's not.
Okay, so that's why you don't talk to him about it.
We avoid politics. So we can get along. We just don't talk politics.
Well, I have a bro that is a cop that I did talk to about this, so I could get his feedback. So
yeah,
I did make some wrong assumptions on our Sunday stream. They usually, whenever there's a shooting incident, they usually don't interview the person immediately. They do a quick on the scene type report. But obviously, it's a heightened situation. If you've ever been in a car accident, you're like kind of freaked out. You're going to sleep and you're like replaying it in your head over and over again. So because of that, they actually do the interview a few days later. And the interview is usually like an investigation. The person is being investigated for homicide.
Yeah.
Whether or not it's accidental, or if they've done anything wrong, that will be part of the investigation. So
yeah, and a lot of agencies have similar protocols. So like if a pilot gets in a minor accident or whatever, they'll immediately pull the pilot from duty and interview them at some point to get their perspective.
Sure. Yeah. So the shooter probably hasn't been interviewed yet. Like, he might be interviewed today or maybe tomorrow. When did the shoot take place?
Friday, right? Thursday, Friday.
Right.
It was Thursday. Yeah, I think. Okay. Let's. Collins effect for $5 says, Hutch, you are 100% responsible for your actions. If she made one different decision, would we be having this discussion? That is all that matters.
I mean, I think that's right. And if this situation had played out in the way that I think it should have played out, then I would support consequences if she fled the scene. I would not be rooting for local law enforcement to not arrest her. Like, I think people are accountable for their, like, if you're going to do any kind of civil disobedience, like nonviolent civil disobedience, obviously this situation escalated, but up until that point, we're talking about essentially, if we assume or accept that she was breaking some traffic law by being there, or that she was intentionally trying to obstruct traffic, like, I don't know about you guys, but there's like a rich history in America of civil disobedience. And so as long as people understand that there are consequences for that, like, that's why I had such a problem with a lot of the college protesters, because, you know, at some point, obviously the police were going to move in and break up those encampments. And it's like, you should expect that that's going to happen. If that,
of course,
you know, the model from the civil rights movement, which I think is a really good model, is complete nonviolence. Like, and so you accept those consequences, right? But this consequence, I think, could have been avoided.
If they had help from local law enforcement, they probably would have let her flee. But local law enforcement is probably going to give them the finger.
I wouldn't be so sure about that. I mean, I don't know much about Minneapolis PD, but cops, a lot of cops are very conservative. A lot of cops are very conservative. I don't know. I would guess probably. Yeah.
There's all these videos of the chief of police and whatnot saying these people shouldn't be here. So look, and there's a lot of people who are saying that the reason it has become so dangerous for ICE is because local law enforcement is not turning the people over at the courthouse. Because usually when they pick them up, they can find out if they're legal or not, and they could just hold them for ICE, but they're releasing them into the community. So ICE is forced to go out and get them in the community.
Well, this would turn the debate into the merits of like sanctuary policies, but I mean, surely you would
still makes the case that local law enforcement is not aiding them, right?
Yeah,
I mean, that's a separate issue.
That's a policy that a lot of states and blue cities have, sanctuary policies. Yeah.
Okay, so if local law enforcement does decide, okay, we're going to help ICE, then these guys let her go. They're like, we'll get her on the helicopter.
I mean, we're doing a lot of speculating here, but I mean, maybe. But
well, I don't think this would have happened in Texas because local law enforcement would be involved already.
I mean, I don't think this would have happened had Donald Trump not surged fucking 3,000 ICE agents to Minneapolis because of a viral YouTube video from a
because they don't have local law enforcement aid. They need support. They're like lone wolves out there.
No, but you don't think that they sent 2,000 ICE agents to Minneapolis right after that video went viral about fraud? Like, surely you would agree that that's kind of ridiculous, right? Why are you sending ICE to Minneapolis when there are more undocumented migrants in Texas? Like, why prioritize Minneapolis? Because of fucking daycare fraud? How does that make any sense?
It's probably political. I mean,
that's what I mean.
It definitely is probably political. So, I mean, obviously, when Trump has an axe to grind, he's going to make whoever the target of his ire, should we say.
I mean, I think that's completely unacceptable. I think that's totally disqualifying from any position of power. That's insane. When did Biden ever do that, by the way? Like, when did Biden ever play politics with like federal aid after a fire, you know?
The local law enforcement is playing politics too when they say don't aid ICE. Make these guys' lives living hell.
Did you guys think that sanctuary policies are in place to like literally protect criminals, or do you think sanctuary policies are in place to incentivize people to actually report crime, and because they're not afraid that like people are going to show up and ask them for their papers?
I think there's zero chance the latter is why the sanctuary city policies exist. I don't buy that. I mean, I've heard people who advocate for them in the states make this argument. I don't believe it for a second whatsoever. I think what's actually going on is that it's like with Trump sending the people there in the first place. It's very political. This political conversation about immigration where one side says immigrants bad, one side says immigrants good. And the immigrants good side is saying, I'm going to win political points by telling the evil red team Trump that they can't come here and they can't, take our immigrants away and send them, out of here. How dare they break families apart? Blah, blah.
These policies predate Trump. Sanctuary policies, and Sitch, surely you can imagine, let's say there's an apartment building and there's a high concentration of people without, that are people here illegally, and there's a rape that happens. Like, surely you can imagine the family of that rape victim being hesitant to call police without sanctuary policies, right?
Most of the sanctuary city policies, my understanding, has nothing to do with that. It has to do with, and this was part of, how Obama got a lot of his deportation numbers up, is that it's once the police arrest someone for doing a crime, so someone who's illegal lives in a building and they are raped, and they pick up the phone to the police and say, hey, I was raped by this other person. The police arrest that person, detain that person, and they find out he's illegal. And then they also notify ICE and say, well, we have this guy who was, accused of rape, and he's also in the country illegally. How is that damaging to victims?
Well, I feel like you kind of sidestepped my question there.
Well, no, because you're acting like the police are going to they're going to investigate the crime. They're going to say, oh, you were raped? Well, are you a U.S. citizen? Oh, you're not? Well, I'm going to tell ICE that, which I don't think that's the policy. Without
sanctuary policies, this is precisely, we know that this happens in places where they don't have sanctuary policies. And we know that people that are here without documents are hesitant to report crime for fear of being asked if they're a citizen. Like, this is happening. This happens in states like Texas, bro.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think it's plausible or even possible that a city could create a law or even a policy where they tell law enforcement, hey, don't ask victims reporting crimes of their citizenship status, but if we detain a person or arrest a person who did do a crime or is accused of a crime, you can ask them for their citizenship status and notify ICE. Like, why can't we make that policy if it's just to protect this very narrow category of people that you're talking about?
That's a bit out of my depth. You'd have to be more of a policy wonk to get into I don't know the reasoning. Maybe there's merit to that. Maybe. I mean, intuitively, we want, I think everybody wants rapists and violent criminals to be deported.
Okay. So I'm just saying, that's why I'm skeptical. Because again, I'm fine with the policy, and I would agree if the policy is just don't ask victims for their status. I'm totally fine with that, because I agree that could definitely impact on people reporting crimes if that's all it is. But that's obviously not all it is. For all we know, in this situation, you could have a situation where whoever the ICE people were detaining or picking up before they got into this situation with Renee Good, maybe that person, they wouldn't have had to go out in the field and get that person if it wasn't a sanctuary city. Maybe they were a criminal. Maybe they would have been in a jail cell and they would have got picked up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to weasel out of it, but I'm not a policy wonk, and so I think there would be other people that would be more capable of defending sanctuary policy. I just know, generally speaking, that was the spirit with which these policies were first proposed and enacted, just because the police were running into situations where the people would get really tight-lipped in terms of if they witnessed a burglary, if they witnessed a sexual assault, they would get really tight-lipped around police because they feared that the police would ask them for papers, and so it was hampering their ability to conduct investigations. And we also know very clearly by now, because we have such a robust data set spanning years, that there's no evidence that sanctuary policies lead to more crime. In fact, there's evidence that there's slightly less crime in some cases where these policies are enacted.
It's when they pass legislation, a lot of times it's kind of people have different motivations for why they're doing things. So I don't know. I'm sure at the time that whenever, I don't know what year it was, or whenever Minneapolis passed this policy, I'm sure there was someone involved in the process who all they cared about was protecting victims. I cannot for the life of me believe that everyone involved in the process of passing legislation couldn't do the thing that I just said, which should be the most obvious thing on the planet, which is only narrow it to people reporting crimes or potential victims of crime, and that's it.
Yeah, maybe there's merit to what you're saying. I mean, I would be open to that argument. But,
yeah, I don't know. Well, I guess you have to see. But
I also want to circle back to
or
something.
they should just change it. I mean, that's the case. Even if they did it with good intentions and they say, oh, we have this bad consequence, we'll just change the law.
I mean, maybe just, again, intuitively, basically everybody wants violent rapists and criminals deported. So
I don't know. I mean, look at all the...
Come on. I mean, listen.
Look at all the weirdos that are there should be, cashless bail and all this other weird shit.
Well, again, I don't think I'm qualified to defend cashless bail or attack it either way. But what you were saying about Obama, I just want to clarify something real quick. This is something that drives me fucking insane. This is a complete myth. This idea that Obama was the deporter in chief. the reason why his numbers got juiced the way that they did.
I know it's turnarounds too from the border.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
included
yeah.
in the
Okay,
numbers,
right,
yeah.
you know that. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it was also that they were picking up people picked up from crimes as well. That's part of the number. A big part of the number, I believe.
Yeah, yeah. They no, for sure. In fact, their stated policy was that they were going after criminals, and I think it was like when I looked it up, it was like 50% of the people that they removed from the country had criminal convictions. So I don't know why the rest of the 50% weren't. But yeah, they changed the way the deportations were classified to include like people that were turned away at the border. And so his numbers on paper look crazy, but when you use the same standard of deportations that W. Bush and Clinton did, they deported less than Obama. So like it's like a full-on myth that everybody thinks is true. And yeah.
Interesting. Well, and also, I mean, if the policy, which most people I assume agree with, most people are, yes, get rid of the criminals first. Again, that's just further reason why any of these sanctuary city policies should be changed to actually help do that. So, but anyway, Brian for $50, thank you so much, says trying to open the door when a person is sitting in a running car refusing to comply with orders is totally justified. If he was able to open the door and remove her, it would have de-escalated. Her not complying and trying to flee is what escalated.
Yeah. So her car was technically stationary, I think, when he first tried to pull on it. But as soon as that, it was like literally like as soon, I think she was responding to him. I don't know. But but as soon as he put his hand on that handle and she started reversing, I think he should have just backed away and not like, because I don't understand. I mean, we already talked about that. Like, what did he hope to accomplish? Was he going to try to steer her wheel in a particular direction? Like, there's no obviously like practical reason for doing that. That's not me saying like, oh, I think people should get away with crimes. It's just about just a practical reaction to a situation changing dynamically like that. I think his instinct should have been to back away. They had her plate number. They would have caught her and shot her with charged her with felonies, and we wouldn't be having this conversation right now.
Someone in chat said, I don't know if this is accurate. They said that Trump's numbers also include turnaways at the border as well for deportations.
Yeah, no, the standard changed when Obama was president. I think.
Oh, okay. So so just be Bush. It would include. So Trump would be part of the number change as well.
Obama deported more people than Trump did, but Trump also had much less people actually showing up at the border. So like that's gonna drive his numbers down. I don't know how his removal numbers, like taking people that are in the country and removing them, stack up to previous presidents, but his total deportations are lower than Biden and Obama. But when you look at like border encounters per month, there were just way less people showing up at the border when he was president. So that kind of makes sense, right?
Yeah, it's possible. Valman Go for $5 says, according to Hutch, if you're anti-ICE, you get to choose what traffic is blocked and allowed to pass on any street. Is this true?
Don't believe that that's true.
Okay. Devil's Raspberry for $2 says he wants you to explain why she was parked across the lane. I believe you said you thought it was so that she could see the cars.
Or her wife had gotten out of the car, right? So like she stayed in the car, her wife got out. And so I think what is a plausible explanation was that they rode up, her wife gets out and starts doing the ICE watch thing and recording and talking that shit. And then she parked her car in a position that gave her a view of like a very clear view with no window or anything to exactly what was happening. Also, she could have approached, I mean, it was a one-way street. She could have driven down the wrong way of the road and then, positions herself perpendicular to eventually like go
That's
back.
even worse, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, like she might have violated some traffic laws, but I just, what I find really difficult to believe is that she was earnestly trying to block traffic. Like it just doesn't, I don't know how you could reasonably expect to be a hindrance on ICE, like blocking one lane of traffic. I mean, that's like a really minor obstacle. We've already gone down that road though. I don't know if we need to.
Yeah. Done for 31 months. Thank you. Says the moment civilian car deliberately tries to harass law enforcement, the cops immediately assume you're trying to ambush them. Can't read your mind.
A car is trying to harass them? You mean like just the way that she positioned it?
Yeah, I think that's what they're saying. The second there's someone who looks like they're blocking in traffic, I don't think it's unreasonable for them to assume that there could be some potential ambush coming.
If that were the case, I doubt he would have stepped in front of her car in that first instance. I think he thought she was. I think he thought she was harmless, and also she had been sitting there for like several minutes. Like if they felt like threatened, why did they run up right away and get her?
Well, that leads into Joe the Mick for $5 says that moment, in quotes, it was 3 fucking minutes blocking an entire lane. Stop calling her an observer.
Okay. Like I sure she was blocking a lane of traffic. Any reasonable person, like I cannot imagine thinking like, yeah, I'm gonna fuck with them and like block them from leaving here while I leave, 15 feet of space in front of me.
If he walked up and got in front of the car before he did the assessment, I think that would be insane. But the lady's got her fucking dog in the car. Like he doesn't think she's a threat.
Well, say that first part again. What, he wouldn't have walked up if what now?
If he walked up and got in front of the car immediately without assessing the situation, without walking around the car and looking for weapons or kids or whatever, right? That would be crazy. But he's standing in front of the car of a woman who has a dog in her car. I mean, you just don't think your life is in danger.
I agree. I think he assessed her threat level to be quite low, and I don't think he saw that. Low. But that's but again, that's the reason why a lot of my understanding is that a lot of police departments specifically say don't do that because you never know. Like you just don't know if the person's going to hit the gas. So why would you do that?
You keep saying that it's like crazy for him to stand in front of the car. I just like if it's a low threat level, it's not crazy. I mean, obviously, the threat level changed rather dramatically, very quickly. So
maybe a better word would be like negligent than crazy. I don't know. Crazy is a bit vague.
Rights and Difference for $5 says she was the wrong way on a one-way and her wife stepped out. So why couldn't they park on the side of the road and get out? Is there video of that? I haven't seen that where she's coming down the wrong way.
I haven't seen any video. I'm just saying, maybe they were already there when ICE pulled up. I have no idea how that started. I don't think we know that yet. But.
Okay. Eddie V for $10 says cops filming things is an unacceptable escalation ? As in apparently trying to open a car door if the perp chooses not to comply with orders. Delusional.
I really don't have much to add to that. I mean, I don't think, again, I just don't think the way that they escalated that situation was commensurate with her threat level.
Okay.
So is she a threat or not a threat?
At the point that, again, we're all going off of the videos. And so like when I'm trying to assess, like, is there a credible idea that she would have been considered a threat? The very fact that he had done that lap and stopped in front of her car, that to me indicates that at least he didn't really perceive her to be a threat. So the idea that, I don't know, if you're saying that the justification for running up on her was like, oh, we don't know if she's here to like run us over, that doesn't really make sense given his behavior. Maybe the other officers had a different assessment, but that certainly wasn't his, I don't think.
Squeeze Louise for $5 says, Hutch, if a car is driving towards you and you don't know the driver's intentions, is it reasonable to think that you may be at risk of grave bodily harm?
Yeah, in some contexts, sure. But I don't know. Like, so this happened so quickly. It is a stressful situation. Maybe you're going to miss some things, but when we saw his footage, you could very obviously see her turning that wheel. So I have to think that he saw her turning that wheel. I am willing to give cops like some grace when it comes to like really fast and dynamic and fluid situations that change on a dime. But to me, like it just, once she's like aggressively turning that wheel to the right, I think in that moment, it's like really obvious she's not trying to run him over. I think you can deduce that in a rather quick amount of time. That doesn't mean that he was like fully out of danger. That doesn't mean that he can't still make that claim, because obviously they still made contact and everything. But if we're trying to assess her intentions, then, you know, that really annihilates the idea that she was looking to run him over.
Sketch for $5 says, textbook example of irrational behavior versus undisciplined professionalism. Key difference is law enforcement should be held to the higher standard. So I think they agree with your position on that.
Yeah, that's my exact position.
Mr. Cross for $20. Thank you, Mr. Cross. Who's a lawyer, says, I think people are conflating three different issues. One, did ICE have authority to stop her? Two, was this a lawful shooting? Three, did everyone behave at their best? Each of these is a distinct question and doesn't impact the other question. Yeah, no, I think that's true, especially, well, it's especially true, I believe, criminally, legally. That's the case. But I think we're kind of focusing on other issues because I think, well, I guess I don't know. It's unclear to me. Hutch, were you saying that you think legally he should get off, or are you just saying legally you think he will get off?
I don't think he'll be charged with anything, but I could be wrong. I have no idea, but and I don't know the law either. Like, I don't pretend to know the law, but I just know that we live in America and we've seen so many police officers. Like, didn't the guy who shot that guy who was hella drunk in the hotel, like, didn't that person not face any consequences? And that was crazy. Do you guys remember that video?
Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I forget the guy's name. Yeah. You're talking about the guy who's crawling towards him after the big shooting in Las Vegas?
And he was hammered, and the guy was giving him crazy, confusing.
Yes.
And I don't think that guy got charged with anything. So that guy didn't get charged. Surely somebody who got clipped by the, front left of a car is probably going to get off, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know what the rationale. I mean, I'm sure we could find examples of cops getting hit for lesser. That situation, I agree, was like crazy. I don't really know how the cop got off on that one. So,
and you agree and we talked about it before, but sometimes like politics influences like charging decisions, and this has a lot of attention. So who knows? Yeah. But I also want to say, I also want to say though, like, well, I mean, there's not
to the Las Vegas shooting. There wasn't. Really
not that one, but this one. You guys were talking about like, can the state pursue? Like so the state attorney general Ellison, what's his name? Is it Keith Ellison?
Keith Ellison, yeah.
So he said that there's no statute of limitations, and so they can actually decline to begin any kind of investigation until after Trump is done. Like, he was saying that was an option because, and I think Adam might have touched on this a little bit, but I think what can happen is if like local authorities initiate an investigation, basically the federal government, I think, can usurp that and take it right to a judge and ask for it to be dismissed. And then that person would be shielded even from state level charges. But I think Ellison was kind of implying that in order for that to happen, like, the process has to start. And if they just hold off the process until after Trump leaves, then maybe they have that option still, is what I understood him to mean. But
I think, yeah, I was talking about that. My understanding was the process is the state would bring charges, then the federal government steps in and says, I've read the statute, but under, whatever the law is, it has to be elevated to federal court. And then once they're in federal court, they could argue that his actions were protected.
Yeah, they just invoke
the supremacy clause. Right.
Yeah, they invoke the supremacy clause.
I heard Keith Ellison say that, and that's true. I would be very surprised if they do that, just because I don't know if like the local population would accept that answer politically. Like, it's better from like completely cynical, like, yeah, that's better if you actually want the guy to get arrested. To
get caught trying to like appease the mob.
Yeah, but it's better politically, like cynically politically, for them to like make this big deal about how like we're going after this guy and the Trump administration is stopping us. Like, that's just too beneficial for them on a local politics level. It's hard for me to imagine they're not going to go that route.
Maybe, but I feel like you could get the word out to like a community, like cities can be quite tight knit, and so I don't think.
I mean, 4 years from now,
well, that's the other thing too.
Remember that plan? Like, I don't know.
Well, that's the other thing too, is like it's harder to do an investigation 4 years later because then like the evidence is weaker because people's memories are not great, and yeah.
Well, yeah, they'd have to. That's true. You'd want them to at least do the investigation, which I don't know if they even can at this point. So.
Mm-hmm.
Valmingo $5 says, according to Hutch, if an escaping criminal runs in front of a car, the cop then has to give up the chase.
I don't recall saying that.
Okay.
You would get in your cruiser and pursue them, right?
You agree with that the Jacob Blake shooting was justified, right?
Yes.
Okay. Someone was asking that.
That guy had a knife and had people in his car. That was something that I think that was like the most egregious case, maybe, of a justified police shooting that was like an online narrative popped up. That was,
definitely, yeah. That, and then there was I don't remember the guy's name, the
hands up,
drunk driver in the Wendy's who took the cop's taser.
Do you
remember that one?
No, I have no idea.
There was like a guy who was so drunk. He went to I think it was a Wendy's. He went to a Wendy's. and he fell asleep in the drive-thru. And so they called the police, and the police, they got him out of the car, and they're having a totally nice conversation with him and everything. And then as soon as they say that they're going to arrest him for a DUI, he like starts fighting them, and he actually pulls, if I recall correctly, he actually pulls the cop's taser and like shoots it at him, and he's like trying to like shoot at him while run, and then the cops shoot him. And people got really up in arms about the situation, and they actually, I think, burned the Wendy's down because this was like really at the height of like BLM stuff, and they actually turned. Do you remember you remember the Chaz Chop Zone in Portland? Like they created like a version of that in this same location that had a bunch of like crime and problems too. It was a whole fucking issue.
The issue there that the cop would have to consider is like if the guy tased him and then took his gun, like he could kill him. So I don't know.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Okay. His name was Rashard Brooks, someone in the chat says. Mr. Grams for $20 says you should ask Hutch if he thinks ICE is a legitimate organization with a lawful mandate.
I mean, yeah, obviously.
Okay, there you go.
Based.
Just to be clear, that doesn't mean that I'm in favor at this point of abolishing ICE and wrapping it up into DHS or CBP or whatever. But obviously, they're a legal entity that can lawfully operate.
So, but you're in favor of abolish ICE.
I'm not in favor of abolishing immigration enforcement, but I think ICE right now is like very, very much rotten and compromised.
I think if the Democrats tried to run on the issue,
they won't.
It would be a huge disaster for them to do that.
They won't run on abolishing ICE because then the Republicans will be like, "Oh, you don't want to enforce immigration," and that would just backfire.
Right. Yeah.
Do you think if they had the support of local law enforcement in all these sanctuary cities, if it would be a completely different situation?
I mean, definitely. Yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that? Like, are you getting at something specific?
Well, a lot of times I think they're forced to go Rambo because they don't have support from the local authorities. They're just like local authorities are a wealth of information for any law enforcement. I mean, that's why they rely on one another so much.
I mean, maybe I don't know. Like I'm not opposed to sanctuary policies. I think federalism in practice, this is what it looks like. And if the voters of that state feel like sanctuary policies, or if the voters of that district or city or whatever think that sanctuary policies are making their neighborhoods more dangerous, then we have democratic processes to vote out the Democratic Party and elect Republicans. That's not what's happening. These policies seem to be quite popular among the people that live in these communities. So, it is what it is.
Policies can be popular, but they can still be dangerous, obviously. So,
yeah, I have not seen compelling evidence that sanctuary policies make conditions more dangerous. I know that's conventional thinking in conservative spaces, but there's just no data to support this.
Dr. Liv for $2 brings up an interesting point that I don't think either of us thought about or considered. He said, regarding him walking in front of the car, I would have to assume that Ross was trying to avoid crossfire. You can't get fire support at any other angle, either from the front or the back. And if the suspect pulls out a gun, you're both fucked. That is true. If it escalated, if he stayed where he was, he would have to shoot potentially into his fellow ICE agent.
Yeah, obviously that's the thing. It's hard to describe like my positioning here, but he could have had the same angle, but 7 steps to his back, and then he's not in any situation with crossfire.
Wait, what? What do you mean?
Like he can have the same angle on the car, but from further back, so he's not in any kind of direct path of the car.
You're saying that he should have had like a super wide berth to the front, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
I mean, he could. You would be kind of you wouldn't really be able to see what's going on, though. Like you'd be in a safer position for yourself, but it'd be hard to support at that point.
From 10, 15 feet away? You don't think you can support someone?
I don't think you could see. Yeah, if you're going to go like an extra 10 to 15 feet away, it's going to be harder for you to see a person in a car through a windshield, whether they're reaching for a weapon or something, as opposed to if you're right up top of them. Yeah.
Okay. I think 10, 15 feet, you can have a pretty decent sense
if you have perfect, I don't know if we want to do a perfect analysis of where the sun was and the glare and everything, like maybe if you have perfect, like visible conditions, sure. But I don't know if that was the case. Arithmus for $2 says, or $4 says, there's no guarantee the driver. I'm sorry, the door was obviously locked because he did not successfully open the door. If you reach in to pull the interior handle, it will unlock the door. There's no evidence he was trying to turn the wheel by reaching inside.
I actually think there is. Anyway, I don't know if you can pull up the footage, but you can see him. He's like reaching into the vehicle. It does look like he touches the wheel.
In the first? I don't know if we can really tell.
So he goes there and then, yeah, see him sticking his hand, like he's not reaching for the hand.
It doesn't look like he's reaching for the wheel though. I feel like his hand would be further to the left and up.
That's not my sense of it. He's sticking his hand like into the vehicle. He's not sticking it like down and trying to open the door.
I don't think either of us can really tell what he's reaching for in that footage.
I mean, that's fair.
So,
Like it or not, I think the goal here is to get her in cuffs and in the back of the car as quick as humanly possible.
Yeah, I agree. But that was their goal.
You think though that they should have just stood down?
Yeah.
Aspiring pragmatist for 16 months says, trust but verify. Neither parties can know the other's intention. Thus, it's the officer's duty to assess the situation. It's her duty to comply with requests. True.
Yep.
I can't off the top of my head think of a situation where I would advise someone to not comply with police officers.
Devil's Raspberry for Joe says he was not in front when she reversed or repositioned. So I feel like if we look at this angle here, like if he just stayed right in the car, then it wouldn't have mattered what she did. Like if he stayed right by the door. Mm-hmm. But like once he's like here, she does, like if he had stayed here, so not in front of the car, even her backing up would have positioned him in front of the car anyway. So
I think he's got to get
at that point.
His goal is to assist the other officers, and he may have to go hands on. So his goal is to get to the other side of the car. He can't just hang out on the side of the car.
I agree. Yeah.
As soon as she's out on the ground, like he needs to be there to be involved.
Okay, but you don't need to stop in front of a moving car. You could. Why didn't you just keep walking?
This car is going in reverse. This car is going in the opposite direction.
That's a moving vehicle. Because because they hit the brake, put it in drive, and then drive, right? So like,
yeah, he could have got his pogo stick out and just pogo sticked over the car. That's how he could get to his assisting.
He should have dive rolled over the hood. No, I think it's possible.
He had commando roll under the car.
We don't know. Again, we don't know his intentions. We'll have to see what he says. But I mean, yeah, I do think it's plausible that there was either an intention to stop in front of the car to stop it, which is dumb if that's the case, or if it was just a a fuck up because he's like, I'm drawing my weapon, and then his brain just stopped working. So I don't know what the thought process was.
Well, you guys are adding these like ridiculous qualifiers like pogo stick and barrel roll,
commando roll.
It was just a little memeing.
But like the other option would be to continue walking in the same direction he had been walking instead of planting his feet as soon as she stopped the vehicle.
Right. If he was the arresting officer, he could have just started cuffing the wife, and that would have took the wind out of her sails pretty quickly. But he's just there to assist, so he's just.
Well, what had the wife done at that point to be put in cuffs?
Well, I'm assuming that they were going to arrest both of them, but she's already outside the vehicle, so she's an easier.
I don't know if that's a fair assumption. I don't know because I don't know. I didn't see anything that
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what their authority is because if you're the passenger, if the problem is blocking traffic and you're the passenger, I don't know if they have the authority to arrest
out
you
of the vehicle. You can't arrest someone for guilt by association in a spot like that unless the person was directly involved.
Well, if she's involved in telling her stop here, then I guess she'd be involved. But we don't know.
I'm strictly saying tactically.
Yes.
To get the woman not to like take off and start running over children and officers and whatnot.
I'm assuming
if you cuffed her partner, I think maybe she puts the car in park. What do you guys think?
Well, we have this pesky.
What do you think, Hutch? Is she going to put the car in park if her wife is getting handcuffed?
I mean,
or is she just going to bolt out of there? Fuck it.
I think your logic is sound. We do have.
I'll see you back home.
We do have Fourth Amendment protections, thankfully. So.
Yeah. Well, look, it's just a hypothetical. Okay.
Right.
Don't have to bring the Constitution into it.
I think if she hadn't been shot and she had fled, assuming they would have detained the wife until they got information about the driver. So.
Yeah, I don't know.
Look, I'm not sure. I'm not sure putting them both in cuffs in the back of the car. I mean, I want to know, but look, we're not privy to that information yet. I'm sure there's a nice big log of all the radio calls between one another.
Renorasaurus here for $10 says, does Hutch just believe cops shouldn't ever put themselves in harm's way if it means they have to end up shooting someone? How else are they supposed to enforce the law?
Ask the first part of the question again.
Does Hutch just believe cops shouldn't ever put themselves in harm's way if it means they have to end up shooting someone?
If it impedes their mandate to protect and serve the public or protect themselves, then you would not do that. But it's not like cops don't take risks in the course of their duties. You know, it's not that they never ever put themselves, like, if they run into a building where there's people with guns because they want to like save a kid, like that would be a risk, right? But like in this particular situation, we don't apply that standard to literally everything they do.
Well, I think with the first part is unequivocally true that cops are never supposed to fire in a situation that is dangerous to the community at large. And I think that was what they got the guy who shot, the guy shot through the wall like 10 times with the Breonna Taylor situation, which was insane. But you also said, though, that like the cops shouldn't put themselves in harm's way. And I don't know if that's true or even possible, because
they have to.
Yeah, because like every interaction could be them putting themselves in harm's way.
Yeah, but you understand what I mean? Like, you can't apply that standard universally, right? So like if there was a cop on the top of a 5-story building and you wanted to prevent a perp from driving away with a kid, like technically the cop could jump off of the building and land on the car and like perhaps disable the engine through the force of the impact, but you wouldn't advise that.
But he'd kill himself.
I mean, it depends. If it's The Rock it's the movie The Other Guys and they're aiming for the bush, then maybe they should do that. So, but yes, normally no. I agree that there's different levels of risk that officers are obviously going to take in different situations.
Acceptable risk in line with like protocol that hopefully is done with like data. That's like a data driven thing, like a threat assessment, like something to assist them besides like gut or whatever. You want these things to be like really like specific enough to keep police officers safe, which is really fucking important.
Floki asked in the chat, ask Hutch if cops have a duty to get out of the situation rather than cause harm. And then also they give the example of the Ashley Babbitt case, should the cops have retreated.
The cops in the Ashley Babbitt situation were barricaded literally in the breach. Like that was the last stop for a mob that had been violently clashing with police officers for I think like 2 hours by that point. The cops had been beaten unconscious, dragged into the crowd. Cops had their eyeballs gouged out, their rib cages crushed. And you had an angry mob that was there screaming, hang Mike Pence and kill Nancy Pelosi. That decision that Ashley Babbitt made is, I don't think, in any way comparable to the situation that we're evaluating here.
I agree with that completely. But the first part of the question, how do you feel about, do cops have a duty to get out of the situation rather than cause harm?
When that, like, the harm needs to be necessary is the standard. So like the calculation would be, I need to take this shot because if I don't, then the harm would be like worse if this person got away. And I don't know, like this, I don't know if they lay out specific scenarios to illustrate the point, but that's what I read in like, there's a DHS memo from like June or July that covers the lawful, like lethal use of force. And they go into it, but generally speaking, police are expected to, or law enforcement are expected to avoid at all costs, like shooting or using lethal force or shooting into like a moving car.
There just seems to be this little contradiction here because everyone keeps saying, oh, she wasn't a threat. She wasn't dangerous. You know, you should have just let her go. But at the same time, you're saying, oh, it was terrible for him to get in front of the car. That's like a deadly threat. Well, if she's a deadly threat to the officer just standing in front of the car, she's a deadly threat to the community.
I never.
So it's like it's got to be one way or the other.
No, that's not how they. So you're not allowed to shoot someone for like fleeing because unless they've given you a really good reason to think that, you know, like if that person had a box of like if you had reports that this person had like a bomb in their car or something. I don't know. I'm just making it up. I really don't know like what qualifies as these like special circumstances. But I never said that she didn't contribute to creating a dangerous situation. I don't know what other people are saying.
I think
well, they do shoot people though if they think the threat of them escaping is more dangerous than shooting them.
Those are really limited like circumstances where that's allowed.
Well, I'm just pointing out the contradiction. Look, I don't think she was a threat. I think she was a Karen. I think she became a threat because she was reckless. But I think you could say that recklessness could be transposed onto the community, and they probably will when they argue this case.
Like for fostering a culture of anti-ICE stuff, you mean?
No, for running over some kid as she's trying to get away from the cops.
Okay.
No, but I think that what you said, Adam, is a good point in terms of it is hard to say, well, she's so not dangerous that they should have just let her go. And at the same time say, well, she's so dangerous or so potentially
He was an idiot for standing in front of the car.
Yeah, you shouldn't even walked anywhere near the front of the car.
Yeah, you should stand off at a distance with binoculars.
Right. I think obviously that would have been preferable considering how it played out. And that's
no, I agree it's preferable. I'm just saying it doesn't seem consistent in the argument.
Well, somebody
best case scenario would have been she put the car in park, though. You agree with that, Hutch, right?
Of course.
Yes. Okay. So number one option: put the car in fucking park.
Okay, but one of those people is given extensive training, or at least they used to with ICE, and a firearm and entrusted with the authority to use lethal force when absolutely necessary. And one of them is.
Well, I'm just talking about potential outcomes. Okay, you're the one trying to assign blame here.
I think that it's appropriate to have a conversation about the culpability of the law enforcement officers anytime there's like a fatality.
It is, but I'm just saying like the best case scenario for an outcome would have been she puts the car in park.
Of course, I agree.
Yeah. I don't know. Second case is like she just gets away, but as long as she doesn't hit someone, right?
Do you think that if when he was crossing in front of her, she was backing up, if he like say there's an ice patch, so he slips and falls, do you think that she would just run right over him, or do you think she would have stopped?
I have no idea.
Run over him.
I have no.
I'm just asking you to guess.
No idea. If you're asking,
don't know.
Is there a risk of that happening? Sure. That's why you don't. But that's why you're laying out the rationale for why you don't step in front of the car.
Yeah, but
the one guy
that
tries to run alongside the car and his foot slips out from under him while he's running. You can see it happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm just saying, to me, that shows how incredibly dangerous this woman actually was in behaving. Is that in that moment she seemed to have really no regard for the people around her as she's driving this car. As I said, when she starts backing up, as soon as the guy starts opening the door, there's no way that she like turned her head and like looked behind her to make sure no one was behind her. She backing up. She just fucking started to go for it at that moment. She could have easily.
And he just walked past her. He just literally walked past her.
These things are not. But these things are not mutually exclusive. Like we can acknowledge and should acknowledge that she was reckless. That is not a model, I think, for how to interact with law enforcement. While at the same time placing a heavy burden on people that we trust with guns and the authority to kill people if they have to. Like our standards that we have for them should be very high. Not like I agree, not unreasonably high. Like these are human beings, and to expect perfection is insane, but like literal perfection. But the standards should be very high. To make good decisions even on a moment's notice. In fact, they're trained. Cops are. I don't know about ICE, but cops are trained to make extremely consequential decisions while their adrenaline is pumping and they only have like a second to react to the situation.
No, I agree that there should be the police should be held to a high standard, or any law enforcement to a high standard, and there should be lots more training than there is. I agree with all that. The reason I bring it up is that I'm saying a lot of the argumentation seems to be around, not just for you, but I just mean like a general public conversation about this issue, is a lot of the argumentation seems to be around that this woman is not doing anything dangerous. It is not a dangerous person, and thus it is not responsible or is bad for ICE to even try to detain her in the first place. And I don't agree with that at all. I think if you have a person who simply an ICE officer telling her to get out of the car makes her do some incredibly dangerous maneuver, well, then she is a dangerous person.
Yeah, and you would get in your cruiser and pursue them.
Yes, if someone wasn't in front
on
of the
the
car
icy roads,
right?
at high speed.
It's a little too late. At
Cops
that point,
are definitely. I mean, that's
without
what the
local law enforcement aid.
Cops are definitely trained to pursue people, and they're also trained to do that in a safe way too. Like there are cops that face disciplinary actions for doing reckless shit with their cars when they're in a pursuit.
In Los Angeles, you're not supposed to pursue. They're like, let the helicopter get them. You're
What?
like, back
Hang
off.
on.
Let the helicopter watch them.
I don't think that's true. I feel like there are dedicated
You
YouTube.
really? Do you think that?
I feel
High speed pursuits?
Well,
No,
yes.
it's been standard law enforcement procedure to back off and not chase the car. They let the helicopter follow them. The people still run. Of course they still run because they see a helicopter in the sky chasing after them, and they're trying to get away from the helicopter. But the law enforcement, the street cops don't get involved.
I follow a Twitter account that's literally dedicated to like high speed pursuits in Los Angeles.
To the helicopter watching the car drive through the streets, drive through the city.
I don't know how common that is.
Go ahead, look it up. You can look it up right now. You can go ahead and take a gander. I don't know what it is in Texas, but in California, it's definitely fallback.
If it's in like, I could understand that in like a dense like urban area or like a downtown setting.
It's more dangerous to get in a high speed pursuit with a vehicle.
Yeah.
As a police officer. So they generally fall back. They use their radios and they use air support.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
But
look, if you're in a place, you're ICE, and you don't have air support because the local law enforcement is not going to follow the person, then you can't really catch them if they get away.
But that's still the better choice between this and between that and this situation. Like, is it better that she got killed than if she would have just gotten away scot-free? I think.
Yeah, if he had future vision and knew that was the outcome, as opposed to her just complying.
Yeah, they just thought, okay, she's a Karen, she's got her dog in the car. We'll have this done in 5 minutes. These guys are going to do the paperwork. I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna be an extra pair of eyes and hands.
Yeah, but you can do that by walking up to the car and just he walked right up and just started yanking on that door. Like that was, to me, like unnecessary escalation commensurate with like what she was doing. I don't know why you're laughing at the idea of because you walking
keep saying
up and
escalation
yanking on it.
Look,
that is definitionally escalation.
Your goal is to arrest the person. Your goal is to take them out of their car and put them in the handcuffs.
Do you believe
keep calling that escalation? Like they can't.
It is definitionally escalation. I don't know what. I don't know your interpretation of that word, but
no. I think it's funny because you're laying out a scenario where the cops come up and they say, "Here are some handcuffs, young lady. Will you mind putting these on for us?"
That's a bit of a straw man. Like you could just walk up and communicate your orders without immediately doing that.
Right. Okay.
If she was like a rapist or if she had kidnapped a kid, then it kind of makes sense to do something like that.
Look, you could be right.
Like
if they came up and did the nice guy thing, maybe she doesn't pull away in fear. But I mean, the other cop walked around her and she really didn't do anything. So
doesn't that tell you that there was an opportunity to perhaps not use a heavy hand?
Yeah, I think there might have been.
All right.
If they came up and were exceedingly nice, she doesn't drive off.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Cross
Maybe
for $20.
She does. I don't know.
Mr. Cross for $20 says digital zooming on a camera, which is different than mechanical zooming of a lens, can create evidentiary problems later due to the way a phone inverts pixels when zooming in. You shouldn't do it if you need evidence.
This
Oh,
is
wow.
this is bananas. This idea that
Didn't that come up in the Kyle Rittenhouse case? Because there was some kind of zoom in, and there was all this argument about whether the zoom in.
if it's like it's
affected
100 feet away, if it's 10 feet away, no, come on.
I don't know if you're gonna draw and say, "Oh, I thought they had a gun," because I was looking through my phone that adds, fake pixels to things.
Don't gaslight me here. We all have good phones. I know you have the newest iPhone or the newest Galaxy or whatever. We all have these cameras.
Have the newest.
I don't.
I have a 21S or whatever the lower quality one is.
Even if it's like
camera's pretty good.
If it's like a 4-year-old model, your camera's pretty good at 10 feet. Okay.
I just completely disagree for the reasons I already laid out about the whole. He should have been 10 feet away, but whatever. We don't have to rehash that.
I'm gonna get going here, fellas.
Okay.
Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for coming on, Hutch. It was an interesting conversation. It was a cordial conversation, even though we disagreed.
Mm-hmm.
Call your dad. Come on, reconcile.
Dude, me and my dad
made me feel bad.
No. Hang on. Me and my dad got along because we don't talk about politics.
Okay.
Because we don't talk about politics.
That's fair.
I got you. So you can't really talk to him about this case. You can't interrogate him about what do you think was going on in this situation, Dad?
I can, but I don't find those conversations to be
Is he
productive.
a beat cop? Is he a detective? What is
he was
what does he do?
he was a beat cop, and then he was a detective for a little bit, but he investigated a child murder case and that fucked him up, I think, a little bit. And then he was a beat cop again, and then he worked as an investigator for the DA, and then he was doing private contracting, like training police in Afghanistan and Iraq. So he's pretty hardcore.
So he's definitely gone hands on with some perps.
Yeah.
Some suspects.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay. Talk to him about the case. You won't get triggered.
All right. Thanks, guys. Good talking to you.
Yeah, take care.
Bye-bye. Chat, I was watching the chat just to be clear. I was watching the chat, and I got to tell you guys, I'm a little bit triggered. You guys have agency. You guys are grown-ups. If you do not enjoy a conversation that I'm having, then stop watching the stream. Okay? This is not a democracy. You guys understand this? This is not a democracy. I am so done with some of the fucking bullshit. Tewi Lorg with $5. It's gonna take me a second. I gotta get through some of these super chats. Can we stop this framing that all they did was ask her to get out of the car? Bad company with $5. Guy breaks his leg versus lady gets shot in the face 3 times. I have the Jew with $5. What the fuck? It's lesbian soccer moms with their dog in the back. They aren't effing anticipating a firefight. KB with 14 Canadian. Does Hutch always ignore chat? I'm going to wander in front of his car absent-mindedly to try to get his attention. See, but I have an alert on my car. It would go doot, 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 doot. Bad company with $2. Arrest mode with phone out. The Trib with $5. The threat level and actions of the agents works if she honestly was a terrorist. Remember that Trump has labeled half the country as such. Abolish ICE. KB with 28 Canadian. I am absolutely disgusted with this. I've seen and heard a lot in my day, but this is beyond the pale. I had no idea you were still streaming to those disgusting, stinky basement dwelling losers on Twitch. YouTube chat forever. Damn. Ace with $5. Sitch is such a good faith dude. He tolerates an actual baby like Adam as a co-host. Patience of a saint. He could do much better than Adam. I try to keep things try to keep things somewhat low key. I try to de-escalate, you might say. Occasional Doomer with $5. You did fine, Hutch. I was frustrated by their inability to respond to some of your points, like the point of ICE training being 47 days is insane. It is insane. Ben with $2. See the Minneapolis Chief of Police New York Times interview? No. Is there a video of it? I lost myself a little bit here. Swannybird with $5. They say they're worried about bias in a state investigation, but Sitch and Adam aren't worried about bias in a federal investigation. That's a good point. Didn't think of that when we were talking. The Trib with $5. How many people die from cops? Less than 1,000 per year. Does Sitch really think most people act optimally? Or does he think cops act better normally? I don't know if it is. I don't even think it's close to 1,000 per year. How many people are killed by police every year? Okay. 1,300 to 1,365. I think the number that I'm thinking of is unarmed people that are killed by cops every year. From the Ashes with $5, brother. When give almost anyone anonymity and the authority to be as aggressive as they want, how can you not expect unnecessary escalation and abuse? Shenanigan with the primer. I mean, we have judges. We have judges that sentence violent criminals and gang members to lengthy prison sentences, and they're not wearing masks. Who do you think is a bigger target? An ICE agent or a judge that sentences them to like 30 years or whatever? The Trib with $5. January 6th existed. Those officers were under extreme pressure. Ashley Babbitt is the only fatality. Well, officers passed as well from trauma too. That's a good point too, yeah. That's a good point too. Dawes Vidani with $5. The question to Sitch and Adam, if he is here, is it reasonable for the officer to assume what happened was a possibility from that action? Is it reasonable for the officer to assume what happened was a possibility from that action? I am a little confused by that. Someone translate that for me? Is it reasonable for the officer to assume what happened was a possibility from that action? What is the thing that happened and what is that action? I think I'm a little confused there. The Trib with $5. The 1K number is the total, which is my point, for it to be that low. It's because law enforcement is usually doing their best to de-escalate. It's why I was anti-ACAB. Ah, I see. Yeah, I mean, just like purely anecdotally, again. I'm speculating here, but I think that actual like police departments and sheriff's departments, they do way more training. Again, this is either an assumption or speculation, call it what you will, but they do way more training for de-escalation than evidently these ICE agents do. Because there are so many videos at this point that there have been like literally like 3 or 4 or 5 dozen videos of separate incidents. The one with the kid from Target was fucking insane because like the guy was pursuing this kid. The kid was making extraordinary efforts to keep like a buffer zone of like 5 feet from the officer. He's walking backwards. He's got his phone out. He's mouthing off. He's calling the kids, he's calling the cops like, you know, bad names, but that is not illegal. You get to do that. And there was the footage of this ICE officer who's like fucking 7'5", just towers over this kid, aggressively pursuing this kid, walking, like you can see him at one point deliberately try to make contact. It was just so obvious in that video. I don't know what else to assume, that the cop was trying to deliberately make contact with the kid so he could use that as a pretense to arrest him. And then he just grabbed the kid anyways. The kid didn't even touch him. They throw him to the ground. His face is all fucked up. And then they let him out. They just dropped him off at a Walmart a mile away from the target that he was working at. It's fucking insane. That is the opposite of de-escalation. Like you can't, people should understand the value of de-escalation. And I think what happens is people get compromised by their own emotions and their own politics. And so they see someone kind of mouthing off to a cop or whatever. And in their own twisted sense of justice, they think that person should be punished. And so a kid gets thrown down and maybe they fucking break their nose or get their face cut to shit and need stitches or whatever. And then they say, well, ew, fuck around and find out, you know, and which is pretty unbelievable standard. Wick, people are saying, oh, but he swung at him. And that's insane too. They prosecuted a guy for throwing a sandwich at them. If that kid had swung, he'd not be released. That kid did not swing on him. What the fuck are they talking about? The ICE officer, well, I don't know. Maybe the kid responded, but like the ICE officer grabbed him. The kid he was like walking backwards, like very fast, obviously trying to maintain space between himself and the officer. It was obviously not his intention to physically get in an altercation with the cop. And the guy just grabbed him anyways. There was no, like, that's lawsuit shit right there, man. People do file lawsuits against the government for this kind of shit, and they do sometimes win fucking millions of dollars. No theory with $5. Doesn't law enforcement have to tell you you're under arrest or being detained? Yes. Well, I don't know what it means. Like if you give someone an order to get out of a car and then they ignore that order, like I don't know if they're legally obligated to in that moment before they touch you to say you're under arrest. I actually don't know. But at some point they got to tell you, like if you're being arrested, they certainly have to tell you. They got to read you your Miranda rights. They definitely got to do that. The Trib with 10 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Based Ford worker. What happened now? I don't understand. Trump shows his middle finger and appears to say, fuck you. After Ford worker yells, pedophile protector. That's not what I see. Excuse me? Where's his middle finger? Well, this account sucks. This account fucking sucks. Wait for it. Does he? Oh, never mind. Very clearly right there. Where was I? Mythos with $5. ICE was swapping plates. Don't let Sitch swap this. He's talking out of his ass to justify his stance. Trib with $5. The wife said that because ICE changes their license plates. Oh, I see. ICE is wearing masks, refusing to show ID, and changing their plates. I see what you're saying. I did not know that. The real Dr. Cube with the primer. Bad company with $5. Dems wouldn't make up a network of people weaponizing their vehicles to justify their wrongdoings. That's the difference. Chili paste with $10. It's not insane when this administration has already endorsed political violence, January 6 pardons, and the public has no confidence that there is accountability if their rights are violated. Bad company with $5. They had the authority, the numbers, the weapons, and most importantly, the obligation to de-escalate. I don't know why anybody, unless you're just a fascist, like unless you're an authoritarian or a fascist, I don't know why any rational person would disagree that a law enforcement should be expected to or even required to use every opportunity they can to de-escalate, especially if they are confronted with someone who is maybe belligerent or hostile. I think the onus is even greater in that moment to de-escalate. People's hurt feelings, if people are saying mean things about you or insulting you as an officer, that is not a sufficient justification to escalate a situation. That is totally unacceptable. Local law enforcement are held to higher standards than ICE. That is now the most well-funded agency in the history of the United States. Though their standards should be the highest standards. Federal officers, they're trained in the warrior ethos. I'm gonna fucking vomit. No theory with $2. He had already gotten her face from the side. Nico with $5. What if she parked so her wife can film the folly clearly through the window, which is legal? That is, again, in the absence of certainty, that is the explanation that makes the most sense to me based on everything that we have so far. That one makes the most sense to me. Her wife wanted to get out and film and do all that stuff, and then the driver positioned herself to be ready to make a turn to get out of there at, whenever the wife was done or whatever. And then she had this like very clear view of where her wife was. Am I going crazy, guys? In that conversation with Sitch in the beginning, this idea that like her goal was to obstruct traffic, to obstruct their ability to navigate that street, that makes no fucking sense, bro. Like, it's completely implausible. Like, I gave a hypothetical where like, how much can I reasonably be expected to obstruct someone? Say, for example, if there's a wide doorway and somebody's walking towards the doorway and I get in my mode and I'm like, I'm gonna obstruct this person. Am I gonna stand in the middle of that doorway and do the widest possible berth? Or am I gonna stand on one side of the doorway? Like, can you imagine just how comical it would be for like, I'm just gonna stand and block one side and there's like 7 feet of space to my right? How is that congruent with the idea that her goal was to block them? Oh no, they had to slightly turn their wheels. That does not make any sense. stumbling through life with $2 in newbie Gen. I posted the minute leading up. Is this the one with her dancing? Is it like dancing in her car? So fucking loud. I don't really understand. Like, where is she? Is that her right there? I shouldn't be laughing. Oh, that's where she is. Thought that was her doing the reverse. She, in that moment, is looking at a convoy of ICE officers that are not moving. They're not in their cars. They're obviously not making an effort to leave that area. I think at this point, she is aware of the fact that they are stationary as a convoy. Again, we're not dealing with certainty, but that's entirely plausible. There's no way that you could tell me that based on this video and other videos, like, oh yeah, no, she was definitely trying to block threat. Like, there's more evidence at this point to make the case that she was not doing that. Again, all of that, my understanding is that that is legal. My understanding. Let's do a little cheatsy doodle. Or maybe it's the case that to be fair, so the short answer there is that it says it depends, but I don't know. I don't know if that is legal to honk your horn. I've seen videos of people like blowing whistles and these kinds of things. And maybe the rationale is that the like ICE don't have a mandate to arrest people for that kind of crime, and so it might be illegal, but they know that it can't be enforced. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I know. We still have to get through some of these super chats. I'm not done. You can actually hear someone blowing a whistle there. The trib with $5, it's easier to reverse and get out of the way, Sitch. It's much more practical. That's why you go perpendicular. Hutch is too smart for this. Yeah, it's pretty easy to make a turn when you're positioned perpendicular. You just turn your wheel to the right. That's it. Magiatar Magimus with €5. Obstructing or protesting ICE means you deserve to be unalived by them. Americans need to wake up. Your country is turning into Russia. It's a bit disturbing Like I understand the sentiment of advising to your friends or your followers or whatever, like, hey, don't do this one particular thing because that might become dangerous for you, because law enforcement might use that as a pretense or a justification to use force. And it's like, on the one hand, that is reality, and on the other hand, that's also fucking disturbing, right? Like, well, that's not tenable. Maybe we should ask for, I'm not ending the stream, guys. Maybe we should be pushing as a country for higher standards. The Trib with $2, I still view that as obstructing ICE, though. The Trib previously said with $5 she wasn't blocking traffic. That's proven, but I think she was notifying protesters and ICE agents about ICE agents coming through. She repeatedly honked the horn, and I still view that as obstructing ICE. That's actually, you are 1000% completely legally free and clear to notify your community that ICE is in the neighborhood. That's just First Amendment. Unequivocally, you can do that. That is lawful. Scion was 6 months. How is it self-defense to shoot instead of simply moving? Shooting doesn't take the driver's foot off the gas. Obviously, we talked about that quite a bit. Cheesy Fries with a tier 1 membership. Still think you agree with them? Well, certainly not on some sticking points, but there was a lot that we agreed on. Some of the bigger points, not so much. Flory Iglesias, I think I already got you for that one. Jay with $5. Sitch and Adam trying to force equal weight to the responsibility of each party when one is explicitly trained to do the opposite of what they did is wild. I just think that there's a much higher burden that should, in practice, like ideally, we should have way higher standards for law enforcement, whom we pay to be trained. Like, we train these people for, well, at least like law enforcement, like cops would train them for months. We fucking pay them when we're training them. Like, the burden or the standard for them should necessarily be so much higher. It would be one thing if there was some kind of program where civilians were mandated to take, you know, to be trained themselves on like how to interact with cops. Like, then at that point, I think you can place a much higher standard on the public, which isn't to say that people in the communities are not accountable for their behavior, but it's just, we're talking about different levels of standards. I don't know how you could argue that. Like, we should be approaching unreasonable standards, but not crossing into that territory. But ideally, we should be like right up to the line. You know? We should be right up to the line of like unreasonable. Like, it's unreasonable to expect perfection. That's not tenable. But right as close to that as you can possibly get. And we shouldn't be content if there's any room for improvement. 8 tracked with $10. I don't think you're wrong, but the emphasis shouldn't be so much on de-escalation, but using the amount of force reasonably necessary to compel compliance for my own law enforcement training in DHS. Let me read that again. I don't think you're wrong, but the emphasis shouldn't be so much on de-escalation, but using the amount of force reasonably necessary to compel compliance. So I think that those are like two different things. You're saying that the emphasis should be on the latter. I feel like those things are, they overlap in many ways, but I think they're both, like, we should be discussing both. I would be interested in your reasoning as like why that should be an emphasis over like the general principle of de-escalation. Swanee Bird with $10. The most dangerous thing about MAGA is their belief that the possession of power grants you a right to use that power. It's what emboldens these ICE officers, their defenders, and even Trump. The possession of power grants you the right to use that power. Yeah, I see what you're saying there. There were a couple moments in the conversation where Sitch said something like he has that right to do that. And it's like, I rarely find that a persuasive argument. I feel like most people use that in contexts where it's like you could use that to justify like a lot of really bad actions, even though they technically might be legally protected. Oh gosh, where am I? The Trib with 10 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Rending Rapier. I don't know if I said, is that how you say that word? With $10. I don't know why Sitch was insistent that we can only be critical of the agent due to hindsight. You can't Beverly Hills cop a situation, and just because nothing went wrong, the bad procedure is excusable. Commander Irish with $2. So when are we debating nanners? What are we debating? What would be, I don't know what we would be debating. Am I caught up? Charles with $5. I generally agree with you, but I think you let them get away with too many falsely framed statements. The changing plates, the switching the phone hand. I was not aware of the changing plates thing and the switching the phone hand. You would have to remind me. You're saying that I should have brought that up? I mean, guys, listen. I think I pushed back quite a bit in that conversation. I don't think that you can compare that, for example, with like the Andrew Callahan interview. Let's finish the Legal Eagle video. I only had like 10 minutes left.
Forced to walk a significant distance to render aid.
No. So I know about the cop changing hands. I know about that. I do know about that.
The penalty for any such violation where the accused knew or had reason to know his obstruction created a risk of or actual death or substantial bodily harm is subject to imprisonment of up to 5 years and fines of up to $10,000. And less significantly, Minnesota's Good Samaritan law imposes a general duty to assist a person at the scene of an emergency who is exposed to or has suffered grave physical harm, but the violation of this law results only in misdemeanor liability. And finally, criminal liability may also be available for the other ICE agents involved in the obstruction of medical care if it's found that these officers' actions or failures to act resulted in a death that could have been prevented by earlier medical treatment under Minnesota Statute 609.205. With all this said, it remains unclear whether the state will in fact press charges. Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison has stated that anyone who broke the law as part of this incident will be held accountable. And the Hennepin County's Attorney's Office has already stated it has jurisdiction to bring criminal charges against federal officers involved in the shooting. Although the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension initially said it was partnering with the FBI to conduct a joint investigation into the shooting, it later announced that it has been notified by the FBI that the investigation would be led solely by the FBI and that the Minnesota Bureau would no longer have access to case materials, scene evidence, or investigative interviews necessary to complete a thorough and independent investigation. The Bureau further stated it may not be able to present a case for prosecution without access to evidence gathered at the scene of the fatality, especially when it's in the possession of the federal government. But then, of course, there are the immunity issues. Now, despite what noted Yale law graduate J.D. Vance says, federal officers do not have absolute immunity simply by virtue of being federal agents. This is, at best, a misunderstanding of established law. The Supremacy Clause of the Constitution does provide some immunity, but it does not give federal officers automatic immunity from state criminal law. We've talked a lot on this channel about qualified immunity, but that's in the context generally of civil.
There's another situation where de-escalation was evidently not an option. This just happened just a little while ago, a few hours ago. Caption says, during a protest outside a home being raided by ICE in Minneapolis, a woman drove onto the blocked street. ICE agents broke the vehicle's window and arrested her. The woman claims she was trying to reach a doctor's appointment.
Back the fuck up! Sidewalk, 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 sidewalk. Force is not law! Force is not law! You are not following the law!
Jesus.
Police before I'm disabled trying to go to a doctor up there.
Jesus.
Does this make you feel strong? Yeah, man! This is your duty! Why don't you help that woman? Help that woman! Why don't you help someone? All you do is hurt! All you do is hurt! She's trying to drive down the street! Fucking please! Where is the law?
Foggy with $5. Did your dad investigate Polyclass? Polyclass was from Petaluma. And my dad served it in a different police department, so no. But I do remember that. That was like big news in the community. That was big. That was a big, big thing. This 12 or 13-year-old girl was abducted from her home and sexually assaulted and murdered, and it was awful. And I think it took like months before they found her body, maybe? I think it took like months. I couldn't be... But that was like national news, you know? Like the media swarmed in on the city during that time, and it was, yeah, it was like Petaluma was like everywhere in the news when that was going on. And like I know the guy who drew the initial like police sketch. Like he's like my dad's friend. It was so he was involved, but my dad was not involved in that investigation at all. It was a different one. It was like my dad was involved in an investigation where it was like an 8-year-old boy who was shot in the head by his dad. It was fucked up. It was a fucked up situation that he had to investigate. I think this is the aftermath of that. Things appear to be escalating.
Go back.
I have some mixed opinions of this situation, I'll tell you that. I understand they have a right to be angry. Okay.
Suits against state law enforcement officers. Here you have the potential of state criminal law applying to federal officers. That doctrine comes from cases that we've actually talked about many times, like in Ray Nagel, which held that states cannot prosecute federal officers for actions that were authorized by federal law and necessary and proper to carry out federal duties. But that protection is conditional. It's not enough that the person is a federal officer or was on duty. Courts ask whether the officer was performing a federal function and whether the specific conduct was reasonably related to that function. If the conduct was excessive, reckless, or unrelated to legitimate enforcement needs, the Supremacy Clause arguably doesn't block state prosecution. So the legal question is not...
Okay. Just be warned, it's hard to discern between like trolling and people making serious comments, but I've reached the point that I'm going to start doing weak timeouts. Okay, so just listen. Putting it out there. I don't know what's bait. I don't know what's not bait, but we're there. Definitely don't Fed post in my chat and get me in trouble for stupid shit. Occasional Doomer with $2. Did you see Fed prosecutors resigned over this? My understanding is that number was up to 6. I don't know if there's more, but I think the last I had heard, the number was 6 DOJ attorneys who resigned in protest because reportedly they were more focused on investigating the widow than the guy who like took the shot.
Was this an ICE agent, but was this killing necessary and proper to carrying out federal immigration law? The Supremacy Clause defense is fact-intensive and usually cannot be resolved just by holding up a CBP or ICE badge. States may prosecute federal officers if they act outside of the scope of their federally authorized duties or violate state criminal law in ways that are neither necessary nor...
Guys, Scott Jennings went on Adam Friedland's show. Excuse me? How does he get these interviews, you guys? Does he have just like a crazy good agent? Like all of a sudden, I feel like Adam Friedland was just fucking just out of nowhere, just was like boom, like interviewing Congress people. And I didn't even know anything about Adam Friedland. And then he was just fucking everywhere.
Look, here's the bottom line. I'm not going to let someone else determine what I am on the inside. Only I know what I am on the inside.
What are you?
What am I?
Yeah.
I'm someone who understands and believes that trans women are women.
Uh-huh.
And it would be completely irresponsible for me to go out and try to make them into something that they're not.
Wow.
Who in their right mind would try to make someone into something that they're not? That sounds like what a crazy person would do.
Wait, did he? I'm so confused.
Believes that trans women
are women.
Uh-huh.
Did he make him trip up there? Did he just Jedi mind trick him there? I think he just... Damn, that was like some high-level Jedi mind tricks. Props for that. That's actually... That's kind of crazy. I think he added audio. Wait, no, did he?
One who understands and believes that trans women are women.
Uh-huh.
And
I think he Jedi mind tricked him, bro. No, I think he meant to say aren't, and then he just like reflexively copied what he said without realizing. I think that's what happened. Or Scott Jennings is just fucking super woke and we didn't know about it.
Or proper to carry out their mission, but there aren't really many recent examples of state law enforcement charging federal agents. But it does happen on occasion. In a case called Battle versus State of Maryland, a state court allowed the criminal prosecution of a federal DHS agent to go forward after he assaulted someone during an off-duty altercation at a convenience store. Mr. Battle claimed that he had a right to make a warrantless arrest of the victim he got in an argument with, but the court held that the Supremacy Clause did not protect him because he was not carrying out a federal duty, and his actions were neither necessary nor proper to enforce federal law. The court found that Battle had a personal motive to stick up for himself instead of by desire to perform his governmental duties. But this particular case is different because the agent was on duty, apparently and arguably enforcing immigration law in the neighborhood, which drew a crowd. And the video and witness statements indicate that the ICE agent got into a verbal argument with Good and her wife before he opened fire.
The trib with $10. Yes, alerting criminals that cops are on the way, especially to help them avoid arrest or destroy evidence, can absolutely be considered obstruction of justice. I'm not saying WICE, just saying legal. I think that is different. But even then, I don't know. Like, I think I would assume there's a difference between knowingly telling a criminal to like flee a scene because ICE are coming, but that's a different thing altogether than just generally announcing to the neighborhood that ICE is coming. But I'm almost positive, I'm not going to pretend like I'm positive, I'm almost positive that is protected speech. So for example, like wasn't this adjudicated? Wasn't there like an app specifically to notify people that ICE were in the neighborhood? And the courts ruled that to be constitutional? This is settled. Informing your community at large that ICE raids are happening is 100% protected speech. That was my understanding. But I can't tell you the statute. Yeah. Or I can't tell you like the constitutional citation or whatever.
And you can see in the video, it shows the agent.
But no, hang on. I remember looking this up, bro. And I think that was adjudicated to be protected First Amendment, like for speech. I'm almost positive. Did you see Tfue got banned from Arc Raiders? What? What? Huh? This is why Tfue was banned, by the way. Tfue was supposedly banned for 30 days from Arc Raiders. For what?
Red, bro. I saw two. Oh, did you?
I've seen that clip. Wait, what? What did he get banned for? Tfue just got slapped with a 30-day ban on Arc Raiders while the game was literally drowning in cheaters and exploiters. What did he get banned for? It says the reason is unknown. If he was cheating, I doubt it would be a 30-day ban, guys. If he was cheating, I think that would be perma. He did the console commands exploit? Oh, okay. That was the cheesiest shit I've ever fucking seen in my life. That was fucking unbelievable. People were doing a console command that basically, like, that was insane. Fucking loser tryhards. It didn't even cross my mind to do that. There was like, for those of you that are out of the know, there was a console command you could enter into the like you go to like Steam and then you go to the game and you right play the launch options, I think, and it basically gave you unfettered, like an unfettered view of like the whole map. It eliminated the mist, so there was just zero, like you could see perfectly in the dark. Like it was like an insane exploit. And it was a thing for like 5 days. They fixed it pretty quick, but yeah, that's the cheesiest shit ever. There's like levels to cheese, you know? Like technically it's kind of cheesy to use the night mode audio preset because it amplifies footsteps, but I think that's a bit different from a fucking console command that's basically gives you like wall hacks or the equivalent of wall hacks. I really wish, like, is there a way to fix the night mode preset from amplifying footstep audio? Is there even a way to fix that, or is that just the nature of that kind of compression that the louder footsteps is just a unavoidable consequence of that preset. Either which way, I don't like it at all. I wish footsteps were not as loud. I think they should just get rid of that preset, to be honest. Footsteps are a little too loud, and the night mode is just, it doesn't sound as good. Like, when you enable Dolby Atmos, the audio in this game is fucking incredible. And when you enable like Dolby Atmos, like it's a really fucking crisp, awesome preset, and you just like ruin it with the night mode preset. It just doesn't sound as good. Also, like the distance is just off. The way you hear footsteps with night mode enabled makes it sound like they're like 5 feet in front of you and they're like 20 feet in front of you. So it's so counterintuitive. So people who play low audio shouldn't be able to hear footsteps. LOL, what are you saying? What are you talking about? Huh? So people who play low audio shouldn't be able to hear footsteps. No, I just think, no, I think people who play, I think the footsteps should not be, I don't like the night mode preset. I don't think it sounds good. I don't think it sounds as good, but you basically have to use it to be competitive in that game. Otherwise, you're just going to get crept up on, and you know, it gives you such an advantage. Like, I wonder if there's a way for them to specifically bring down the audio for footsteps. It should be, right? Yeah, that would be the solution. I just fixed it. Bing, bong, boom. Like, isolate footstep audio and just fucking turn that down when you enable night mode or whatever. Okay. Lonerbox said, what now? If there's any confusion about, hold on, what did he say? All right, we got some reacception going on here. All right, so Bernie said, Iran is in turmoil. Millions of people are rising up against their autocratic government. Not surprisingly, the regime is responding brutally by killing thousands of protesters, according to some estimates. The Iranian people have the right to determine their own future, and the United States should support their legitimate aspirations for freedom and democracy. But we must not do so at the barrel of a gun. Let us not forget that the current abhorrent regime in Iran is itself a product of Western-backed intervention. In 1953, a British and American orchestrated coup overthrew the democratically elected government of Mohammad Mossadegh in Iran. This was done primarily to protect Western oil interests. The coup installed the Shah, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, at the head of a corrupt, brutal, and unpopular autocratic regime. After several decades of this dictatorship, the Shah himself was overthrown in the Islamic Revolution of 1979, which brought to power Ruhollah Khomeini and the theocracy that rules the country to this day. Now, with incredible courage, the people of Iran are once again demanding democracy, freedom, and economic justice. The United States must support the Iranian people. We must join the Iranian people in demanding the end of government violence against protesters, an end to the media and internet blackout and censorship currently in place, and internationally supervised free elections so that the people of Iran can determine their own future. U.S. military intervention is not the answer. It failed in the past. It will fail again. The United States must stand with the Iranian people, not over them. Then Hassan had some thoughts here. Any kind of left position on Iran should start with a demand that the American government end sanctions in exchange for demands of a democracy or anything else for that matter. Excuse me? I cannot believe that we're past this point now. Obama got the JCPOA done with sanctions relief. Lonerbox said, if there's any confusion about why this Orientalist moron keeps trying to make this about ending sanctions, which would 1000% benefit the regime more than the protesters at this point, it's because he doesn't really want the protesters to win. impressive in the span of a week. Hassan has had some dubious takes on both the Iranian theocratic leadership and Hamas. The 1-2 punch. He's like taking shots at Mamdani, AOC, and Bernie in the last week because of his idiotic, reflexive West bad starting position on everything. It's just so silly.
And trying to film their license plate. Good's wife said, "We don't change our plates every morning. It'll be the same tomorrow." She then tries to get back in the car. And we know that CBP and ICE agents are now photographing and scanning people they encounter to add to their various databases. But was the shooting necessary and proper to the governmental functions? Well, it depends on what level of abstraction you're talking about. Clearly, he's part of a general ICE operation, but then if you dig into the specifics of actually firing the weapon, that analysis might dovetail with the self-defense analysis that we already talked about. And the Supreme Court hasn't decided a Supremacy Clause immunity case in more than 100 years. So where does that leave us? Well, with a two-part test articulated in the Nagel case, whether the agent's acts were A, authorized by federal law, and B, necessary and proper. And on the first prong, courts disagree about what degree of authorization is necessary. And the second prong evaluates the agent's reasonableness, but courts seemingly don't agree with each other on whether the use is a subjective or objective standard. In the case Wyoming versus Livingston, the 10th Circuit reviewed whether federal officials and a contractor could be prosecuted under state law for trespass and littering after they unintentionally entered private land while capturing and collaring wolves as part of a federal wildlife program. The defendants transferred these state charges to federal court and argued they were immune under the Supremacy Clause because they were performing their federal duties. The appeals court held that they were entitled Supremacy Clause immunity, meaning the state of Wyoming could not criminally prosecute them for actions taken in the course of federally authorized work. The court reasoned that federal law imposes an obligation on the agents to monitor wolves and that the agents had an objectively reasonable and well-founded belief that their actions were necessary to fulfill their federal duties, even though they were not authorized to trespass. Now, many people on social media will insist that Minnesota authorities can charge Ross with murder based on the video alone, but Minnesota officials will have to consider all of these factors before making a charging decision, and they'll also have to gather a huge amount of evidence. And if they do charge Mr. Ross with a crime, he'll obviously seek to remove that to federal court.
Like Hassan's position seems to be that we shouldn't support an effort to democratize Iran until sanctions relief is given. That seems a bit dubious. I guess good luck, convincing the protesters in Iran that, okay, guys, we got to wait until to get sanctions relief.
And
I might be strawmanning him a bit there, but hold on. Let me look at what he said again. Hold on. He said any kind of left position on Iran should start with a demand that the American government end sanctions in exchange for demands of a democracy or anything else for that matter. Who is in a position to make demands? I don't even understand this. Hassan's movements are going to make demand. Who is listening to their demands? It does sound like he's saying that it should be purely transactional. It does sound like if we are going to demand democracy in Iran, that it needs to be in exchange for demand to the end of sanctions. That seems like what he's saying. Is that just a wildly uncharitable read on what he said here? Hassan calling it a misstep by Mamdani. Stop. Mamdani condemning Hamas. Stop. I mean, I'm not surprised, but he basically tweeted as much before.
They were saying we support Hamas shatter. What'd you expect he was gonna say? Yeah, no, that's fucking Cope is actually bullshit. He knows better. Come on, dude. Get out of here. What did I say from the start? Do not concede on your enemy's cynical framing. The much larger, much more consequential takeaway from that fucking story was supposed to be
what if your enemy's cynical framing corresponds with reality? Like, what if your enemies think that murdering 300 people at a rave is bad? Is that a concession to agree with them? Are you reflexively obligated to disagree with your enemies or perceived enemies whenever they say something? This is just a purely contrarian position. And it's completely in line with his normal thinking, by the way. He does this shit all the time. Like, he trains his audience to do this shit all the time. So if you criticize him, he's trained his little doggies. He's shot collar trained his little doggies like so well. Because they end up in your mentions and they say stuff like, oh, I guess you agree with Asmongold now? If I criticize Hassan, and it's like, yeah, I do. On this particular topic, yeah. Like, by virtue of the fact that Asmon said a thing, he establishes this like fruit of the poison tree kind of situation where if you overlap on anything, like if Asmon thinks it's a bad idea to jump off of a 5-story building, I guess I'm not going to believe that, because otherwise we can't have a situation where I'm agreeing with Asmongold, right? Also, like, I am convinced that Mamdani is like a political savant. I'm not even kidding. At this point, I'm convinced. I'm like, okay, this guy has just an insane mind for politics. Waltz right into the fucking White House, charm the living shit out of Donald Trump, handle yourself with perfect poise in a high pressure situation, which results in Donald Trump totally undermining Elise Stefanik's campaign against Hochul, which led to her dropping out of the race. Mamdani's numbers go up nationally because now, you know, President Trump is saying nice things about him. And then, like, week 2 of his mayorship or mayoralty, he is doing a joint press conference with the governor announcing that they intend to follow through on his plan for free childcare. I mean, this guy is like crazy talented. And so the fact that Hassan thinks that he's in a position to be like giving him advice, it's like, bro, who am I going to trust in this spot? Who has a better track record so far? Giving Mamdani grief for condemning Hamas is wild.
They were saying we support Hamas, Shatter. What'd you expect he was going to say? Yeah, no, that's fucking cope is actually bullshit. Like, he knows better. Come on, dude. Get out of here. Like, what did I say from the start? Do not concede.
Have we had an updated analysis of Kaya? Because I keep seeing clips where she's not on the bed. Does she have free reign now? We might have to do an analysis tomorrow. We can't get complacent, okay? We got to hold him accountable on Kaya. We got to check in, okay? We got to keep tabs. Somebody's got to pay attention to this. He's the type, man. He's the type to start sneaking it back in, bro. It's just pure hubris with this guy. He's the type. You know, it's been a few months. It's blown over. Maybe I can start doing it again, you know?
On your enemy's cynical framing. The much larger, much more consequential takeaway from that fucking story was supposed to be the settler fairs that they're conducting in a goddamn synagogue once again.
Hey, guess what the fuck happened though? By having delusional lunatic protesters chanting, "We stand with Hamas" or "We support Hamas," you've just distracted from the thing that you're protesting. Great. You have now demonstrated the importance of optics in your protest movement. You don't want to create a situation that detracts from the thing that you're advocating for or trying to raise awareness of. It's stupid tactically to do that. Yes, this is a perfect example of this. Don't do that. It's bad. Don't fucking do that. And guess what, motherfucker? They put him in a position where he had to make that condemnation. And he had to do that. As the mayor of New York? He had to do that at that point. He's got all this political pressure on him to stand against anti-Semitism in New York. He knows everybody is watching his every move. If he didn't condemn them, people would take that as a tacit endorsement. Like, they literally forced him to make that statement. Same with AOC, for that matter. These idiot fucking protesters. My God.
And yet the entire media was moved into the direction of, oh my God, I can't believe the protesters that are protesting against settler fairs that are taking place in a synagogue are.
The land sales claim was not confirmed. Oh, okay. Well, I just assumed it was because everybody was saying it so confidently. Is that true? Do we actually not know if there are land sales going on? Quote, believes random dono. Das Vidania is not rando, just to be clear. Rewind, enhance, look at the dog. No, I thought we knew for sure that there were land swaps going on, or there were like some kind of land sales going on, and that's why they were there. That's what everybody was saying. And so I was like, oh shit, everyone's saying it must be a thing. What was he reaching for that made her suddenly move back out of nowhere? Oh God, did it happen again? No. Stop.
Affairs that they're conducting in a goddamn synagogue once again. And yet the entire media was moved into the direction of, oh my God, I can't believe the protesters that are protesting against.
Oh. Are you fucking kidding me, dude?
Sequential takeaway from that fucking story was supposed to be the settler fairs that they're conducting in a goddamn synagogue once again. And yet the entire media was moved into the direction of, oh my God, I can't believe the protesters that are protesting against settler fairs that are taking place in a synagogue are actually the bad ones in this.
Guys, are you shitting me? What did I just tell you about the hubris? I wasn't even kidding. I didn't. I confess I didn't suspect I would see it in this video. Maybe he's got the vibrate collar on now. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. That is not even a little bit subtle. It's funny though. It's funny because it's on the different side now. This is just purely headcanon, but you can kind of imagine like, okay, if I just switch sides, they're used to me doing it on the left side. If I do it on the right side, they'll never suspect a thing. Like, that's just purely headcanon, but like, it is kind of funny that it's on the right side now. And again, just a reminder what the org behind the demonstration thinks of October 7. October 7. Oh, I think I saw this. October 7 marked 2 years since the Gaza uprising, marking the heroic actions of the resistance and steadfastness of the Palestinian people during 2 years of brutal genocide. As the genocide in Gaza continues, we must use the tools at our disposal in the fight against Zionism, whether that means standing behind resolutions like Uniting for Peace or disrupting weapons manufacturing right here at home. We must continue to heed the call of Palestinian people and work towards an end to the genocide and a liberated and free Palestine. Glory to our martyrs. Okay.
Story because they said we support Hamas here. I can't believe that they're supporting the Palestinian resistance. How dare they say that? That's unacceptable. Okay, on the other side, the people who were counter protesting against the protesters were literally fucking counter protesting about with Kahanist sloganeering, with Kahanist flags. That's a literal fucking terrorist organization. That's a terrorist organization that's considered a terrorist organization in the state of Israel. Like, that's how big of a fucking terrorist organization that is. So if you're going to fucking complain about people, people supporting designated enemies of America or terrorist states in general, focus your attention on, focus the limited amount of attention that we have in this media cycle on things that actually are productive, things that actually matter. Okay.
But you are going to create a media cycle by chanting in support of Hamas. And then that gets a ton of attention because there are a lot of eyes and scrutiny on Mamdani right now. This is a really crucial moment for Mamdani. These initial kind of first months, because it sets the tone for his tenure in office. And because there is so much attention on him specifically, on him being Muslim, he's been attacked for being anti-Semitic. Like, I think he's said some questionable things in the past, but he is very obviously making and has been great efforts to do outreach with Jewish people that are a part of his constituency. And he knows that he will be relentlessly attacked if he doesn't comment when a demonstration like this takes place in the city that he's governing. And so you are forcing him to make a statement in that moment. He's saying like, oh, well, we only have so much time in our news cycles. Like, I don't even know what the fuck. I don't even know what that means. Like, you like literally can't talk about anything else besides like one thing. Like, that's dubious logic, I think. And then if Mamdani doesn't say anything, they will attack him, and it will work on a lot of normies. And so he has to, like, Mamdani has to be very vigilant right now, I think, in order to just like take away any kind of ammunition, just head it off immediately. And if he doesn't, that becomes a news cycle. That becomes a whole thing, Goes viral on conservative media for like 2 days or whatever. We just saw the governor of Minnesota taken down by a negative news cycle. These things can and do go insanely viral like so quickly. I mean, that's a good point too, raised by Chozos. One doesn't even need to look at this through the lens of political expediency. Mamdani is a smart guy and actually believes Hamas is bad. It's not posturing. I mean, there's that angle to it too, but you can't escape the political discussion as well. But yeah, it's entirely plausible that he genuinely doesn't like Hamas. Yeah.
Okay, just being like, oh my God, I can't believe they said they love Hamas or whatever is just fucking stupid. Of course, he's not going to come out and say he's, pro Hamas or anything like that. Don't be stupid either. All right. He's an American politician in New York City.
His framing here is that I think he expects Mamdani to like Hamas. Isn't that how he comes across? He's like, you got to be smart. You got to hide your power level, right? It seems like he's working off of an assumption that Mamdani's like on his team and secretly thinks that Hamas is like super based, but you can't like say that, right? Which is like, that's a pretty big assumption. I don't know. I wouldn't feel comfortable making that assumption.
That's not going to happen at all. I think it's just it's a misstep in the way that he managed or communicated through this issue. That's it. I think it's a cell phone in the same way that fucking Kamala Harris engages in cell phones or engaged in cell phones throughout the entire fucking campaign. At least the difference between Kamala Harris and AOC and Zohran Mamdani is that they have said something in opposition to Israel over and over again. So that kind of makes it even more silly. How should he have communicated it then? I've already said it a million times over in so many different instances, which is just you don't have to bring up the protesters are saying fucking we support Hamas here. You never have to do that. That's just a completely cynical position, and you can just as easily turn it into a Trump style media opportunity by going, people want me to fucking condemn the protesters that are protesting outside of a synagogue, when in fact, the real problem that I have is that this synagogue is doing settler fairs. This is...
Yeah, no, he won't look like completely deranged for refusing to condemn. I mean, we just read that statement from them. Glory to our martyrs, you know, all hail the resistance, brave fighters. Yeah, no, he won't look completely deranged if he explicitly refuses to condemn them. Fucking solid political instincts from Hassan Piker over here. Gazvidani with $10 to emphasize that Mamdani was criticized because he took all day to respond, and his initial response was weak. His own normie supporters called him out. Then Mamdani issued a stronger clarification. Oh, that's interesting.
Is illegal, and as mayor, I'm going to be tackling that because I made a promise to my voters that illegal land sales are not allowed in New York State. We are going to be following international humanitarian law here, international human law here. And I
love the strategic appeals to international law as well. If we're appealing to international law as the standard, how the fuck could you possibly take a neutral or a non-critical stance or uncritical stance of Hamas? If we're talking about like fidelity to international law,
I will abide by that promise. That's it. That's it. Because like on the one hand, you got another settler fair popping up inside of another synagogue. On the other hand, you got people protesting that and saying, say it loud, say it clear, we support Hamas here, right? Like, which one is the more consequential thing? If you look at
that's not always the relevant. In fact, I think most of the time, that's not even the most relevant question in a political context. We all know that there's bullshit. Like, we all know that bullshit exists, but that doesn't mean you don't have to navigate things politically in a way that's like shrewd or thoughtful. That doesn't mean that you think you can just ignore the laws of political reality or gravity. This is just kind of juvenile, I think.
That and you go, oh my God, I can't believe they said they support the Palestinian resistance. That's the real problem here. You're a fucking dullard.
Please, God, pod boys, I'm begging you. For the love of the party, for the love of liberal values. Pod boys, please stop inviting this guy to your fucking panels. Please. The pod save boys? Enough. Please, pull the plug. He is a liability. For the love of God. Please.
You're dumb. You're a dummy. You're a dummy and you ate the...
I think this video is going to be, I mean, we'll see, but like, add this to the collection, you know, like there's a collection, there's like compilation videos you can see of like Hassan's greatest hits of him saying some pretty outrageous shit. I think this one's going to get thrown into the rotation for sure. This is an all-timer. I think this is really bad. I mean, that's my opinion. It's not out of character for him. It's not like, especially, I'm not shocked to see this clip, but like double down on this, like, you can't criticize like the brave resistance fighters. It's like you're just inviting people to say stuff like rape is the language of the unheard, and you know, it was brave to lob hand grenades in bomb shelters. That was brave. Excuse me? How the fuck is that brave? What bravery are you? I mean, it's like fish in a barrel. Chucking grenades in a bomb shelter? There's like 24 people packed in like sardines.
Debate, okay? You're a dummy and you ate the bait. That's it. Oh, that's a terrorist group. Okay, Israel is a fucking terrorist state that has conducted a genocide. These people are protesting against the terrorist state that is doing consistent ethnic cleansing. And
uh-oh, Kaya, what have you done?
Support the Palestinian resistance. That's the...
Kaya got him when he was distracted. Did you see that? She made a break for it. That's a smart doggy.
Real problem here. You're a fucking
Like, wait a second, he looks a little distracted.
dullard. You're dumb. You're a dummy. You're a dummy and you ate the bait. Okay? You're a dummy and you ate the bait. That's it.
Oh, he shifted. There you go. Now's my moment. I gotta get out of here. Like he shifted in his chair. Did you see that when he was occupied with like shifting in his chair? She's like, now's my moment.
That's a terrorist group. Okay, Israel is
Too late now, motherfucker. I'm off the bed now. What are you gonna do? Bitch, you think I don't understand English? Air Bud, motherfucker.
a fucking terrorist state that has conducted a genocide. These people are protesting against the terrorist state that is doing.
She's like, I'm the captain now. I'm not gonna ask twice. Open the gate. You know you have to do it.
That is doing consistent ethnic cleansing and also illegal land sales. You know? Just Zoran is Mr. Judo. Just fucking.
That's defiance, man. I stand with Kaya and the brave people of Iran, okay? That's bravery.
Judo it, you know? What are we doing? They caught him slacking.
She caught you slacking. That's what she did. Kaya, we salute you.
100%. And yeah, calling it anti-Semitism is insanity. That I will not abide by. Okay?
Hold on.
You know, what are we doing?
Calling what now?
They caught him slacking. 100%. And yeah, calling it anti-Semitism is insanity.
Oh my God. Oh my God, you guys. Did you just call Hamas anti-Semitic? I'm sorry. Did you just call Hamas anti-Semitic?
That I will not abide by.
Are you aware that they changed their charter under great international pressure to soften their image with respect to explicit anti-Semitism that had been explicitly laid out in their charter for decades? Did you know that they changed their charter and they replaced Jew with like Zionist?
Okay? You know I don't fuck around with that.
Nobody cares, bro.
It is not like it's saying anything about Hamas is not anti-Semitism. Get the fuck.
Okay. Okay. All right. The charter. Hello. The charter. Hello. They changed it. They changed the charter. It's right there. Oh man. What I pray is like more people wake up, you know. I think he's done a pretty decent job like fooling a lot of normies, you know? It's funny because like if you know what to look for, then I don't think he especially hides his power level all that well. Like if you're plugged in enough to kind of understand the various different contexts, then it's like obvious what he's doing. And then of course, like we have video of him talking about basically like hiding his power level to sort of launder full-on socialism in with social democracy. And so he's just come out and said that that's what he does. But if you're a normie, like you don't even understand the depths of like how online you would have to be and how kind of reasonably informed you would need to be about like various geopolitical things. Like you need to be pretty plugged in to kind of see what he's doing. But if you are, then it's just so obvious, you know? But I am hoping and praying that 2026 will be like another year where like more people kind of wake up to his fucking bullshit. And I pray that the Pod Boys, somebody fucking clip that and send it to Jon Favreau. And I don't mean the Marvel film director / actor. I mean Pod John. The Johns need to know. Isn't it like 3 Johns? Jon Favreau, John Lovett, Dan Pfeiffer. Is the fourth one a John, or is that fuck, what's his name? The foreign policy guy? Who's the foreign policy guy? Tommy Vittoria. Okay.
And then they will battle over Supremacy Clause immunity. But to that end, the Hennepin DA wants people to send in videos and photos of the killing to their office so that they can develop an independent body of evidence. It appears the FBI took shell casings, car, and other physical evidence that they would normally use to prove how the crime occurred, but it's not clear that the FBI will turn that evidence over to the state. And you'd hope that the federal government would cooperate with the investigation, but so far it looks like the Trump administration will do everything it can to stymie it. But since murder has no statute of limitations, it's possible a future administration could still seek to hold Mr. Ross liable for the killing of Miss Good. But that's assuming that Trump doesn't issue a preemptive pardon for Mr. Ross before leaving office, though ironically, a federal pardon wouldn't stop a state prosecution, but then we go back to federal immunity questions. But even if the Trump administration obstructs the state's access to evidence, the video footage may already be enough to secure conviction. It's certainly not an easy case. It never is when you're trying to prosecute a putative law enforcement officer, but sometimes it's worth the risk. Now, all this highlights why it's so important to get a great lawyer when you're dealing with your own case. Now, after I started this channel, every week I'd get hundreds of comments and emails from viewers who are dealing with legal problems, and they'd ask, can you help them to talk about this? So a few years ago, I decided to fix that problem. Trust me, and when you work with my personal injury, a car crash, what you can do is make sure that and if you're dealing with legal, make sure that when life gets complicated, you don't have to face.
Did that feel like it ended a bit unceremoniously?
Attorney who calls them back. And that really bothered me. So I started to wonder, what if there was a different way to prosecute a putative law enforcement officer? But sometimes it's worth the risk. Now, all this highlights why it's so important to get a great lawyer when you're...
I feel like you could have lingered on that point just a little bit longer. Like, maybe fade to black, a couple seconds go, fade in, and then end it with the thing. It just felt like the ending of like the Matrix Reloaded, which I maintain is a fucking awesome movie. We can't all be Alex Garland. I'm just saying. No, don't me. Reloaded is fucking awesome. It's incredible. I mean, the CGI looks a little goofy at times during the Neo versus 100 Smiths scene. But it was ambitious. Perhaps a little too ambitious given the technological limitations at the time. Okay. But you still have the scene with the Merovingian, which is awesome. Like, he's such a great character. And it sucks that we got to see only just like a little bit of him. But then you get to see Neo fight the Merovingian's henchmen. You got Neo and Trinity when they break apart, and Trinity's on the motorcycle, and fucking oh god, Morpheus. Did I say Neo? Morpheus. When Morpheus is fighting the agents on top of the truck. That scene was incredible. They closed a whole section of the 580 freeway in the Bay Area just to film that scene. They filmed that scene like 45 minutes away from where I lived at the time. Speaking of, are you going to go see the 28 years? The Bone Temple. I'm probably going to go see it. Esme did not like 28 years later, which... Do I love her? Are we right for each other? Is she the one? No, I'm just playing. I loved 28 years later. I thought it was so good, which, yeah, of course it was. Alex Garland came back to write. Danny Boyle came back to direct. Of course it was going to be awesome. I love the score. Like, I thought the score was like so creative and just not expected. I just loved it. I just really loved that movie. And apparently the new one is really fucking good. Is there a Rotten Tomatoes? I remember feeling like there was early buzz that the movie was like really good. 91% thermometer. That's a pretty fucking decent score. The ninjas at the end were a bit of like a tonal. I agree that it was like tonally kind of jarring, but I don't know. I kind of loved it. I kind of loved that it ended that way. Yeah, it's just crazy. It's just like, yeah, you know what? Let's just get a little crazy. Bro, Greenland was fucking dog shit. Hutch, curse you. You know what? I did not love Greenland Migration. Esme loved it. She loved it. I did not love it. I love the first Greenland film. I thought like it's just a really who doesn't love a good like disaster film, you know? Anytime you're chilling somewhere and someone puts on like fucking Dante's Peak or Armageddon or, you know, all those like it's never a bad time. 2012, you know, like they kind of suck, but they're awesome, you know? Like, yeah, give me some Twister. Twisters was fun. And Greenland was just a fucking solid popcorn flick, like a solid popcorn like disaster flick. It was kind of like interesting because it felt very realistic, you know? Like you get this alert on your phone that you've been chosen to hide out in a fucking bunker because the world's about to end. Like, I'm in, sign me up. I was like, oh, this is fucking cool. And then the second movie was very different from the first film. It was a very kind of different vibe, and it just felt a little contrived. Like, I was never really like shocked. Like nothing about the film was like shocking. It all felt kind of like paint by numbers, you know? Also watched Eddington. Best way to describe it to friends. Ari Aster's version of No Country for Old Men. Oh, you know what? Kinda. The Coen Brothers movies are, at the end of the day, they're about like really flawed people making really bad decisions that just keep getting worse and worse. That's kind of their niche. And Eddington was certainly had that kind of like general vibe. Yeah. There's one scene in Eddington. I fucking died of laughter in the theaters. There was only like 5 other people in the theaters watching the movie with me, but like one of the characters in Eddington, he's like this like teenage boy and he's got a crush on this girl who's like super woke, and just imagine like peak 2020 kind of woke stuff. Yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And like the kid is like explaining to his parents, he's sitting at the dinner table explaining to his parents about how we need to dismantle whiteness because like I can probably find the scene somewhere. And the kid does this like minute-long rant and he's just kind of repeating like the talking points because he's trying to impress this girl, and the dad just pauses for a second and he goes, "Are you fucking regarded?" It's just like, but he didn't say that. Like, you're white. And then the scene, I just started dying in theaters. Like nobody else laughed. And I lost it when he said that. Yeah, his arc was great in that movie. Like the best arc for sure. That arc was so good. The Great Flood was good. Not as realistic, but Matrixy, dystopian, and futuristic. You know, we watched that and I felt like a little too dumb, I think, to fully understand what was happening in that film. Both me and Esme were like, can you describe what was going on at the end there? I didn't really understand the end. I'm sorry, but No Country for Old Men had a very disappointing ending, in my opinion. That was a deliberate narrative choice that they made. I understand what you mean. You kind of feel like he dies off screen, you know, and that felt very, very unceremonious. Like that ending was like a bit like, whoa, what? Wait, what happened? But then the ending, you know, when Anton Chigurh is walking out of the house and that whole crash, like that was pretty fucking dope. That was a good ending, but the whole point, yeah, I think the whole point, like the Coen brothers were going with is like, they weren't trying to have this heroic ending. Like sometimes like life's like violence and outcomes are very just, they don't fit with maybe your own narrative, I guess. They were obviously trying to be like subversive with the way that they ended that. You guys, so much has leaked about I'm gonna make so many of you guys cringe. So much has leaked about Avengers Doomsday, you guys. You have to like, I'm not gonna say anything, I promise, not even a little bit. I'm not gonna say anything. Okay. I swear to God, I won't say anything, like nothing. I won't say anything, okay? But so much has leaked. So much, you guys. There's like a full description of like all the like story beats. Tu comida. Nobody rang the bell. Is your comida outside? Nobody rang the bell. I swear to God. I would have heard it. Nobody rang the bell. Nobody knocked on the door. I'll go downstairs and get it. You texted me. I'm not always looking at my phone, honey. I'm not always looking at my phone, honey. You got to come and chat if you want me to see what you're saying. Let me go downstairs and get it. Oh. Christine Noam getting up there and accusing this woman of being a left-wing terrorist. That is pretty fucking insane.
She's driving around stalking federal agents. Like
it is not illegal to follow ICE around. You can do that. Conservatives or libertarians would celebrate the fact that civilians have those rights to observe, record. There's a lot of countries that have brutally authoritarian governments where you can't follow them around and record them. You can do that here.
It's a front-wheel drive car, and you can see the front wheels spin aimed at him.
But we know now that that is not true. It was definitely 1000% not aiming her wheels at him.
Her actions were those of a left-wing radical activist.
Did we discover that she was this like left-wing activist? I haven't seen anything yet. Why does it matter if she was a left-wing activist in the first place? It doesn't. That's the other thing too. It doesn't. He positioned himself. He leaned in front of the car and then waited until his feet were clear of the path before he took that first shot. That's what makes it questionable. And he was
This is what I would expect to happen to me if I did what she did.
That's non-responsive to what I said, though. Do you guys notice that? It's like 3 times in a row now where it's like non-responsive to what I said. All right, we're finally going to get to this PKA conversation. I'm going to try my best to let the conversation play out and only strategically pause.
The shooting in Minnesota.
From several different angles, yes.
So many different angles. How did you come down on it? What was your take?
I think it was a bad shooting. I think that ICE just seems to hire this.
Ooh, we got 3 layers of React. Esme, it's fine. It was packaged in the astronaut aluminum foil, and they included like a little ice pack in there. It's fine. I promise you, it's fine. It was still cold. I touched it. It was cold. Chat says you don't even look at chat. You're in the wrong chat. Go to YouTube. They're better. They're better people. They're just inherently better people. Better character. Battle stove with 18 months. I could write anything here to get deep insight. Instead, I'll say, never forget your wife's food again. The food, I promise you, the food is fine. The food is fine. It did not perish. Anyways. We know so much about Doomsday, you guys. It's crazy. It's crazy. I know everything. I know everything. All right, Esme. Love you. I know it all. Not at all. I don't know everything, but I know like kind of fucking everything. Like I knew like a really decent amount of Superman because last year I got really into just like leakers. I follow a bunch of leakers, and so like I like the commentary and the discussion about like comic book films, and so I just started like watching. I have like a rotation of people that I watch, and I knew like a lot about Superman before it came out, or came out before it cummed. I knew a lot about Superman before it cummed. And so you get these leakers that they build like a reputation because they leak stuff and it ends up being true. And so now there's like a ton of really credible leakers that have just a really good reputation. And when you combine all of their knowledge, you get like a pretty clear picture. Bro, they are cooking for Doomsday and Secret Wars, you guys. You have no idea. You have no idea. They are cooking. Did you see the fucking X-Men teaser that they released? Did you see that shit? Did that not get you super horny? Watching Cyclops just fucking Hulk out at the end of that teaser? I got so erect when I saw that. I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. Because like Cyclops, he kind of played second fiddle to Wolverine in the Fox X-Men universe because Hugh Jackman was like just so insanely good in that role. And so he became the focus. So like Cyclops didn't really do shit in those movies. And then X-Men 97 came out and he's like a fucking baller on that show. He's doing crazy shit like jumping out of a plane and like using his laser to like soften his fall, you know, using his laser to like fucking reposition himself in a fight. He's doing crazy shit like that. And it's like, God damn, I didn't know he could do that. He looks incredible in that movie. I still don't care about Avengers anymore. I think you will. With what they're cooking, man, I think you will. They're going harder than Infinity War and Endgame. Way fucking harder, you guys. Dazzle Dining with $5. Get the script early and do in-character reads of it on the Live and Learn crew. I can't think of something I want to do less than that. I mean, I didn't know much about Secret Wars until I started like following all these leakers and stuff, and like the Hickman Secret Wars, and like the one from the fucking 80s. Those stories are fucking dope, man. Especially Doom in the Hickman series. He does some crazy cool shit, man. He just rips out Thanos's like straight up like Scorpion out of Mortal Kombat, just rips out his fucking spine and skeleton. No, the Hickman one is from like 2015 or something. The original Secret Wars is like in the 80s, I think, isn't it? I'm talking about the comics. I'm not talking about the adaptation. You should read Hickman X-Men. It's goated. Ooh. Ooh, I know something about the X-Men too. I'm not going to say it, but ooh. Oh man, I am stoked. Like, I am a child of the 80s and the 90s, and so like my favorite cartoon by far as a small boy in growing up in the fucking suburbs was the X-Men cartoon. The amount of adrenaline that coursed through my veins, the sheer adrenaline that coursed through my veins when that X-Men theme song would come on could have fed like the pedophile cabal that's doing QAnon for like 5 years, you know? It's like the sequel to It, like Dr. Sleep. You know, when they're kind of like sucking the magical adrenochrome out of the kids. In those moments, when the X-Men theme would come on, my heart would pound with adrenaline and excitement. Oh yeah, not It, yeah, The Shining, yeah. No, Smodge, you're wrong about Spidey. You're wrong about Spidey. They are going big with the new Spidey, but you're wrong, friend. That's going to be fucking dope. Because the guy who directed Shang-Chi is directing the new Spider-Man. And he did a fucking fantastic job with Shang-Chi. Let's put it this way, okay? Because, like, Sony is still in charge of Spider-Man. When they brought Marvel in, the agreement was that Marvel would be allowed to use Spidey in like their Avengers films and stuff. And then Marvel had to agree to include MCU characters in the Sony produced Spider-Man films. So like Homecoming, Far From Home, No Way Home. Those were all Sony productions. And like, so the first one, Tony Stark is in it. Second one, Nick Fury's in it. Third one, Doctor Strange is in it. And Tom Hardy flexed a little bit. He flexed his muscle a little bit because Sony initially, and I'm not going to get into any of the story details, but like Sony initially wanted to do one particular story and we don't really know what that was about, but he held off on negotiations. I think RDJ is like mentoring him in terms of like understanding his value and understanding that he can exert influence on the product. And he held out. And so until they agreed to go a different direction with it. And it's the direction that Feige wants to go in. And so Sony was going to fuck that up, you guys. Sony was going to fuck that up with their fucking bullshit. Craven the Hunter and Madam Web shit. Venom is horrible, and they were gonna fuck that up, but he held out and pressured them to go in a different direction with it. And what they're doing, I think, is fucking cool because we know a lot about Spider-Man too. Who's the better actor, DiCaprio or Bale? I would say like right to now. Thank you so much for the primer. Appreciate that. I would say like if you would have asked me that question like 10 years ago, I would have said Bale like without hesitation. But I just think that DiCaprio has in his elderly years blossomed into, I think, just a fantastic actor. I was like blown away by his performances in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood and One Battle After Another, I just thought he was just fucking brilliant in that movie. He's so good in One Battle After Another. He's like kind of like a Jeffrey Lebowski for the 21st century, but I love his performance in that movie so much, man. I just love it. I just love it. Like, I think I like his performance in that movie more than any Bale performance I've ever seen. And I love Bale. I think Bale's a great actor, but I just think like in that. But if you go like in terms of like the whole catalog of their filmography, then I think Bale clears probably pretty easily. But I think DiCaprio has like the best performance in a particular like movie. He was obviously really good in Django, but God, he was just so fucking good. And yeah, he was really good in Killers of the Flower Moon too. I didn't even mention that. Yeah, he was, wow, so good. You would put Bale, American Psycho, over DiCaprio, and yeah, I mean, I could see that argument. He was definitely bold with that performance. Of course, he was like really great, I think, in Nolan's Batman films. I just feel like I don't know. I feel like I don't know. I feel like DiCaprio, a lot of his movies are like, a lot of his performances don't really like blow me away, you know. Obviously, like, so The Revenant, you gotta respect his work ethic for that movie, because they filmed that movie like in the shit. You know, they were filming in like Canada in like sub-zero temperatures, and I'm sure that production, I'm sure, was just hell. And so you got to respect his work ethic. And I think he really flexed his comedic chops, I think, in Wolf of Wall Street. Like, that was kind of like the first time you really saw like, oh my God, this guy can be quite hilarious. But it's the recent ones, you know. I think he's already rich as fuck, you know. He already has all the money in the world. So I think at this point he is selecting movies that he finds kind of more interesting, or more, I feel like he's more about his craft now, I think. That's just the sense I get. Wish The Revenant was a better movie. Ooh, I love that movie. Ooh, I love The Revenant. I'm into Iñárritu. I think he is just such an interesting yeah, Heat 2? Wait, what? What the fuck? I knew they were making Heat 2, but this cast is crazy. Heat 2, Leonardo DiCaprio, Christian Bale, Austin Butler, Bradley Cooper, Adam Driver. Holy fucking stacked. What the fuck? In 1988 Chicago, Macaulay and his gang carry out robberies on the West Coast and the Mexico-USA border. Detective Hannah... Oh, what the fuck? It just says the storyline. There's like full spoiler. What the fuck? What? They just spoil the story in the storyline. What the fuck? I don't want to read that. I want to forget that. I already forgot it. Don't read that. Don't click on that IMD and then read that. What the fuck? Because I think they're adapting a book. I think, yeah, I think Heat 2 is a book, and so they're just like, they just spoil the story in that synopsis. What the fuck? I already forgot. It's fine. Somebody died. I forgot. There was a book he released of the whole story. That's why. Yeah, Michael Mann. Yeah, I knew that. I knew he had written a book because he wanted to continue the story, but yeah. It's a prequel? Yeah, it said 1988. That's a crazy stat cast. Leo and Christian Bale? Are they like the cop and the robber there? That's fucking cool. Who cares about spoilers? It's all about the journey, bro. That's how I feel about like comic book films right now, but I don't want this story. I mean, it sounds like there's something big that happens like in the beginning of the movie. So maybe it's not full spoilers, but I think Shutter Island outweighs all of Bale's dramatic performances. What are like the standout performances for like Bale has some really, really brilliant performances, I think. Like Bale in The Prestige and Hostels is a lesser discussed kind of Western film that came out like 6 years ago. He's pretty phenomenal in that movie. What are some of my other like favorite Bale performances? I don't love the movie, but he was so good in The Hustle. I think he was brilliant in Vice. He won an Oscar for that, I believe. It sucks that Adam McKay, that director who like I love his movies, but boy does he fucking suck. He's like the worst kind of lefty archetype that I loathe. And that's him on Twitter 24/7. And then somebody mentioned The Fighter. That was like great. Like the thing about Bale is he is so unbelievably dedicated to his craft. It's nuts. He's kind of like Joaquin Phoenix. Joaquin Phoenix will lose like 40 pounds in a month to play Joker, and yeah. Ford versus Ferrari. Yeah, I love that movie. I love Ford versus Ferrari. Fucking love that movie. It's just kind of like a straightforward film, but it's also just like really interesting subject matter, and it's just shot really well. And I love that filmmaker, James Mangold. I fucking love him. He was going to do a fucking Boba Fett movie until that got canceled. Or that might have got revived, but he also, James Mangold did like Logan, which Logan is like easily top 3 comic book film of all time. Like Winter Soldier, Logan, Dark Knight, Infinity War, Endgame, that whole thing. Ooh, favorite horror film. That is a genre that I never liked until like the recent kind of reinvention of horror films. I think horror films have been going in a really cool direction in the last 7 or 8 years. Like Hereditary, I would say that's kind of like a horror film, but it's also kind of like hard to classify that movie, but like Hereditary, Midsommar, the Jordan Peele films, like I really love Us and Get Out and Nope. I fucking really like those movies. I don't know if you call them horror films, but I guess Get Out is a horror film. I guess Us would be a horror film. But then you have these really kind of interesting, very unique, innovative horror films like Weapons. I agree. Weapons was one of my favorite films last year by far. There was one that really freaked me the fuck out where they all have Australian accents. So I think it's like an Australian filmmaker, and there's like a hand and you touch the hand and then you go like catatonic for a minute. What's that one? Talk to Me. That one freaked me the fuck out. I saw that in theaters and I was so disturbed. I loved it. And then they made another movie, but I didn't watch the most recent one. Bring Her Back. I didn't watch that one yet. Yeah. Yeah, The Descent. Yeah, The Descent. I love that. That was in my like yearly rotation. We would watch The Descent like once a year. I saw that in theaters. I was fortunate enough to see The Descent in theaters in like the early 2000s, and it blew me away. And then they made like 3 sequels that I haven't watched that apparently were very bad. I did not see The Substance. No. I don't love body horror. I get a little kind of grossed out. Don't love body horror films, to be honest with you. I just get distracted. I'm like, I just can't, you know. Ben Riley with $5. Did you see Amber Athey Duke on NatCons or Free Media discuss ICE? Keep an eye on her. Yes, Spider-Man 2 was very good. Spider-Man 2 with like the Tobey Spider, that's like, yeah, that's probably a top 5 comic book film. Amber Athey Duke? Who the fuck is that? NatCons? What are we talking about? What is this? The Daily Caller? I don't know who this person is. Is there a video? 310 to Yuma is just a fucking solid Western remake. Just a phenomenal Western. Everybody loves Westerns, man. Everybody loves a good Western. Give me some Unforgiven, you know? Like No Country for Old Men is like technically a Western. Logan is kind of a Western. The remake with Jeff Bridges. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. What's it called? True Grit. Oh god, he was so good in that movie. Holy fucking shit. I love that movie. I fucking love him in that movie. He's so goddamn good in that movie. Pull your hands, you son of a bitch. Fucking epic. The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Oh god, it's so good. Like 3 hours long. Hell or High Water. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. That's a good one. That's a real good one. I agree. That's great. It's really good. Tombstone. Come on. Val Kilmer, Tombstone. My God. I saw that movie when I was really young and I became obsessed with his character. I remember I did a like a book report on Doc Holliday. I'm in like 3rd grade writing about this guy who, you know, died of liver disease from severe alcoholism. My teacher was probably like, what the fuck book? Or Wind River is like, yeah, that's kind of like it's, you know, it's kind of like a Western. Yeah. Wind River. Yeah. Ooh, Dobbin. Now you're making me horny. Now you're making me horny. I just got horny. I saw that in theaters. The Assassination of Jesse James by the coward Robert Ford. That was when I knew Casey Affleck's power level. That was the first movie I saw with Casey Affleck where I was like, whoa, this dude can act. What the fuck? I was like, damn, is Casey Affleck like a brilliant actor? What the hell? You just got to the top of LSF with your Hassan clip and your mods and the mods deleted it? No. 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 That seems consistent. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Oh, you have the link? Did they close it? Removed by moderator. Quality, clickbait, inaccurate, or opinionated. What? titles that contain harmful misinformation or misleading titles where it's not abundantly clear they are a joke are not allowed. Additionally, submissions whose titles contain excessive caps, emoji, exclamation marks. What was the title? Holy shit, this one was blowing up. Usually when I'm on LSF, it's bad. Usually I said some embarrassing shit. It's happened a few times. Okay. Is there a mirror? Hutch catches a certain California streamer using a certain collar again. I mean, technically it is speculation. Technically it is speculation. Technically. The assassination of Jesse James by the coward Robert Ford is like this really long, slow, character-driven movie, but I was riveted like the whole time just because I was so into Casey Affleck's performance. I think Brad Pitt is at like the top of his game in that movie too. You know, it was like a kind of an unconventional kind of role for him. I never got bored. It's like this really long, kind of slow movie, but I never got bored. And then Casey Affleck hit us with like pow, 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 like really good performances. Gone Baby Gone. I was like, fuck, he's like kind of a badass. You know, I think of him, he's like the skinny guy from Good Will Hunting. And in this movie, he's like fucking boss, like private investigator. And that was Ben Affleck directing too. So I was like, God damn. Affleck's just made something really good. And then the most devastating performance I have ever seen in my fucking life. Devastating performance in Manchester by the Sea. That movie will crush you and then bring you back to life through the power of familial love. If you've never seen Manchester by the Sea, there's like, that movie is so intense. If you watch that movie and you don't feel emotions, you should go get checked to see if you're a sociopath, because man, that was devastating. Deceit? Yeah, yep. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Viggo Mortensen, man, he's another guy that like, I just really like that. I think Viggo Mortensen very obviously only picks movies that he really fucks with. He has such a diverse, that guy has range. Eastern Promises, History of Violence, you know, and the way that he kind of made his mark in acting is really impressive, because he got started in acting and he would play these side characters, but he would play them with such intensity that's kind of how he made his mark and got people's attention. Like normally we all know like the archetypes. We all know like there's some actors where it's like, oh, you know, he's always like the other guy in the movie. And some people just got, he's talking about the clip now. Oh no. Oh no, you guys. I try not to fucking stir the hornet's nest. I do. I really do.
Really farm the LSF shit over and over again. And it will turn into like this big ordeal. It'll turn into a whole drama.
Oh no, he got caught, bro. He knows it.
Botted clips about you are huge on
oh, and he's doing the botted cope. No, he knows he got caught. Come on now.
The only reason I watched you initially is because I saw this comment saying how much of a terrorist you were, but the clip didn't match up with that, and I wanted to see if you were actually what you were actually about by tuning in. Yeah. Speaking of LSF, did you see that new shady $1 million fan contest?
Come on, bro. Come on. Come on, bro. We all saw it. We all know what we saw. You didn't even fucking try to hide it there. But anyways, for Viggo Mortensen, he plays this really small part in Carlito's Way. Or was it Serpico? Was it Serpico, you guys? I think it might have been Serpico. But he plays this character like he's interrogated by Al Pacino in the movie. And this is when Al Pacino was at like his peak prime, you know, like 80s Al Pacino. 80s Al Pacino was like, was it Carlito's Way? And his character in that movie gets caught wearing a wire, and it's this like really intense like scene. And he acted the shit out of that scene. And he's just like this one supporting character that has one scene in the movie. And he acted the shit out of that scene. And so he made a name for himself by always like bringing the fucking A game, playing like side characters with just one scene. And then that's how he landed like bigger roles, which doesn't usually happen that way, I don't think. He wasn't even supposed to be Aragorn in Lord of the Rings. I think they had casted somebody else, and they had actually shot scenes with a different actor for like a week or two, and then Peter Jackson decided that actor was not working for that role, and then Viggo Mortensen got a call like, hey, we want you to come out and read for this role in the Lord of the Rings film, and he initially was going to say no. You know, lengthy production, New Zealand. And he said his son was like, you have to do this. Was it Russell Crowe? No. Or maybe they hadn't shot any scenes yet. I'm not sure, but there was a different actor that was cast. And but I thought that the story was that they had shot some scenes with one actor, and that's not great if you're an actor and the director goes, you know what? We're going to go a different way. Like after you sign the contracts and like after, you know, you film scenes and stuff. And anyways, Viggo's son was like, you have to do this. You have to, because he hadn't even read the books. And so he flew out to New Zealand on a moment's notice. It was like 2-week notice. And then just fucking delivered one of the most iconic performances ever. He would I know about that. Yeah, Fellowship is coming back to theaters. I might. It's kind of a time investment, but I've seen Lord of the Rings like literally 50 times. The whole time that they were filming the Lord of the Rings film, he always brought he always brought his sword around with him. So like, he didn't do like full method acting, but he always like he always had his sword everywhere. Even when they weren't filming scenes, he was just walking around with like this enormous sword. Mr. Stewart with 59 months. Thank you so much, buddy. Wouldn't you, bro? No. I get it. If you hand me a fucking 6-foot sword or whatever, fuck yeah, I'm gonna carry that around. It wasn't a 6-foot sword. It was like, you know, pretty big sword though. It was like he was walking around like a pretty big sword. And when I mean like I mean like walking around town in New Zealand, like going to pubs with a giant sword is what I watched like a behind the scenes on the Lord of the Rings recently, and yeah. But he didn't know anything about that character. He had never read the books. And it's just crazy how a turn of events like that, because I can't imagine anybody else in that role. He was just so perfect for that role, you know? Probably one of the best castings of all time is him as Aragorn. And it was like a lark, You know, like, is that the right word? It was like something that happened just very last minute. A small ground dwelling songbird. That's not what the fuck I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of a line in Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind when Joel's friends are consoling him because he found out that she erased him. Pretty sure they said lark. I never knew what that meant, but it felt right. A lark can be a joke. Oh, okay. Well, that's not the right context then. They're so real for warning people like this. Wait, what's happening?
Go! Go! Weight on my shoulder. Oh my god.
Wait, I can't be playing this. There's DMCA shit. What the fuck? Well, it's not the same when you can't hear it. It's like I keep saying that it's like a system, you know? It's like an immune response, you know what I mean? That's what got me into my my major before I dropped out of college was sociology, because I was so fascinated with how human beings behave in like large groups, and the way that these communities are reacting to ICE, it's like an immune response, you know? It's like the white cells or whatever. And it's just like a system kind of pops up, like a system of like protection and, you know. Have you seen the person who uploads Hassan's VODs or uploading blank or random videos? That's exactly 9 minutes and 11 seconds long on days that Hassan isn't streaming. There's loads if you search no stream. Sorry, yeah. I don't really care. Sorry. Histamines, yeah. Moments like that are kind of like what Lord of the Rings is about. Yeah, like lighting the beacons of Gondor. I don't know. That poll is crazy to me, guys. That poll that came out today is crazy to me. Apparently, YouGov is not the best poll. Which I didn't know that. But apparently it's only online, or I don't know. But net support, they have net support for abolishing ICE at plus 3%. 18 to 29-year-olds, net plus 21. 30 to 44-year-olds. This guy, the best generation. Net plus 3. Gen X continues to be the worst generation. I don't know what the fuck happened to those guys. The fuck happened to Gen X? Some people say it's like lead stuff. What the fuck happened? Like the generation that was raised on like, we're not gonna take it, you know, and like Van Halen and Bon Jovi and Run DMC and John Hughes films, and they're just super Trumpy. For them, it's net negative 6%, 45 to 64-year-olds, and then 65 plus is -1, net -1. But that's crazy. If that's true, and a plurality of Americans support abolishing ICE, that is remarkable. Because I've never seen a poll that had abolishing ICE is more popular than not. Among Black Americans, they're the highest concentration or the highest support for eliminating ICE, plus 44%. A net plus 44% of Black American support getting rid of ICE. It's less with Hispanic voters or Hispanic Americans, plus 27, and negative with white people. I almost said whites. Negative 12. Women plus 13. Men negative 7. Independents plus 12. It had popular support with self-described moderates. ABC has YouGov as a top 15 pollster. I didn't know that YouGov was. I questioned it when they said that. They're like, I don't know, YouGov's not very good. But I remember I keep track of polls like heavily during like election season, and YouGov to me was always regarded by smart people as being like somewhat credible. It's just such a different tone what we're in right now. I feel like there was a pretty heavy defeatist tone about a year ago, guys. Remember that shit? You know, Trump was like just getting inaugurated, and those first few months of Trump, and then like the transition between the election and inauguration, and then like the first like 3-4 months of Trump, it was like, fuck, man. It felt like Whoopi Goldberg and Ghost. Like, America, you in danger, girl. You know, like it was like, damn, we are standing at a precipice here. Are we just gonna dive off of a cliff, or are we gonna climb back from this? And now it just feels like the vibes are very different. Now it just feels like it just keeps getting worse for Trump, you know. And I am biased. I am biased. I'm not too proud to admit that I want that to be true, but I'm not just saying that based on nothing. Like, I'm not saying that based on my own intuition. I'm looking at a number of data sets and like concrete things to point to. It just seems like the more I was afraid that Trump was going to lean into the authoritarian shit and people were going to like him for it. Like, that was my worst nightmare. Because we've seen that in other countries, you know. El Salvador, Bukele gets sworn in and he just becomes a pretty power-hungry autocrat, and they fucking love him in El Salvador. On Esme's side of the family, she's got family from El Salvador, and she talks to them, and they love him. Like, Milei, I think, is still decently popular in Argentina. And so I was like, that was my biggest fear, was he was going to do these severe crackdowns and just, I mean, we all knew he was going to do that. Like, he was going to just be a tyrant because he's just such a fucking fragile piece of shit narcissist, and that's just what they do. And so I was like, are they gonna, is his popularity, if his popularity goes up, I was ready to start looking at like, how easy is it to immigrate to Canada? How easy to, I was thinking that for sure. Now, it didn't quite reach an intention, but it was like an abstract thought, like, no, I kind of want that in my fucking back pocket just in case. Fatal Flaw, did I get you for 85 months? Thank you so much, buddy. But thankfully, the more unhinged he got, Trump, the more unhinged he got, the less popular he got. And I think we can just unequivocally say right now that the country is broadly rejecting his kind of politics. That's just plainly the case. I would say like we're not entirely out of the woods, right? I'm not saying get complacent, but I can't help but feel encouraged. I can't help but feel like better than I did a year ago. Somebody said evidence on his falling popularity. I mean, it's just the numbers are the numbers, you know. He started out like at the highest net approval ever in his political career. His second term, look at that. He was plus 12. That freaked me out. That kind of freaked me out. I was like, this is a typo? Trump is plus 12? And the story of his second term is just a slow and steady decline. And then you can also see his waning kind of political influence when you look at the Republican Party. Like the Republican Party now, they are largely compliant and complicit. But there are more Republicans now that are willing to publicly rebuke him. The Congress has told him no a number of times. And so it's just a combination of factors, you know. He got dragged down by the ICE stuff. Has just been, the more people see of like ICE being draconian, the less they like it. The Epstein stuff hurt him. He's also just kind of like a crazy person. So he gets up there and he's just like, he's so transparent, you know. He does these press conferences every day. It's the fucking pathetic cabinet meetings. You know, people aren't fucking dumb. They see that shit and they're like, okay, I know what this is. But everybody goes around the room. Mr. President, I just feel so privileged to be a part of this administration. Everybody knows that you're here fighting for Americans. You have saved this country. And just the pathetic fucking fealty that they demonstrate, because they're all like afraid of being fired if they fuck up even a little bit. And people see that and they know what it is. They're like, this is like a fucking North Korean propaganda fucking, you know. And so it's just like death by 1,000 cuts. It's just like all these factors combined, and people are like not. And then also like his decision to impose tariffs and create upward pressure on market prices and shit. People feel that and they're like, what the fuck, you know? People feel, they know when their healthcare premiums go up. Like mine went up 18%. Like people look at their bills. So it's just a combination of things. Like he's already out of juice, bro. He's already out of juice. And if he really gets blown out in these midterms, and I told you, like, I will be satisfied and content if we get like a decent House majority, but I'm not going to be happy unless we take back the Senate at the same time, which is doable. Absolutely doable with the right candidates and the right message and the right discipline. Absolutely doable. Texas, Maine, North Carolina, Ohio. There you go. You just got a majority. People talking about like martial law. Like, look, I'm not going to put it above him that he'll try to do some shit around the midterms. Like, it would be completely consistent with how he is just unraveling. But I gotta tell you guys, I don't know. I get really fired up and hopeful when I see the kind of immune response that we saw this last week of just people taking to the streets and bravely confronting people, even though like somebody just fucking got shot, you know, and people that just even more people are coming out now. And so like if he, for example, I think what's like the most plausible thing for Trump is I could totally see him, for example, like sending ICE to monitor, polling stations in major like metropolitan areas, but I am so confident that if he did that, more people would vote. I am so certain that if he tried some shit like that, you can add like 10% more voters who would show up pissed off and resolute, like, fuck this, That would have the opposite effect. I think that would not be good for him to do that. And as far as like a large scale, like literal coup, I do not think he has the kind of support. I think there would be a revolt. IDing as a lib has gotten more popular. In fact, right now is the largest percentage, according to this Gallup poll, of Americans who identify as liberal. A powerful liberal energy stirs. Moderates going down, conservatives going down, liberals going up. I mean, to a certain extent, like, this is kind of normal, I think. But I guess, not according to Gallup, right? Like, I've been saying for a while, we are all kind of like, we are a moderate, we are like I argued before we were a center-left country. I think by the time we got to 2024, that snapshot was a center-right country. And now they've woken the hive. Woke is ascendant again. Mega Airhead with the tier 1 membership. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst. I am just, do you guys agree with me? I mean, just be honest. Like, do you guys agree with me? Like, if he said, you know what, we got to make sure they don't cheat. We got to make sure they don't cheat. They're going to do it again. They're going to do the fraud. Illegals, going to vote. I'm going to send ICE to polling stations in Philadelphia, Atlanta, like all the black cities, Detroit. He's for sure going to do that, right? Like, we can't have the blacks. Can't have the blacks and the illegals. We can't do, like, I am so sure that voting participation would go up like 10 to 20%. People would be like, fuck you. You think I'm not going to vote? I will wait in line for 7.5 hours if I have to. He said he will seize the voting machines this time. I mean, listen, we cross that bridge when we get there, but I do not think he has the kind of support that he needs to pull off like a fucking actual power grab. I don't think that he can pull that off. I mean, look how unpopular he is now. We still got a year to go, okay? Well, the better part of a year. All right, we got 11 months to go. Yeah, also, guess what? That fucking moron appointed Hegseth to lead the Department of Defense. If you had to guess, would you say that all the Joint Chiefs and Generals, like, would you say that a majority of them support Hegseth? Doubtful. Doubtful. I'm sure there are some. There's no doubt about that. I'm sure there are some that are on board with the fashy shit, but the way he's going after like Mark Kelly, for example, ooh, I'm sure that radicalized a few of them. They're making enemies, like here's I'm going to make another prediction. Okay. This is probably an easy prediction because the Trump administrations have been leaking like a fucking sieve, They're very leaky. Biden had some leaks, but not like, they were not leaky like this. Okay. I would bet good money that there are going to be so many leaks this year. So many leaks this year from defense, from military, from within the administration. Because he's just, he's behaving like he I think it's just, I don't know what, I think it's hubris. I think it's just, I don't think he understands that his position has diminished significantly. Like, I don't think he is processing that. I think he does surround himself with yes men that validate his delusional belief that he's this beloved guy that's like respected and feared. Maybe deep down, there's like a part of him, that insecure part of him that knows how foolish he looks, how embarrassing he is, and how much people don't respect him. But I think on the surface, he probably has like some kind of delusional defense mechanism. And I think he surrounds himself with people like that are probably a bit gun shy about speaking directly to him. But I don't even know, like his chief of staff, like Susie Wiles, I think her name is. She's like a serious person. So I don't know. I mean, but I can't make sense of her decision to do that. Was it Vanity Fair? Like that whole, I can't make sense of that because that felt like such a tactical error. Personal details of thousands of Border Patrol and ICE goons allegedly leaked in huge data breach. There's no way. This is breaking news today when I just said that this year is going to be crazy leaky. I mean, was it hacked? No, it's a DHS whistleblower. Wow. What? A DHS whistleblower appears to have exposed data on federal immigration workers. Jesus. Is it an anonymous? The alleged leak to ICE List, a self-styled accountability initiative, is believed to be the largest ever breach of DHS staff data. It appears to include names, work emails, telephone numbers, roles, and some resume data, including previous jobs. That is an intense leak. What? That's a lot. That's a lot of information. Holy shit. Only thing that's missing is like medical records. ICE List founder Dominic Skinner told the Daily Beast, "It's a sign that people aren't happy within the US government. Clearly, the shooting of Good was the last straw for many people." According to Skinner, who leads the volunteer-run website, that guy's about to catch about 15,000 different audits. That guy's getting a letter from the IRS soon. They're probably try to charge him with crimes. Holy shit. Early analysis by the organization suggests that around 80% of the staff identified remain employed by DHS. Jesus. An initial set of the names from the leak will be posted on Tuesday night. Skinner told the Daily Beast. He said, individual reports from the public have also spiked a lot since Good's shooting. I've had hotel staff sending post-it notes, bar staff sending DHS IDs, and loads of people saying their neighbor is an agent. What I tell you guys about, like, it's a system. It's like an immune system. Pieces are moving, you know. God, I fucking love this country. We're a little fucked up, okay? I will admit that. We're a little fucked up, but when we get activated, we can do some inspiring shit, okay? Makes me happy. It does. It gets me high. It makes me happy. It makes me feel like, you know what? I think we're gonna get through this. I think we're gonna get through this. Dowser Dining with $5. Ryan Grimm getting a bit exposed recently for boosting that fishback dude. Ryan Grimm. Why is he a thing? I don't understand. You know what we didn't watch? What was the crystal ball video where she was saying the resist libs were right? Pondering said that she had a moment like, I'm sorry, the libs were right. What was that all about? Destiny low-key boosted the fuck out of him, out of Ryan Grimm? What? I did enjoy Tim Miller calling at the left and Hassan talking to Ryan Grimm. Someone reposted your thread and it's back. Oh my God, you guys.
Hear you.
I don't even.
We stand with you.
Oh God. I'm not going to check Twitter tonight. It's too noisy. It's too noisy. Whenever shit pops off on LSF, it gets too noisy. Did we break news here, guys? Did we fucking break news? Speedglass with the gifted membership. Thank you so much. Samuel with the tier 1 sub. Mega Airhead with the tier 1 membership.
That are protesting against settler fairs that are taking place in a synagogue are actually the bad ones in this.
Guys, are you shitting me? What did I just tell you about the hubris? Everybody scatter. I wasn't even kidding. I didn't. I confess I didn't suspect I would see it in this video. I mean, technically, I didn't make any accusations in this clip. One could infer one thing or another, were one to be so inclined. Maybe he's got the vibrate collar on now? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. That is not even a little bit subtle. It's funny, though. It's funny because it's on the different side now. This is just purely headcanon, but you can kind of imagine, like, okay, if I just switch sides. You know what? At least they got some good material for me. That's kind of funny. Dingus with the tier 1 membership for 2 months. Shockgate 2 Electric Boogaloo. That's funny, man. That's funny. That's a clip. You know what, guys? Sometimes we have moments. Sometimes we have moments. Most days I'm talking about unfortunate bowel movements and various bodily fluids. And, you know, Marvel films. But every once in a while, we have good moments. Every once in a while, we do good content. I'm hungry, man. I gotta get some food in me. Take a walk. I thought I was gonna get off at like 6. Fuck, I didn't call the vet. I'm 1 minute late, and Esme's gonna be so upset. Rightfully so. I fucked up. Guys, I fucked up. I was supposed to call the vet. Forgot yesterday. Forgot today. She can't get mad at me because I have ADHD diagnosed. Can't get mad. Can't get mad. It's ableist, in fact. It is biased in a neurotypical way. You neurotypical people, you don't understand the struggle of constantly procrastinating and consequently forgetting to do a lot of things. That could very easily be remedied with a simple calendar, really. But you'll never understand that pain. Who's mistreating her pet now? Their pet now? Hey, whoa, whoa, whoa. Hang on. Our cats have a good life, all right? They got a good situation, okay? She has a little bit of an allergy. We think it's to plastic. Sometimes her lip gets a little like poofy, and she looks like she just got Botox injections. But we shoot her up with a steroid once every 10 days to stop that from happening. And we stick her with a little needle every 10 days. Of course, Yeet posted about it. Of course. Oh no, it's going to go nuts. It's going to go nuts. Collargate is the story that refuses to die. What's a comparison? This is like the Macarena and the no, forget I said that. All right. Thank you guys for tuning in. Appreciate it. I'll be on tomorrow at the regular time at about 8:30 a.m. Pacific, 11:30 a.m. Eastern. I'm sure we're going to have a lot to talk about. Bye-bye. I love you.